We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. This is Team Hulk's secret for acne-free skin.
got each other's back.
Legendary.
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary. Monster kill.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Garnier Man Acno 5. This is Team Hawk's secret for acne-free skin.
We've got each other's back.
Legendary.
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary. Monster kill.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Garnier Man Acno 5. This is Team Hulk's secret for acne-free skin.
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary. Meet your end. Legendary. Double kill.
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome right here to day 2 of playoffs for MPL SG Season 5. Yes, it was a red hot day over at the Land of Dawn yesterday for day 1, and right now we are left with our top 6 teams grinding it out for the next 2 days for us to find our champion. Now, what's at stake right now is not just the winning team will get bragging rights to say that they are the champions of MPL SG Season 5, but of course, they will also be representing Singapore on the international stage over at the MSC Cup 2023, which is the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup 2023, which will be held in the capital of Cambodia, Phnom Penh. And this will be featuring teams across the region such as North America, Turkey, MENA, and more. So yes, we are looking for that champion right here at MPL SG Season 5. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we are now here at Suntec City Mall for our playoff season. And here we do have so many wonderful activities that you guys can participate in. First and foremost, right here, we do have one of our official partners, Frank by OCBC's booth, where you guys are able to stand a chance to win yourself some cash vouchers by signing up for a OCBC Frank card. And this, most importantly, is absolutely free for you to do so. Alternatively, come on over and check out OSIM as well, where you guys are able to indulge in their U throne. So this is very cool because you get to sit in the gaming chair that the players are sitting on right now to experience that gaming chair for yourself. Other than that, if you guys are looking to cosplay, for the first 10 cosplays to join us right here at the playoffs, you guys will be rewarded handsomely with a swag pack. Not forgetting, ladies and gentlemen, if you come on over and join us as a live audience, you can take part in the stamp collection activity as well. Collect all the stamps and you will be rewarded handsomely once again right here from us at Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Singapore. And of course, at the venue itself, we do have seats available. If you have already gotten tickets, great for you. But if you do see empty seats, you're more than welcome to walk in and take those seats. But these are available on a first-come, first-served basis. Fret not, we invite you to come down to Suntec City nevertheless, because we do have loads and loads of space as a standing area. We do have not just the first floor, but second and third floor for you guys to enjoy best views of the action happening right here at the MPL SG Season 5 playoff scene. Not forgetting, if you guys are going to snap photos right here of the venue itself and hashtag MPL SG Season 5, you guys are able to get yourselves great deals with all of our partners that we have worked with exclusively right here at Suntec City. And they are namely Barbecue, Anchor, Gorilla Coffee, Oliver & Co., True Cost, as well as Super Subs, and all these are our wonderful partners that we have worked with right here at Suntec City for you, our viewers, to get some great deals. So wait no more, come on down and join us right here at Suntec City today and tomorrow for our playoff season. So without further ado, just in case you guys have missed out on the action for day 1 of playoffs, the recaps are as such. First and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, we are very, very sad to say goodbye to 2 of our teams, and they are namely Revival as well as Alchemy, that we had to say goodbye yesterday in match 1 and match 2 respectively. Whereas for match 3, RSG Slate SG won that round with a 2-0 clean sweep, securing themselves the upper bracket final spot comfortably, pushing Flash down into the lower bracket. Whereas for match 4, it was a full series of a best of 3 with Bleed Esports duking it out with Team SMG SG, with Bleed Esports securing that other spot in the upper bracket finals. Whereas for Team SMG, unfortunately, they are pushed down to the lower brackets to grind today, which is where we will see them once again in the upcoming match happening at 10 a.m., where we will see Team SMG SG duking it out with Evil. And for match 6 happening at 12:30 p.m., we will see Team Flash crossing swords with Stellark SG. Then moving forward, it will be match 7 happening at 3 p.m. Now this match in particular would be a best of 5, where we will see our defending champions, RG Slate SG, going head-to-head against Bleed Esports. Now, this is a clash of the two titans that you, ladies and gentlemen, don't want to miss. And we will end and close off the show with match 8 today, happening at 5:30 p.m. And this would be between the two winners of our first two matches of the day. So this is a very exciting lineup, ladies and gentlemen, and we will then be one step closer to crowning our champions right here at MPL SG Season 5. So yes, MPL SG Season 5 wouldn't have been possible without all of our wonderful sponsors. MPL SG Season 5 is powered by Moontan and Zenray Productions. Our official partners, Frank Bio CBC and Garnier Men. Our partners in esports, OSIM, My Republic, and the beautiful Suntec City Mall. Yes, without further ado, match 1 is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this is a wonderful and power-packed match that you definitely don't want to miss. Right now, I can see fans supporting them on each side. Can I just get a little bit of a grasp as to where you are? Where are my Team SMG fans at? Okay, not bad. Probably haven't woken up yet because right now it's only 10 a.m. What about my Team Evo fans? Wow, they have gotten a very hearty breakfast with that roar. So yes, still, this is a match that you don't want to miss, ladies and gentlemen, because in the regular season round, we have seen Team SMG proving their worth, showing that they have what it takes, to be potential champions right here at MPL SG Season 5. But with an unfortunate run yesterday, they were pushed down into the lower bracket and they have met with Evo. Now, Evo, on the other hand, is not a team to be discounted as well because they are kind of informally quoted as the playoff kings. They have been making records for people who have been doubting them. They have always proven results, particularly in the playoff season, and they have clinched top 3 for Season 4 itself. So let's see what will unfurl right here in the first match of the day. So without further ado, let's meet the team, shall we? First up, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you, Team SMG SG. So after falling to Bleed Esports on the first day of playoffs, Team SMG SG now enters day 2 fighting for their tournament lives. With Aeon as their coach, will he be able to outsmart his opponents in the draft and bring his team to the finals? Now, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the team going up against Team SMG, Team Evo! The crowd favorite kings of the lower bracket are back in day 2, looking to continue dominating their opponents in the playoffs. Now, despite being the only team without a coach, they have been giving their adversaries a run for their money. Will the boys be able to keep up their consistency in the playoffs? We shall find out right here in match 1 of the day. Right now, teams are giving their fist bumps and heading over to the land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a spicy match and all hell is going to break loose over at the land of Dawn. So right now, I'm going to hand my time over to our 3 amazing casters. We have Abstract, Kindle Fu, as well as Suki. Take it away, guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to playoff day 2 of MPL SG Season 5. All of us are definitely going to be super excited for this game upcoming, even though it's pretty much early in the morning. We still, need some time to get ourselves hyped up, but I'm pretty sure that this game will be more than enough for us to do so. My name is Abstract, with me here is Kindofu as well as Suki, and the 3 of us are going to be a caster for this series.
I mean, what a way to start the day, right? It's going to be SMG and Evo. Like, if you haven't woken up, no worries. In a couple of seconds more, you will definitely be awake because these two teams are very strong. And we know, we have a team, right? Evo, they have the playoff buff. SMGSG, what do you think about them yesterday?
No, I mean, yesterday we saw them go up against Bleed, right?
Yeah.
And that was a really good series. I mean, we casted it and we were just on the edge of our seats. We were standing, we were screaming. SMG have shown that they have the capability to go all the way to the end. So, you know, is the playoff buff going to be enough? I don't know.
Well, it's definitely going to be tough. I mean, both of these teams, they are very strong. It's very difficult for me to even put a finger on who are the better ones. In the meantime, of course, let us just get a quick little rundown on SMGSG's roster.
So SMGSG, we have Enya, Mikumikumi, Supergirl, Reminiscent, and Dairy. And I just have to say, I mean, you know, I came into MPL and I knew RSG, I knew Bleed, and SMG has kind of made me a fan. Like, I'm really into
because your favorite color is orange. Let's just put it as that and keep it in the dirt.
It was an excellent design choice. That's all I'm gonna say.
So, ladies and gentlemen, all your organization, just change it to orange and you immediately got Zuki's vote. In the meantime, Evil, although not orange, but Kin.
Yeah, they are gonna be in red. It is Coconut, Melon, Twist, Powerful, as well as Carrot. A lot of names we should be looking out for. Every single member in this Evo lineup is a threat against SMGSG. There's no soft spot, no weak link here.
None of them at all. They are definitely missing off one person, and that is their coach. But who cares about that? Because their coach comes in representation of the book.
Yes, the book.
You guys pretty much saw it on the stage. Powerful was holding on to a book, and that is the book that we are looking for, and that holds the secrets of MPL SG. If you guys ever found yourself in an opportunity to ever look into the book, do not ever reveal its secrets. Well, speaking of secrets, SMGSG, they definitely have a couple of secrets for themselves, isn't it, Suki?
Yeah, I mean, they may not have the book, but they have their own playstyle and their own ways that they can get victory today. And, you know, they have a very good late game with Superior Superior Macro, because we've seen Supergirl on that Benedetta pushing the lanes, being able to control the waves as if he is the, I guess, the god of pushing waves himself. There's also the issue, though, with Evil's early game pressure. They can be very aggressive as a team, and that is something that SMG have to hold out for, whether they can withstand this early game pushes. And yeah, you know, we saw him when he goes off, when he goes, you know, he gets all those kills, when he survives, they win. If he gets picked off early, that's going to be very, very tough for them to come back to. So SMG, they need to make sure that Enya is there, protected, safe, and that he's prioritized.
Yesterday's SMG's game is going to be largely different to what game we are going to be looking at today due to the different kinds of matchup. SMG is now, of course, going over against Evil, and Evil have got a couple of things that they got to have to keep in mind.
Yep, definitely. SMGSG, not an easy opponent at all. And the 5-man huddle, we've already seen an example of this. They definitely need to watch out for this, but I'm very sure Carrot has something up his sleeves. I mean, this is why we recognize Carrot in the entirety of Team Evo, right? And of course, one more thing they need to take note of is making sure that Dairy does not get his Kaja. We have already seen Dairy suffer just a little bit, right? With the drafts given by Bleed SG yesterday. And of course, now we have to focus on one of the players, Twist. He has already shown he is able to survive in MPL. Not only survive, but thrive as well. If you give him his favorite heroes, I think it could be the key to getting them to win this SMGSG lineup.
Now, SMGSG's lineup yesterday, they played a lot of Benedetta onto Supergirl.
Yes.
Right? But unfortunately, I don't think that is going to be the exact case in this game. Now, of course, we understand that the Benedetta pick is largely going to be more of like a respect pick against Gear, because Benedetta is pretty much one of his comfort pick. And if the side of Bleed doesn't ban it, SMG have got to pick it up.
Yeah, and as we look at the SMGSG player statistics, very, you know, I mean, Dairy on that Kaja, Reminiscent on that Fredrin, we've seen them win so many lanes, so many matches. So this is something that I think we have to be careful of, because like if they give Kaja to Dairy, his initiation on that hero is just so on point, so clean, he can rotate so quickly, he can get those kills. And I think, you know, that was how Bleed was able to, I guess, stymie a little bit of SMG's fire, was because they managed to ban Kaja in all 3 games yesterday. And so whether SMG can get their hands on that hero is going to be an issue for, well, Evil to handle.
There's too many meta heroes out there, and the amount of bans in the initial phase is just not quite enough. Now, for the side of Evil, anything that pops up for you over here, Kin?
The kill participation is going to be very important for EVO. We all know they have a very strong early game. They are very aggressive. You can see their kill participation is a bit higher than the side of SMG SG. And of course, what this means is Coconut's GPM is a bit lower, but that's because he's actually getting kills, taking parts in, you know, working around the team fight composition. So I think that's something that SMG SG needs to be careful about. Like, do they want to fight head-on against EVO? Like, take the challenge, right? Or do they really want to turtle up and hold on for the late game? Maybe wait until Enya has the trifecta and start fighting? I'm not sure, right? It could be a different formula today.
Well, for the side of Evil, there could be a very high probability that they are just going to be caring more about the early game fights and focus more onto team fights. Now, speaking of team fights, SMG versus Evil. I'm pretty sure that when the both of them clash together, SMG will have quite a bit of a lead due to their vast bit of experience as well as their overall records going out here, with a higher percent of win rate, total KDA, as well as total damage dealt. In fact, even their first tower rate is higher than Evil. But Evil do have a little bit of an outlier though, is that their first objective rate is definitely higher than SMG.
So the thing about a little bit of backstory for this head-to-head, this happened week 2, day 2 of the regular season. And in the first game, they actually took the game from SMG. So EVO won, and that was, I think, a bit of a surprise stomp. It was a 6-21 kill score. It went for 22 minutes. And that was how EVO managed to close out that first game against SMG, and that was off of a glue pick and the Melissa on Coconut, right? Whereas the following games, SMG replied with that reminiscent Alice. That jungle Alice that I think, you know, that really, you know, got us excited, right?
Definitely.
So whether SMG have any surprise picks here for EVO, we have to see whether that will change the tempo of the game.
Now, talent prediction-wise, it kind of seems a little bit grim for the side of Evil, right? It is very difficult for me to even pick out if whether Evil or SMG, like the first thing that comes into my mind is the book, right? Yesterday's game is kind of like, you know what, maybe Evil will definitely have more of that playoff buff. To be honest, for me, I would love for Evil to actually prove me wrong here, because all three of us are rooting for Team SMG. Not say rooting, but we are predicting that Team SMG will be able to take this win. Anything that both of you like to elaborate on?
I think one thing you need to note is that this is not an easy decision for us, right? There was really a very thin marker between the decision of SMG as well as EVO. EVO were third place last season, right? So this is something you need to take note of. They are not an easy opponent, right? SMG, of course, the audience is going to agree with us at this point. SMG SG still prioritized by Facebook and YouTube. Majority of the fans are looking at an SMG win, and for good reason as well, right? We've seen their performance yesterday. Now the question is the current SMG SG good enough to beat the third place season Team EVO that came?
I think that's that sort of the fight in my mind between these two teams is that we've seen EVO in the regular season, right?
Yep.
And we know that when they come to playoffs, they have this huge outburst, this buff, right, that we call the playoff buff, that they, see the crowds, they get excited, they get fired up. But whether or not that translates into a win against a team that has done so well throughout the season and have proven themselves to not actually crumble under the pressure of playoffs either, that's where we're gonna see today, SMG versus EVO.
It's kind of like the experience that Team SMG definitely have got. But one thing that we would like to bank on is EVO's progressive improvement, right? When it comes down to I believe season 3, right? They got themselves 4th place, season 4, third place. Yes, and then, so there could be a possibility that when it comes down to season 5, they will rise even higher.
Yep, if we take a look at the draft now, it's very important to see. I think SMG SG recognizes the style that EVO likes to play, especially for Melon. The Fasa is the first ban, and we have already seen how EVO makes use of this Fasa high ground. Not only to defend, but to have that very early game aggression, right? Level 2 is more than enough time and level, as well as the skills usage, for EVO to really take that very small step of having a small advantage in the laning phase, which would then transcend into a, I don't know, late game beast EVO.
Sure, yeah, and also I think an important thing to note is that both the mid laners as well as the jungles have the same most picked hero in the Valentina and the Fredrin.
Yes.
So whether or not these two heroes are prioritized here, I think the problem for me for the stat, that particular stat, is that it's not necessarily their best hero, it's the hero that they managed to draft for their players. Right? Because we do see the Glue getting banned, we do see the Faza getting banned. These are heroes that, you would want to take.
I didn't
so
cure
the
the pain.
Valentina and the
Your team
Fredrin living
harnessed
through,
it.
not gonna come into play here. Valentina gonna get banned by Team SMG.
Yep. Question now is, would they actually try to pick up the Eve as a first pick on the side of SMG SG?
Oh, the Eve has proven yesterday to be very, very potent. We've seen it shut down a lot of the more mobility heroes that you would get annoyed at, right?
Which was unexpected, right?
Yeah.
The Eve actually countered the Lancelot, but that was because of the team play altogether,
Right.
As expertise, and this is shown by Team Bleed. So perhaps SMG will be taking a page out of Team Bleed's performance yesterday, putting it on the board against Team Evil. And of
I
course,
am the power of
against
light
Team Evil,
incarnate.
you really have to take out everything because the playoff buff is real, guys. It's real.
I will choose my
I
own
have to
path.
say that,
picking.
okay, so this is them taking the Islet away from Twist. We
Yes.
have seen Twist just decimate on this hero, and this is a direct counter pick to avoid allowing Evil to get this hero onto Twist. So, man, I mean, yeah, maybe the Eve, but this is the issue with the first pick and the second pick. Second pick, you get two heroes. They're gonna get two for the price of one here on the side of Evil. So who are they gonna pick up? There is the Faramis open, there is the Eve open. There's a lot of options that Evil have, given that they've forced, in a way, SMG to take this Islet away from Twist.
I mean, this Valentina ban really will allow them a couple of really open options. Melissa this time will be their priority, and Eve once again going to be back in the hands of Evil. Now, the thing that we must consider for Team Evil is that right now, I think they need a bit more time to consider what can go up against Arlet. Number one is the wave clear, right? What is the ability and the timing of the wave clear that's available to Team Evil? If they can out-rotate this Arlet, it's going to provide a very big win condition for the team, because that's how they snowball, right? They get to lanes earlier, they get to start ganks earlier. It will snowball in effect, and it will prove to be disastrous against the SMG SG lineup.
And the instant lock-in,
value
there
in
was
me?
no hesitation from SMG here,
should.
getting the Faramis, getting the Claude. That's a lot of survivability already on the side of Team SMG. And Evil, replying with the Fredrin, his bread and butter, powerful, is very good on that Fredrin. He's able to make a lot of big plays with that tanky hero, and his taunts are always on point.
Yep, that's right. Now, the thing for me to consider here is a Claude against a Melissa in lane. Melissa's wave clear isn't as strong as Claude. I mean, we have seen some of the Claudes, they actually use their blazing duets to clear faster so they can make a faster rotation for team fights as well.
3,000
So the question now is, who is going to be the
I'm not a
roamer
single
for Team
worthy
Evil
foe.
that will allow this Melissa, number one, not only to have more space to farm, but as well as set up potential kills for him as well.
Yeah, and we also haven't seen the EXP laner as well as the roamer for SMG. So both teams leaving their roamer, leaving their EXP laner to, I guess, figure it out. Like, they have a lot of choices. There are still a lot of heroes available, but they're not the priority, right?
Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, we can definitely say that the Arlet is gonna be
sorry.
the
Yeah.
EXP.
So that was me. No,
Completely.
Sorry, I totally didn't see the Arlet. I just saw, Arlet jungle. No way. Sorry, the jungler for SMG and the EXP laner for Evil. Sorry.
Fredrin is a very understandable pick, right? Looking at the side of both Evil and SMG is very much of a well-liked pick at this point in time. For the junglers, for the side of Team SMG, they're missing of a single jungler and they're missing of a single roamer. While for the Evil side, they are also missing of a single roamer, except that they haven't fulfilled their EXP lane. So Lapu Lapu is definitely going to be one of the few heroes that we should definitely be looking out for over to the side of Evil. But for the side of Twist, I believe that Twist do have a relatively big amount of picks as well. And based on what he has been picking so far, Yuzhong, Terizla, Lapu Lapu, Minzita, and Esmeralda all could be possible
grants
picks.
you immortality.
Yeah.
I like that.
Okay.
They have full consideration of what SMG has in mind here, they will take out this Alice away from the hands of Reminiscent. I mean, Suki, we've already seen this Alice yesterday. Why do you think they're going to ban that Alice out?
No, I mean,
Horology
it's
is my
kind
craft.
of like
Diggy is my
PSG
name.
from regular season. I think that Alice went 6-1 and 10 in their previous series. So, the Alice
is
was
the
a
Emperor's
very
order.
surprising,
Your team is picking.
I guess, pickup. But the Diggy ban, is it going to be an Atlas?
It might be, and I like the fact that they also banned out the Grok on the side of SMG. It's a very clear understanding of the loose condition for the lineup, right? Even if they pop the Couch Outer, if let's say you get Wild Charge during that, it's gonna, number one, buy Team Evo a lot of time to reset, make sure they get the proper positioning in the fights, and it also deals damage to them. So it kind of cancels out the Couch Outer if they're in a bad position. So definitely a good ban on the Grok. Now the question here is, what is Supergirl gonna have?
I think it's, like we were saying, right? The smart bans coming out from Evil, taking away tanky heroes that are going to benefit a lot from the Call Alter from Mikumi.
It is my
So
mission
the archives
to banish
will be taken
all
away.
darkness.
It is
is
going to be a
picking.
Lancelot show to finish off Team SMG's draft. So this is a bit of a departure from the regular season where we saw a lot of tanky heroes being chosen in order to pair up with the Faramis. I think for the playoff, we have seen now more Lancelot, more assassin junglers, more playmaking heroes being pulled, riskier choices, but much more fun to watch.
Yep, of course.
Allow me
this is
to
a
lead the
high risk,
charge.
high reward time being of MPL already. And of course, Carrot, okay, we know this is Hilda. Early game, right? I mean, technically doesn't Evo just win early game all the way and, SMG is going to have a horrid time, at least for the first maybe 5 to 6 minutes.
But that is how Evil play. They are super aggressive in the early game. So this really boils down to SMG whether they can hold on long enough. Because if you look at the lineup of SMG, they have a lot of damage, they have a lot of potential, but they still need to build up to that potential. And whether they can reach there with Evil breathing down their necks, that's going to be the question here for today.
Match 1 of Playoff Day 2. We're starting things off and kicking up the party with Team SMG
5
versus
seconds till the
Evil.
enemy reaches
Coming
the
up next,
battlefield.
or rather
Smash
coming
them.
up now.
Alright, gonna be a spicy one.
Welcome
First game of the
to
day, and
Mobile
we're
Legends.
already given an SMG SG against Team Evo lineup here. Now, I wanna make sure I keep my eyes on Miku Mi. He actually was the game changer for SMG SG in a couple of the games as well. So his mid lane is extremely important. The ability to kite out using the Couch Outer, the Shadow Stampede as well to potentially catch Melon out. Number one, the wave clear is a little bit faster, I believe, compared to an Eve in terms of the damage output. That will allow us to rotate much faster, provide more vision for the team, as well as potentially set up on Coconut.
Evil largely have a very early game composition and they will be able to be really annoying right off the bat. Even though Coconut do seem to have a little bit of a problem in the early stages, is not going to be getting a single kill just yet. As we know, definitely, Melissa doesn't really have a flicker and wouldn't be able to get himself away in that manner. But the main thing is to force the Melissa back home. Whenever there's a probability to go for proxy, they would definitely want to seize that opportunity. But however, let's not forget about the fact that Carrot is playing on as a Hilda, and Hilda is very, very agile after all.
Yep, really like the fact that this Hilda has, done that rotation. Actually, most of the teams so far in the first day of playoffs, they kind of leave their marksman alone. Right, the roamer actually goes to try and make a winnable trade elsewhere in the map. But I like the way that Carrot is playing. He actually says, don't worry bro, I got you, I'm going to give you the support that you need.
Whenever possible, he will want to just really harass the opponents as much as possible, right? SMG's lineup is largely playing towards the later stages of the game, although we can definitely be expecting some pretty impressive damage coming in from the middle. Lancelot as well as Arleth are two of the kind of heroes that do have a really strong base damage, and thus, building up in a tanky route, they can still do a lot of damage over to the backlines, which Eve as well as Melissa should be taking really care of.
Yep, now this first turtle is going to be vital because this really sets the stage. Here we go.
But it does seem like though Dairy is just going to be running down onto the first person. It doesn't seem like Karen and Powerful would be able to do much, as Powerful takes the turtle immediately right off the bat. Remy doesn't really have a lot of HP to work with. Dairy doesn't really manage to really land down onto the Jikundo. But the main thing is, they did manage to bring one person down, and Karen continues the onslaught onto Reminiscent with only a sliver of health left.
Yep, level 4 for Carrot. He just hit it not long ago. I think he doesn't have access to his ultimate yet. Yep, so he didn't get to use his Power Wilderness. You know, but I just want to highlight Carrot's emblems here. Tenacity, they are looking at the late game for sure, right? This 40%, once he hits 40% on his health, he will actually have increased defenses as well. I think they're looking to play the late game. They have really identified what is their weakness in the draft and their playstyle. Evil kind of falls off in the late game, right? They struggle a bit with this in the regular season. And I think, finally, this is why we have something called the playoff buffs. They know what they're doing here.
They really just want to play along more of the harassment route. However, Evil doesn't seem like they are capable of doing that so far. Dairy is really babysitting onto the Lancelot, understanding that the Hilda could come in and steal the buff very easily, force the retribution, for example, or perhaps bring down Lancelot's HP all the way to down low and makes the rotation from the side of SMG completely impossible.
Yep, let's take a look at the emblems across the board. Well, one thing I want to note is actually Supergirl, but hang on, Carrot.
Doesn't seem like he's going to be in a great spot, but Melon will come in for the backup as well as Powerful. They turn the tide around. They brought Miku Miku Mi instead, and they will be focusing down on the Dairy next. But Coconut, it kind of seems as though he's joining into the battle as well. The Void Crystal falls him down well enough. Powerful takes a leap and a slam down, and that is enough for Evil to take 2.
Right, SMG SG thought they had that fight. I mean, they went all in, but Dairy got caught, you know, as the second person to die in that exchange as well. And SMG now, they have given away one extra kill. They're down by 700 gold. Not too much at this point, but it might affect their chances at getting this turtle instead.
I'm definitely going to be expecting Supergirl to set up something here, but it does seem as though the Power Swing is just going to be landing it on top of Powerful. They will focus Powerful down first so that there will not be a single retribution available for the side of Evil. As the counter outside is going to be popped, it does seem like SMG, large amount of them is going to be pretty darn healthy. 4 of SMG's members left while Evil is left with 3. Twist doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. Carrot goes on an onslaught on the Miku Miku Mi. Melon also pops off to the RWM, hoping that they'll be able to bring down this Faramis, but that didn't just quite work well.
Yep, the art of hunting, you know, being used by Carrot. Very scary for Miku Miku Mi, who is not exactly a very tanky character in the first place. And, you know, Miku Miku Mi, he is going full damage as well. The Magic Worship, he definitely wants to get fight started, but he wants it to end very quickly. He does not want to use his Couch Altar at all.
Yep, now, Turtle, once again, the second time to be taken at the same time. Evil gonna have to be careful, especially since Powerful have been set up onto a couple of times already. But SMG doesn't seem like they have much of a priority, and they are not going to be deterring the aggression coming from Evil and stopping them from taking that up anymore.
Yep, you can see the delay in farm on the side of SMG SG's marksman, and it's not looking too good because right now Coconut actually has completed a couple of items as well. His first item was the Corrosive Scythe, and it's going to be a very important item for this Melissa.
Moving onwards, Evil's Melissa did pick up the Corrosive Scythe. He does have the Plate 3s as well, as they will be slowly moving themselves onwards. I believe that it will take a couple more time and a few more minutes until Melissa can actually even do anything. So, of course, Corrosive Scythe, Golden Staff, as well as Demon Hunter Sword. That's the main thing that we're looking out for. Once Coconut gets the Demon Hunter Sword, we can pretty much expect that the damage will just flow in.
Yep, definitely all eyes on you here for the Melissa, because what's going to happen is Evil, they have taken a very considerable lead at this point. 500 might not seem like a lot, but the build, most of the gold being funneled into Coconut is actually very scary for SMG SG.
Well, for the side of Coconut, is still pretty done early into the game. Enya, though, is still going to be sticking onto his guns. None of the turrets is going to be taken down from either side, from the top or the bottom lane. They are still going to be pretty much A-okay. None of the ESP laners has been unlocked just yet. Hold on a second. It's kind of feeling so Dairy just going to be jumping over to the back line. He did manage to catch out a Coconut, but Powerful came in, single-handedly saves the day!
What a heavy spin there by Powerful and Evil. Definitely very malicious, continuing this streak from the regular season. I mean, this is the Powerful that we know, and he has not forgotten where his roots lie. It's about getting the win for the team.
Powerful came in right in the nick of time. He managed to not only help Coconut, but he pinned two-person over to the wall. That was like the grand golden opportunity for him to do so, and he took it, he seized it.
Yeah, picture perfect from Team Evo, and I think this is a great way to start Game 1. SMGSG looking like they might not have woken up yet, but this is definitely a wake-up call.
I believe that Evil is going to have a really good head start from this point onwards. Coconut is slowly starting to get the snowball ongoing, and I believe that the Demon Hunter Sword should be more or less ready and is slowly building up to the Golden Staff. Once that has already happened, Coconut will be joining into the team fights even more.
Yep, and if you take a look at Coconut, I mean, the quantum charge for his emblem gonna be much scarier now. If you take a look at the damage done, actually it's a reverse. Melon gonna be top of the table here, followed by Twist as well as Carrot. And you can see, Twist, he doesn't really give 2 cents about whatever's happening at his EXP lane here. He's fine. He can tank so much damage from the Lancelot.
It's not too much of a big deal to see Enya as a Claude to have more damage, right? Because Ultimate is complete in AoE, and the only way that Melissa have an AoE ability or an AoE attack really boils down to Muddles. You gotta have to attack Muddles, and they gotta have to be in the vicinity of Muddles as well. While for the Claude, it's pretty darn easy for you to just go in and go out, and you'll be safe and sound. Speaking of safe and sound, that's not exactly what Carrot is having right now. He did manage to get a little bit of the Way of the Dragon kicked by him and force him into uncharted territories, but he's still gonna be A-okay, right? Hiding within all the brushes, gaining intelligence on the rest of the members from the side of SMG. Perhaps making Dairy lose out his Way of the Dragon is probably part of their plan, and forcing Miku to pop the Cult's Altar may also be part of their plan.
Yep, that Eyes on You, perfect actually by Coconut. It kind of cancelled the Conceal. And you know what that does is that it provides Evo with so much space. Now they can re-engage. Here we go, Carrot and powerful.
It doesn't seem like Miku will be touched yet, I suppose. The touch of death is not exactly there just yet. Powerful immediately went straight in for a quick little proxy. Miku, not exactly in the best position, completely zoned out. Dairy came in and was hoping they will be able to save Miku from the unprecedented area, but it's gonna be okay, at least for now.
Yep, this early game is really strong from Evo. Carrot, he is not afraid of anyone. Even Reminiscent is not having a good time against him. He has a 3-level advantage, but it feels like he's actually lower.
Well, it's definitely tough, right? Carrot, he builds tanky, yet every single base damage of his skills is very high. Hilda is built that way. Hilda is annoying that way. But with this Lord spawn up here, SMG is definitely would definitely want to challenge this. Well, in terms of teamfight potential, both teams are pretty darn equal. Supergirl tries to go for the final swing and was hoping that he'll be able to displace Twist, but it doesn't seem like that will be the case. A lot of these ultimate abilities have been used and is gone, allowing Evil to snag up the Lord pretty easily.
Yep, Reminiscent being muted here. Let's take a look at the growth of the items. Almost extremely close for Coconut for the trifecta. Already has the corrosive scythe. He just gets it done here with the steel leg plates along with the tough boots. He's gonna have his trifecta here with the golden staff, demon hunter sword, as well as corrosive scythe. His counterpart on the other end, reaching the trifecta soon enough, I guess. Just the demon hunter sword as well as the golden staff, but Claude, we know, can deal a lot of AoE as well, so he's not too far behind.
I would say that Coconut got the trifecta in the perfect timing as they escort the Lord right down the middle lane. Coconut is ready for anyone to come into the vicinity, and she's ready to pin all of these middles onto Muddles. Top lane and the bottom lane still have got their outer turrets left. Evil have done what they needed with the Lord. They understood what their needs is, and that is to gain a little bit more of that map control. Top lane, outer turret down, left with bottom.
Yep, I know this is game 1, right, of a best of 3 series, but Evo, they are definitely here to play. The loser of this will actually get eliminated from the competition, and that's what's so cruel about it, right? But Evo, I think they're more than ready to prove themselves in this game 1.
Well, technically speaking, they willingly sent themselves down over to the lower bracket. They were taking the time in the regular season in order to gain a lot more intelligence as to what the other teams were doing, what are their comfort picks, and really trying to learn as much as possible about them so that they are ready for all kinds of competition in the lower brackets. You can pretty much tell, and you can tell and see. Evil, they are super ready for this fight against SMG. They are leading by a 4,000 margin. And that gold is no meager amount. Powerful Carrot and Melon, they're setting themselves up. Supergirl went in a little bit too deep. He lost half of his HP and the final swing did not even connect. This may actually gonna be the call for Evil to run right in. All 5 members from the side of SMG will be getting the buff from the side of the cult Alta. As such, they should be gonna be A-OK. But Evil decided to fall back.
Well, you can start to see, yes, Evo have the lead. 4,000 going to 5 as we speak. But SMG, give them a little bit more time and you'll see that this financial lead will suddenly disappear in a blink of an eye. You know, our dear Enya, he is starting to get ready. He's 0-0-0, a perfect kill line if you're behind, right? You have no deaths, no kills, it's fine. But you have a lot of gold accumulation already.
It's only 13 minutes in, and we only have a total of 6 kills across the board. Both teams, they're not necessarily very bloodthirsty.
Yeah, which is kind of surprising, right? I'm expecting both teams to be very aggressive in the way that they go for the fights.
Largely, I thought that Evil will be a lot more aggressive.
Yeah, exactly.
But they are a lot more
conservative
and
disciplined, yeah,
discipline as much as possible. But right now, this is the fight that we are waiting for. As the RWM is on, Mother Protection coming from the side of Evil is just going to be popping themselves out pretty nicely. But now, look at Supergirl, just going to be zooming all around, but he couldn't hold himself on long enough as Coconut pins all these needles on top of him. Enya will hope to get himself running away, but probably this is the time for the cycle. Evil is now taking on the Lord.
Yep, a perfect fight there by Evo. Here's another kill for them as they're looking at the last member, Reminiscent. No steal for you, baby boy. He is gonna try.
Trying to get himself. The Void Crystal connects and it goes down.
Evo take another win for themselves, and it looks like this is their attempt to shut it all down. SMG, game 1 looking a bit kind of crazy here.
Evil defying all odds. Executes the very first Lord of the game in 14 minutes and 30 seconds in. Alright, that is the second Lord actually. The Lord will be marching down the middle lane, and this will help Evil to get a strong push down in the bottom lane. And they would eventually be able to get all of the outer turrets down and perhaps bring the inhibitor turrets down too.
Yep, this is a tense situation. They're going to try and get the setup. Quiz is going to be caught on the back line. He's going to be forced to use the flicker, but I think maybe Evo is a bit too far forward here, ahead of the game. 9,000 gold almost.
Twist is not remotely phased by the fact that he got caught by Supergirl. But in the meantime, Dairy willingly sent himself over to the backlines, was looking and hunting for Coconut. And all 4 members for the side of Evil, they're actually all the way at the bottom lane. They could actually be looking to end this game right here, right now. But here we go. Make me to bring down Karen. Reminiscent was hoping they would be able to get himself away from the RWM. Powerful out to the top side and just taking a lot of flank from the side of Enya. A little bit of swing from the side of the Lord. The rest of the members coming from the Evil, they were hoping they would be able to bring down the core, but it doesn't seem like they will be able to do so. As the Winter Trunk coming from the side of Metal was hoping that he'll be able to stay alive for a little while longer, but wasn't able to do quite so.
A turnaround, potential turnaround. SMG survived, but can they really live to fight another day? The base is so low. And if you take a look, they've given so many lives for this. 7 and 12 kills respectively for SMG and Evo. You know, we were complaining there were 6 kills only, and now suddenly we've jumped to 19.
We lost, I mean, there's a lot of life has been lost, let's just put it that way. Evil, they may have lost all 5 of their members. It may have been a complete wipeout. But Evil, they did manage to get some collateral damage in, and that is an entire barren wasteland over to the side of SMG. Whatever desert that you are thinking of, that is the home of SMG right now.
It might look like, you know, desperation for the side of SMG, but, you know, Enya, after all of that skirmish, she's actually 2-1-1. Dairy here.
Oh, hold on a second. The conceal play, every single one of the members from the side of Evil, they are powering themselves down onto Dairy. The pick-up potential from the side of SMG has now been effectively eliminated.
Yep, they definitely need to cycle through the members of SMG. They know what's the win condition. As long as it's a staggered fight, Evil should take this game 1.
As the entirety of Evil marches in with a single wave of minions in the middle, it's not going to be a difficult thing for SMG to even take them all away. But as a proof of concept, as well as a couple of caution, Miku even popped the cult Alta He definitely wouldn't have that for a while now.
Yep.
The bottom lane will be pushed out a little bit, but SMG, they do have a bit of a pretty good crowd clear. Madison, how is he even supposed to get himself away from this? He does have immortality though. The Void Crystal connects onto him, but there's no way that he'll be able to get out of that. Immortality pops, and goodbye to Madison.
Yep, he's buying time. I mean, that was a good attempt, and he does manage to buy some time for SMG. But bear in mind, the base is barren here, and Evo, they are going to have this Lord secure for themselves. Very simply, now the question is SMG. Can they make it last in this game one? Because to me, it looks absolutely over.
Situation is dire. Evil took the third Lord, and that is all that they could do at this point in time. As we continue to move on to the 18th minute mark, SMG's members, most of them are already pretty done fed up about this, but they have a lot of gold in their hands as well. Evil is only, what, 4,500 gold on top of SMG? SMG just requires one big play, one good play, in order to turn it around.
Well, remember what I said just now. Once Enya comes online, that gold lead will kind of disappear and shrink in a moment's notice. And that potentially is what we might be looking at. Powerful going to be forced to use the headbutt, but I don't think there's going to be much here. The real defense starts.
Enya does have the Wind of Nature and the Malefic Rod though. Can they even be able to defend this onslaught for the side of Evil? Melon pops it up with the RWM. Was hoping that he'll be able to zone everyone else out. The core is now at half HP. The Lord is almost going down. And of course, we do have Twins that's still alive as well. Evil 3-man versus the side of SMG. They focuses onto the core.
For a moment, Evo looked a bit shaky right there, but they have taken the lead. They've taken themselves away. And game one goes to Team Evo.
This is the game. Of course, SMG, they need some time to collect themselves. And this is probably the perfect timing for me to say that SMG, this game, it's time for them to listen, look, listen, and learn.
Yep.
I hope that you get the point, Suki. I hope you understand the meme. This is my story. Listen, look, listen, and learn.
Okay, anyway.
She doesn't understand!
I'm sorry, I'm a boomer. Anyway, so, okay, that game. Evo drafted a very good draft against the lineup that SMG created, right? We saw them picking up the Fredrin first. So we think, oh, Fredrin is going into the jungle. Fredrin is going to be, you know, typical. We know what a Fredrin jungle does.
Yes.
But no, they have the Akai. They're like, oh, maybe the Akai is going roam? No, surely not. And then they have a Hilda, right? So these three heroes, I think they messed up the lineup that SMG is used to playing. We were talking about regular season. They are downloading. They are intellect collecting on the side of Evo. And they have downloaded what SMG are doing, what the other teams are doing. And they have showcased themselves today as being able to take down what we believe to actually be one of the top 3 teams in SMG.
Yep.
There could be a chance that Evil can make it even further than we expected.
Oh, yeah.
I'm excited to find out the answer. I'm excited to see Evil trying to prove me wrong here. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's focus down onto the statistics for game number 1.
Yep, it is. I mean, the items is a must to talk about for Carrot. I mean, this tenacity pick for the emblem. He gets the antique cuirass, the blade armor, Athena shield. Like, this 3 itemization really messed up the entire game for SMG SG because, you know, in the middle of the game, or maybe the early parts of it, Reminiscent was actually at level 12 and Carrot was at level 9. But Reminiscent, it felt like Reminiscent was fighting against a level 15 Hilda there. Right? It was so difficult for them to initiate anything at all. It's simply because of just the presence of Carrot.
And we even saw Carrot go one-on-one against Enya and take him out without much trouble, right? And that is something that I think Evil were able to overtake SMG in this regard. We saw SMG were saying that Evil's lineup is very early game. SMG were able to hold out. They were able to survive, you know, the low kill. They played very, very safe. And then it culminated into that 14-minute fight in the middle lane where they just cleared out the entirety of SMG and Evil knew that they were ahead. We look at the damage dealt. Look, SMG played very safe. Evil did everything right. You know, they baited out the Call Altar, they baited out the ultimates from the side of SMG before they went in for the kill. And every time SMG thought they had a chance to go in, I have to say, Melon, Eve, his real world manipulation locked out Enya 3-4 times. Every time Enya wanted to go in, he got locked out there. And then Akai, the powerful, he was able to keep the entirety of SMG down while Coconut just skipped out of there, even when Coconut got caught out.
It definitely seems as though the SMG is lacking a little bit of that lockdown potential somewhere in the middle to the later stages of the game. They just seem as though that Evil will not stop. They are this rampaging truck that just continues running down the highway, and there's nothing that can stop Evil. In the meantime, Evil do have quite a lot of that to be able to stop SMG. Even in the early stages of the game, we have our MVP shining out loud. Of course, Carrot, all the way from the start to the end, he's been an annoying bugger. And whatever it is, in the jungle, in the lane, in whatever it is, in the objectives, he knows what he's doing.
Yep, he's the epitome of how Evil plays, right? Fight, 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 early game all the way. You don't get to come back at all. 94% kill participation. I mean, he has a perfect score. 5-1 and 11, you know? Just to give some hope to the other side of SMG SG, he died once.
But that was when they were diving the base, with the base shooting at all of them, and they were like, okay, you know, we'll let you have one fight, SMG. We'll give it up just for this one time.
I mean, they kind of like sacrificed their entire team just for 3 turrets, right? 3 inhibitor turrets, right? That is probably what I would have assumed.
Yeah, I mean, that game, I really feel like it was I want to say it's an outdraft, right? Because I think they took away a lot of Reminiscence key heroes. They took away the Akai, they took away the Martis, they took away the Fredrin. Like, you imagine they took 2
Atlas
junglers.
as well.
Yeah, like they took the 2 junglers like on the side of Evil. That's like double the survivability, double the lockdown that you would normally have on a team, and they didn't sacrifice damage because the Hilda came in clutch for them.
Yep, I think this is a very different Evil. It's pretty hard to make SMG look bad, but Evil, you know, they made them look like they were amateurs for a moment in this game 1.
I mean, it's not exactly that SMG did a lot of mistakes. In fact, I think that they don't really have a very good answer at that point in time. They followed their own rotations. They needed to react most of the time because they are thrown completely off guard by 3 hybrid heroes that they don't know which lane they are actually gonna go. And I think that Evil thought through this very well. And I'm pretty sure that this mic check from their winning highlights is gonna give us a lot of a better idea how their communications is gonna be like in this game.
My mid ah.
I got attack. Wait. I need help. Let's help with me. I need help.
Coming.
Hey, the Fami's figure.
Family salty. Hey, let's go.
Wow.
不要紧，慢慢拿到得得。打。Coming. Oh, out there.
Nice.
Go.
切小心。
OK， 我 heal 先。
哇，my bot I go bot。
你去吧。
哇 ，damn loss 啊 ，nice。
到了。
走。
我再打。
你帮我。
你可以吗？
哎，再见。
来。
蛋。
我再頂啊！Nice。Go。I lost already。I lost。到。
Scope Enya。
Yeah, I kill it.
他被踢。OK。
Solo kill lah, bro.
It's
not solo kill, but whatever.
我再打。
Can we have that again? Something about solo kill.
No, the fact that they can just say, you know, whatever against SMG SG, the disrespect here, Team Evil. I mean, okay, they won game 1. Let's give them that, right? They had the strength and tenacity, the actual tenacity, not just the emblem, right, to take this game away from SMG SG for game 1. I mean, they deserve the credit. They can say whatever they want, at least for this game 1.
I think we have discovered what the playoff buff is. I think is they are in love with the atmosphere, the crowd, the big area to just scream their hearts out and say, nice.
Honestly, right? I don't doubt that.
Yes.
Evil has one of the strongest supporters out there.
Yeah.
Have you seen their neon signs?
I love the powerful sticker, like the little sticker
They
sort
have
of sign.
boards
Yeah.
for every single one of their members.
Yep, and you can hear the fans, right? We don't even need to ask them to
You
cheer.
can see powerful
you can
right
already
here.
hear them behind us making so much noise.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
can
yeah.
see evil right here. I'm pretty sure that they have like a lot more boards, but it's probably in the front
stickers
side
are
of the
cute.
seats,
Yeah, the
right?
sticker is so cute. I
They
was
have
like,
so much.
No, but I feel like Pavo has branded the hairstyle now. Like he
Yes.
can never change his hairstyle.
It's like a curtain, right? Open in the morning. You will see him sometimes on the player cam doing
Hey,
this.
that is us in the morning, right? When we don't have our hair done and whatsoever. So, you know, we have some share of the pie when it comes down to that hairstyle.
Yeah, sure. I fully support curtain hairstyles. I do not judge. You can do whatever you want with your hair, Abstract.
Yeah, but talking about doing what you want, is Evo in Game 2 gonna be allowed to do exactly what they want again? SMGSG, we know they're not easy opponents. They don't sit down, you know, after you tell them after you put them on their butt, they're not gonna stay there. They're gonna, you know, rise up and potentially punch you back in the face.
This is the problem though. When it comes down to looking at SMG versus Evil, the main problem that I see really boils down to the fact that Enya has got a lot of pressure on his shoulders, right? In the early stages of the game, Supergirl is required to win in his lane, and Supergirl is required to do a lot of the roaming, right? He is one of the core members of the team that is required in team fights, because Enya is more of the late game superstar. His micro game in the late stages of the game where he can turn things around and really outplay people, that is where he shines. But in the early stages of the game, people know that that is his weakness, and they will pummel him into the ground. And if Enya doesn't perform in the mid to the late stages of the game, even when his items are up, that is going to be a huge hit to him.
When the
Yeah, I
body
agree with you on
suffers,
that point.
your team
SMGSG
is
needs to
spared
take
blooms.
better care of Enya, right? He might get pushed out of the game altogether, and we've already seen Evo do that once. Suki, let's walk through the draft. You know, what kind of mindset do you think Evo has at this point? They've already taken the game 1, and the draft, they're going to ban out this Dairy Kaja as well as this Benedetta that is Supergirl's favorite.
You know, the drafting, I think, from Evo has been very interesting, right? They don't draft the way that most teams draft, right? We were just saying that a lot of the teams now are running that Lancelot. They're prioritizing these assassin junglers who can move around the map and just being able to punish any sort of aggression to their own jungle. But the problem was when you're facing up against a Fredrin Arkai and your Lancelot has to be babysat by the Cho, you cannot give any space for Enya. And so that is the issue that they had in the first game.
I actually really appreciate the fact that Evil picked out the Benedetta to ban against Supergirl. Even though we all know that Supergirl very likely tacked in 3 games of Benedetta because of gear, that doesn't necessarily mean that Supergirl will not play the Benedetta here, because it is one of his comforts as well. Comfort versus comfort, Supergirl takes his comfort away from Bleed. But right now, it is fair to say that his Benedetta have got value, and Evil recognizes that.
Yep, I just want to note that this is something you cannot see, but this is the mental game being played by Evo here. You know, right now, SMGSG, the players might start to think, you know what, we are running out of options. They've shut down the heroes on Dairy, they've shut down the heroes on Supergirl, and very soon you will see they actually are trying to shut down the choices for Mikumi as well.
It kind of seems as though there is a couple of issues, right, when it comes down to the previous lineup, right? I don't think that Team SMG will be playing the Alet anymore, for example. Paramis is something that they will still use because it's still an added layer of protection, and Claude may come off a little bit too late and requires a lot more conditions
Among
to be
the
unlocked.
planes
As such,
exists the
Melissa is actually going to be
equilibrium
one of a very
which I
important
was made
hero
for.
Team SMG to pick, and I wouldn't doubt that they will pick it up right here, right now.
We might considerably see a carry as well. That's another one of Enya's picks. Suki, what do you think about carry in this game?
I think it really depends on how early they want to pick this gold laner, right? I think Melissa as a first phase pick is much safer than a carry pick, because if you're thinking about a lineup that is not very tanky, I think we always imagine carry as the tank
Need some
melter,
stitches? I can
right?
help.
And so Melissa is, I think, the safer bet for SMG right now. But that also means that it's available for Evo to take if SMG are now going for their very tanky lineup. Even without the Faramis, it is still a very potent way to play.
Yep, they need to provide more protection for Enya, and the way that Dairy likes to play, he normally sets up fights, right? He's not really the kind of, let me protect my marksman. Let me get the kill for my marksman instead. I think that's the way that Dairy likes to set things up. And I like that playstyle, but I think they really need to protect Enya more in this game too.
Yeah, and we are going to see the reply Beatrix Lapu Lapu. That is, I think this is the way Evil like to play. They like to fight, they like to get in there and, you know, do the damage, burst the enemies down. And this is, it's a worrying start to the draft. I think, once again, you know, we always say Evil doesn't have a coach. They don't need a coach. They have the book.
They have the book.
I now kind of believe in the book.
Right? Right?
After seeing them play, I now believe in this book, and the way that they're drafting is just so intelligent.
It's very different from regular seasons, isn't it?
It's very different.
Very different for sure.
Now, of course, when I'm looking in the eyes of Evil and I see the Grog, most of the time we'll probably bring ourselves to think, Grog is very likely gonna be the roam. However, I don't think that it is time for them to lock that in just yet, as Supergirl can play the Grog in the EXP lane as well, and that could be a multitude of surprises that could actually throw Evil off guard. They still gotta be as cautious as they can, as technically, quote-unquote, the underdogs of this series. They picked up the one game from Team SMG, and if they are able to win in this game's drafting stage and really completely find the small little secrets of Team SMG,
I will protect you.
That is definitely gonna help them a lot.
Yep, SMG gonna ban out the Lolita. Yes, a good ban for sure. A Numenon Blast is going to absolutely wreck the backlines of Team SMG. Also, Lolita can be considered an early game hero, right? With the charge and the shield as well, it provides a lot of cover that can make space for Coconut, not just to farm, but to potentially get a kill as well. Charge is very important on this Lolita in the early stage, because it can set up for very painful positions for Team SG to be ahead.
So we know that in the regular season, this happened before, right? Evil won the first game, and then SMG pulled out the surprise Alice Jungle. Now Evil is worried about the surprise Esmeralda.
I think that the final pick when it comes down to Dairy / Supergirl is gonna be super important. I'm just looking at the fact that Team SMG, they do have very good potential in teamfight and huddling together. As long as they have got wild charge that can help them to open up maps a little bit in the later stages. Especially, it fits the MO, it fits the bill for Supergirl. That even though he's in the EXP lane, he's required to do a lot of roaming and is required to do a lot of movement around the map. I'm looking at a Grok EXP and a Dairy on Ruby.
Oh.
I think they have pretty good early games so far, right? This Valentina against Eve matchup, both of them are able to clear the lanes pretty quickly. We talk about rotation speed. Maybe Valentina edges it out a bit with the Arcane Shape, maybe used as a movement ability, right? But now the final bans, you know, the Alice and Esmeralda, like you mentioned before, no surprise picks, right? They don't want any surprises from the side of SMG. And SMG, likewise, do not want to take a look at that Fredrin from the side of Evil again.
Locking down the jungle is going to be very important. So far, we have seen a lot of Fredrin picks from the side of Team SMG, but they themselves have banned it out. Akai is technically still available to be picked, but that also means that if they were to pick Akai, then they're gonna have to find some other ways in the EXP laner to have more impact. Akai just supports so much utility, he just doesn't really have a lot of the kill pressure. If they go for Akai plus Grok, a lot of kill pressure is just gone. As such, the Ruby cannot be played. I would not expect to see a Ruby from Team SMG anymore.
Yeah.
Yep. Akai is going to be the pick, and they are going to reply with a Martis. So Martis is one of the fastest junglers in the game right
Martis
now.
on powerful. Oh,
yeah,
my
we have seen powerful Martis. We know that he's very strong. I mean, the NTCC that Mortal Coil offers is going to be quite detrimental to the side of SMG SG. Flip side, of course, you know, if you're talking about Akai, a heavy spin, that's great as well. That's a lot of lockdown. And Carrot back on the Hilda again. Is it going to be the same Hilda? Is it going to be a tenacity Hilda that we see again? The early game, once again, very strong for Team Evil. They have a perfect setup for Coconut on this Beatrix. There's a lot of growth to be had.
Okay, the only, I don't want to be too negative, right? I don't want to put all my eggs in the SMG in the Evil basket. I'm not that much of a convert yet to the book. All right. But looking at the lineup, right, the only saving grace, I think, for SMG's draft right now is that they don't have the Akai to save Coconut like they did in Game 1. But the Martis is going to be so hard to deal with when he has that anti-CC, when he can just go in and wreck the backline. Franco on the side of Team S, very tanky lineup from Team SMG here.
Yep, I like this pick though. Okay, so here's the concept behind the Franco pick. They are gonna face Carrot most of the time. Carrot's gonna be the one rushing in, and when Team Evil rushes in, they all rush in. So they're hoping to be able to pick off at least this Coconut Beatrix, if not Melon's Eve as well. That's what they're hoping for. But as we all know, the theory and the practice of it are two different things. So let's see whether this Dairy Franco is gonna work out for SMG SG. This is tournament playoff, live on the line. Potentially a best of one already.
They're gonna have to do something about this. Like I said before, Team SMG, their lineup doesn't really seem to have a lot of kill pressure. And the pressure lies onto Melissa. The early game will be important. In this game, match point between Evil versus SMG.
Alright, you can hear the fans gearing up for it. Team Evil, their fans are ready and expectant that their team should win this. But it all comes down, I think, at least in the early game, to this Carrot. Now, he's going to go back with the tenacity back onto this Hilda again. And this time we'll see, can SMG SG better answer the problems posted to them by Evil?
Well, of course, right off the bat, it doesn't seem like the junglers are going anywhere, unorthodox. Running straight over to their junglers is going to be the best way to move around. And of course, remember how we said that, how I said about the fact that Grok gonna have to be moving around a lot more. He is able to clear the waves very effectively with the power of nature and just move right on. But that doesn't mean that he will have kill pressure onto Lapu Lapu, as Lapu do have quite a bit of sustainability. All he needs to do, go in, spin, clear, get out.
So let me just highlight something about the way SMG SG is playing, specifically for Dairy. So what Dairy is doing across this early game is to help the mid laner clear the lane and provide some additional pressure as well. What this does is they're trying to get Evil's Roma to go to the mids to relieve the pressure off of their marksman here, which seems to be working, but Dairy gonna be forced to flicker.
From this point on, with only 20 seconds left on the clock until the turtle pops up, SMG's front line is very tanky. To the point that it kind of reminds us back to the tank era, isn't it? In fact, this is very much like the back in the tank meta, where we have 3 frontliners, an unyielding force, an unstoppable force. And the 3 of them just goes ham. I mean, it's pretty much the same thing that we are looking out from this Grok, right? He's tanky, he still can do good amount of damage, like how we are looking at Arlet these days.
Yep, I agree. I mean, the tankiness, perhaps this is the formula for SMG SG this time. But we'll see. The first true test is here.
Carrot now in the midst of it all. He was hoping that he'll be able to run away with it, and he did manage to successfully do that. Supergirl finds himself taken down while Powerful continues on. Mortal Call, and of course, executing one after another. An early triple kill, and with a tower on top of it. Or rather, sorry, a turtle on top of it.
It's a testament to his name. He is called Powerful for a reason, and now they're leading 4-0 in a matter of 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Evil looking like they are going to try and win this series as quickly as possible.
They don't have the damage in the early game, SMG it is. And of course, they are relatively tanky. Their base health and base armors are not too bad. But in the face of a Martis, you will get shredded down. This is the problem when it comes down to SMG. In the early stages of the game, they don't have kill pressure. It's very difficult for them to even find a way to secure objectives. But in the middle stages of the game, that is probably when we'll start to see them shine a lot more. Once they reach somewhere around level 6 or whatsoever, that is where they're starting to get a little bit down and dirty. As Dairy goes for the flicker and hook onto Carrot, he's gonna go down. Small little sacrifice because they have a bigger sheep in mind, and that will be Enya. Dairy joins into the mix as well. Powerful continues his execution onto Miku, and he's not done yet!
triple kill once again for Powerful, and it looks like Evo is way too big for SMG SG. This is not the SMG that we are expecting this morning for sure.
It's the signature hero after all. Whenever I look at Modest, the first name that comes into my mind, Powerful. Powerful Modest sets a statement. And I believe that in the first 4 minutes, this is more than enough of a statement to say that his Modest is overruling SMG.
Yep, SMG, they're definitely on the back foot here. They need to be careful. This is just 4 minutes, but it's a 4.4 thousand goal lead from the side of Evo. They have so much work to do though. It is only the second turtle that has been taken. No, the first turtle. Second turtle is just going to be spawning right now.
A bloody battle, a grim fight awaits for SMG. Something needs to be different. They can't just floor it and overwhelm Modest anymore. In fact, they can't try find any way to overwhelm Evil anymore. They need to turn things around. They need to change their gears a little bit. Focus a little bit more onto their own jungles. Focus on a single team fight. Focus on capturing, instead of taking a full-out team fight, which they are clearly not ready for.
Yeah, Melon showing up, showing who is the better mid laner, but it's not just a mid laner battle. The whole thing falls on Carrot. Carrot has been, so far, the MVP for me of the game. His rotations have made life so difficult for the entirety of SMG's lineup.
From this point onwards, Powerful pretty much emits a defiance aura onto everyone. Everyone is not gonna come close to him. He will melt down anyone that he sees. And when it comes down to the Retribution battle, it will make things even worse. Powerful is currently at level 10. Reminiscent, 3 levels away.
Yep, this is a huge jungle gap here, and SMG looks like they might be on their last legs already. If you take a look at the gold accumulation, the Beatrix Fury Hammer into a BOD as we speak. And to make matters worse is what Coconut has on his emblems. He has the Weapons Master, which means he gets an extra 15%, you know, in terms of the stats and the physical damage output. So Coconut with the BOD, that's a BOD plus 15%.
This is a tough spot to be. Martis is starting to build up a lot more tankiness. SMG just don't have anyone that can really melt him down in the early and mid stages of the game. Enya still needs time to farm. If not, he's just going to have to relegate 2 team fights prematurely. And that would mean that he's losing out in farm, and they may be able to hold out in the mid stages of the game, but that doesn't secure them in the late stages, and Coconut is just going to overwhelm them. Different kinds of overwhelming in different phases of the game. In the early stages, we are expecting to see that Powerful will be crazy. If SMG responds in a way by keeping Enya in the fight so that they have enough firepower to deal with Powerful, Coconut will be the next problem that they will see.
Yep, Coconut, like you mentioned, he is a beast in the making. If he isn't already a beast so far, right? We know how much damage he can dish out right now. And here we go, this might be the play for them.
The hook does not land, unfortunately. Carrot flew into the air, but it doesn't seem like the rest of the members from the side of Evil is completely phased at all. Powerful, almost there. The bloody hand connects, but there's just not enough damage. Miku, it does seem like he did manage to steal away Nomada's ultimate, and he went straight in to go for the execution on the Carrot.
Yep, that is one small win in a long series of consecutive wins that they need to even this game out. SMG, I mean Abstract SMG, this is not the performance that we were expecting them to put up today, but they are hanging on. Hang on.
It does seem like Derry is not in a good spot at all. Caught with his pants down. And SMG, they lost that pick of potential. The only one else who can do that would be Reminiscent. But let's be honest here, you wouldn't want to use a heavy spin right now as the Lord surfaces from the waters. As he rises up, Evil, they're raiding themselves. They have priority. They pushed out every single wave that's available. And SMG, they don't have time for a comeback.
Yep, it's not looking good at all for SMG SG, and this truly looks like they are on the last legs here. Evil, they're so close. It is 12-2, an 1,000 goal lead at 8.5 minutes. I mean, this is the kind of score we might expect in the regular season, but you know, this is playoffs, and this is day 2 of playoffs. One step closer towards the grand finals here.
This is not an expected result from the side of SMG. They are definitely going to be very devastated. 8 minutes, 9 minutes in, the Lord is marching on the top side. The bottom lane, completely gone, are the inner and outer turrets. The middle lane inner turrets are just waiting to go down. And SMG, they don't have any other way to defend this except to cower in the base. That is their best bet. The lead is way too high, and SMG, they're waiting for that last-ditch effort, to wait for that one time, to hope that it will come into good use, to hope that something miraculous would happen. And all they can do right here is to block the reinforcements. Supergirl with the Guardian's barrier. But Powerful and Carrot, they're not gonna be yielding anytime soon. But Powerful is readying himself. Every single one of the members from the side of Evil, they can jump in if they want to. But SMG's still solid resolve allows them to stick around for a tad while longer.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to do much here. I mean, SMG, they can only just stand and watch. Mortal Koi here going to just use that CC immunity to get out of the Iron Hook. And, you know, as it stands, Evil, we're looking at an Evil that is going to proceed further down this lower bracket and potentially put a spot for themselves in the lower bracket finals to see if they can touch that throne. And of course, right now, let's take a look at the items. This is how far they are apart. The disparity is huge here. Beatrix against this Melissa. Coconut and Enya, this is not what you want to see on the side of SMG.
The lead is growing by the minute. SMG, they lost all and every single one of their turret, with the only lone turret in the bottom lane standing. Evil dances and
Evil
prepares for the impending doom of SMG. A vast amount of recalls plus invisibility from their side. SMG found the opportunity and isolated Powerful. With 23 seconds left on the clock until the Lord spawns, Powerful would not be anywhere near it.
Yep, it's tough, man. It's tough to watch. Evil fans are very happy right now. You can see the smiles on their faces as we are here at the live venue. And Evil, they are just waiting for that perfect opportunity. 10K ahead. No, this is a huge lead. I'm not sure how they're going to recover from this SMG.
They need to capitalize in small, little mistakes, time and time again, until they eventually found a way to win the game. The small little mistake when it comes down to the conceal just now, that is one of those mistakes.
I mean, it's tough to watch, right? At this point, it's not even about, hey, can Enya recover in time? Can Enya even recover from this?
Enya can't exactly recover, but it takes some time. Demon Hunter Sword, Corrosion Scythe, Golden Staff, they are all built up. The next item in the list would very likely be the Malefic Roar. It's not necessarily going to be looking at defensive items. He just wants to focus on one thing only, and that is offense. To melt down from the front to the back. And SMG, unfortunately, wasn't part of the fight for the Lord. And Evil, once again, celebrating a victory a little bit too early perhaps, as SMG lands a beautiful hook from the hands of Dairy.
Yeah,
that is going to make the Lord unescortable, as only one person, or as only 4 person is available.
Yeah, but this is a 10K Evil, lead that we're talking about. It's not that simple. Sure, they are 4v5, but the fact that Powerful can walk up and right in their faces, face check bushes, that's a very scary notion to have. And pair up with that, he has the immortality on hand as well. It's might be the start of the end here as the Lord. He is gonna reach down to the base.
The Guardian's Barrier is definitely big. It did manage to buy him a little bit more time to ensure that Coconut and Melon would not be able to help them out at all. 3 HP, not looking good, and so is the Lord. SMG, they're doing very well in this defense. Romanticon, heavy spin, lock Powerful onto the core. Powerful is about to go down, and he will go down indeed. lead. The final nail in the coffin for the side of Evil could potentially be here. But unfortunately, Coconut joins into the play and he is finally online. Melon brings out a guy. They focus on the core, half HP, and now it's going to be left off Twist. He's going to go down. Enya comes in online, but Melon came back with a triple, and Evil with a ballista, with a Melon, with a couple of shots from the core. Melon ends it all.
Game over, and Evil make it even further down the lower brackets. This is not what we expected today. SMG SG, they falter so hard. My goodness.
How have this game turned out? From an early game demolishment from Evil against SMG, it starts to get a little bit closer over to the late. And a small little glimmer of light appeared in the eyes of SMG as Enya takes a triple. But he got blindsided and tunnel vision as Melon still stood tall.
Suki, please share with us. I mean, my heart is broken, but this was a great game by Team Evil.
You know, I think I have become a believer. Not of the book. Unfortunately, not of the book, but I think I have become a believer of Melon's Eve.
Let's be honest here. It's not called the believer. It's the believer.
Okay. Anyway, so look, let's just think this through, right? Powerful. He is the brain, the heart, the soul of Evil, and he drafted magnificently for both games, right? This game, he managed to secure himself the Mardis. That was something that I think perhaps blindsided SMG, it blindsided us, we totally forgot about it, I forgot about it, and when it came out, we know that, look, Powerful is feeling it, he's ready to go in, he's ready to take down the entirety of SMG. His Mardis plays, getting able to catch 3-4 players at once. He did what Arlet could not do in game 1, and he initiated, he went in, and he protected that Eve. You know what? Melon had no worries. He just dropped down the real-world manipulation, even with the Franco, even with the Akai and the Grok. He was fine. And that was something that you have to say is Evil have definitely stepped up their game. This is them at the playoffs. This is them excited. This is them hyped. And this is them taking it to the teams here at MPL Season 5.
Before we wrap up this series between SMG versus Evil, we do have got the itemizations and of course the rest of the statistics available for you guys to see what exactly went down throughout the entire event. Of course, Enya, he was there. And the finals moment, he came back and he had enough money to buy himself the Malefic Roar and even finish with the Wind of Nature. However, the Wind of Nature only negates physical damage, and Melon is his arch nemesis.
Yeah, Melon, I mean the fact that he won the game for them, this is a redemption for Team Evil. Like we mentioned before, Team Evil, they came in third last season, and this season it's a refreshing sight to see. And I mean, we were talking about the itemization, they are so far ahead. I have to focus, like I said, Carrot. Carrot is the man for me, man. His ability to tank and soak damage for the team is what really changed the entire gameplay for SMG. They could not handle him at all.
Look, you know, Melon on that Eve, I think here's the thing about Eve. You know, we've seen a lot of Fasa, we've seen a lot of Faramis, a lot of Valentina in regular season, and the Eve has only really come up recently, right? And that real-world manipulation is such a game changer. Every time they were trying to get out, you know, at that first fight, that 2-minute turtle where it was 4-0, and Evil just had the real-world manipulation down, and SMG couldn't get anywhere. They used it to catch a Grok. And that was something that you don't see very often. You don't see the Eve being so scary that the Grok has to run away. You know, we look at the fights, Melon was there 100% of the time. He was the real playmaker for me for Evil, and the damage dealt, so much work being put in by these, well, these wonderful players. I mean, Evil just really stepped up today. Powerful, Melon, Twist, none of them really, you know, dropped the ball. They all worked together, they all brought Evil through here, and now they have a real chance to get to the grand finals.
Yes, they have a real chance. This is a Okay, I'm not even gonna say it's a different Evo. This has been the same Evo since regular season. They were just fooling around, right? During regular season, they were trying out stress. They were saying, you know what, maybe this works, maybe this doesn't. We'll try against the better teams and we'll see whether this works or not. And you know, when it really comes down to a proof of concept, Evo is the team to make it work for themselves. This was a smash, let's be honest, this was a smash.
This is a smash. Honestly, I don't know what to make up of this story. Evo went to regular seasons and they don't seem to be that much of a powerful team, but yet here it is, playoff. We see them seem like as though they are parallel, on par with the Kings.
You know, when I came in last season as a talent, I got introduced to Team Evo by you guys, right? And you guys told me that, oh, they came from community roots. And I mean, if this is what community roots is, I'm pretty excited for what's going to happen for the rest of this season.
Melon and Powerful, both of them have got great potential to be the MVP here. Melon didn't die once. Powerful was one of the main reasons SMG was afraid of Evo. But Melon ended the game.
No, I mean, look, Melon on that eve was able to shut down whatever SMG tried, right? Yes, Powerful went in his modest, he was the disruptor, he was the initiator, but Melon was the finisher. He managed to shut down the entirety of SMG, managed to finish the game, and you know, this is well deserved. I am very, very surprised, pleasantly surprised. You know, Kin, you were saying that last season you were introduced to Evo. This season I'm introduced to Evo, and this is a switch in my brain that I can't get around. Like, regular season to playoffs, and you see all the Evo fans here, man, this is what they need to win.
My buddy there, Powerful, he's starting to create this cult of believers.
Yes. You can see he's happy about it. The team is happy about it. And of course, I mean, this is the Evo that now we have very, very high expectations. I'm expecting a lot more from them.
From now on, I'm just rooting for Evo.
no more community. I'm not going to refer to them as a community team anymore. This is a professional team. This is now what it means to be professional, right?
This is the peak. This is what peak performance looks like. And of course, Evo, I'm super happy about what they have got so far. Unfortunately, SMG, it's time for them to go home, and we look forward to seeing them in Season 6 instead. But for now, we're going to be passing on to the host. But before that, the highlights of this game.
Let's go. Three.
Hey, bang.
Balance. 點解收啲？323衰啦！嗰啲，你落啲啦，殺衰啦！唔覺啊，block 啲啲block啲。我啲啊，衰。打，那個別路。
來 Enya。
Nice one. Recall.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, what a mic check that was that we have just witnessed. It is really a very conflicting match emotionally because these two teams are so beloved by, you know, all of the supporters right here that we see today, both Team SMG and Team Evil. And of course, we are trying to find out who has the qualities to represent Singapore on the international stage. And we now have one team closer to representing Singapore on the international stage. Once again, congratulations, my friends right here from Evil. Very touched. Similar feelings to what I got when they actually won the game in regular season as well. Once again, very proud of you guys. I look at you, Melon. So cute, you know, in the sense that behind the scenes, I was like, wow, this Melon naughty boy down at BM actually. Who was it that was telling you? Spam recall.
Carrot.
So it was Carrot. Naughty. Okay, so a burning question that all of us have is, what are your thoughts on the playoff buff?
quite normal. Cause Evil in playoff, right, always like that one.
Oh, wow. You know, like over one season, right? These boys became men suddenly. It's expected, you know. We are the playoff kings right now. We have the playoff buff. Wow, really, really amazing. Okay, so now you have eliminated one team and you have now made it to the top 5. What are you guys gunning for this season?
We are gunning for top 2, but perhaps, hopefully can get top 1. Cause we really have the urge to like represent Singapore. Yeah. But that will be a big accomplishment, but we'll work towards it.
And we're very excited for you as well. Now, the thing is, it proved that you guys are that much closer to, you know, having first or even second position. Because Team SMG in the regular standings, you have seen that they are number 3, right? And they have taken some games off of Bleed, even for yesterday as well. And you guys, clean sweep, 2-0, no questions asked. You understood the assignment and you guys delivered it right there. So, the thing is, when it comes to the 2 titans that are up there, we're talking about Bleed Esports and RSG Slate SG. These are teams that I don't even think any sort of playoff buff can help you with, because it is teams that have faced international scenes. What are you guys going to do about that? Just pass the hard question to Melon, like you think.
I think we'll figure out a way to fight Bleed and RSG.
Right, Bleed and RSG, it's really, really a tough one. So we are really wishing you all the best. Now, another thing it's really wonderful to see is you guys have a great community that you have built up. So I'm not sure if you guys online can see this, but a great, great team. Is there anything that you want to say to the supporters that are here today?
Thank you for your unwavering support. I mean, without all this support, we won't even win a game. Look, after like we won SMG, you see the thundering roars from them. Wow, damn nice.
Smelly Cat, I'm still waiting for you.
Wow, so I'm carrying on, you know, the tea that he served yesterday. So yes, once again to highlight that, Melon says that he's waiting for Smelly Cat, and the context of it is because Smelly Cat threw a little bit of shade back at Evil in the regular season. So yes, they are out for blood right now. All hell's gonna rain loose in the Land of Dawn when you guys meet, and that is if Stellark wins the next series. All right, so
Stellark, please win,
Oh, so they are very excited to see you. So for that match, you all will hope that they will win, right? All right, so guys, at this point, we are all rooting for you. The casters are smacked across the face because across the board just now, they were voting for Team SMG. Any comments to the casters? I'm stirring the pot now.
To the casters, don't underestimate us. I think we have the playoff buff and we are coming.
Sassy! Yes, you see abstracts right there, like, oh, amazing stuff, and we're very excited. But boys, I'm rooting for you guys too. But remember, at this point, it's no longer a sprint anymore. It is a marathon. We're looking at best of 5s, best of 3s, best of 7s that are coming right up. So we wish you all the best, maybe together with all of our fellow supporters of Evil. I'm wishing you guys all the best. Thank you so much for joining us for this interview. Thank you. Wow, so yes, it seems really our boys have, you know, evolved and grown up with us along the way throughout the seasons. And you know what I thought were really nice, innocent boys were doing spam recalls in the Land of Dawn and throwing shade right here in live interviews as well. So that's very refreshing to see. But let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, another match that's gonna come up real soon is something that you don't want to miss. Match 2 will be involving 2 teams, and namely there are Stellark SG going head-to-head against Team Flash. Now this is still a very interesting dynamic that we're gonna see, because Team Flash, it does have expat players in it, and it brings an international sort of a gameplay right over to our veteran team of Stellark SG. Now, who will emerge victorious, whilst who will be sent home? That will be found out later on in match 2, happening in a few moments' time. So stick around, join us, and we'll see you then.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Osim.
Defeated due to oily acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. This is Team Hulk's secret for acne-free skin.
I'm the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Osim.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. This is Team Hawk's secret for acne-free skin.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Meet your end. Legendary.
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Osim.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian and Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian and Acno 5. This is Team Hub's secret for acne-free skin.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Osim.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian and Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian and Acno 5. This is Team Hub's secret for acne-free skin.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary!
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian and Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian and Acno 5. This is Team Hawk's secret for acne-free skin.
Hunter of all the evil gods! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
Enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Osim.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Garnier Man Acno 5. This is Team Hulk's secret for acne-free skin.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Osim.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. This is Team Hub's secret for acne-free skin.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary!
Supernova Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Osim.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. This is Team Hub's secret for acne-free skin.
I'm the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Osim.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Garnier Man Acno 5. This is Team Half Secret for acne-free skin.
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Osim.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Garnier by Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL SG Season 5 Playoffs. And right now, we are in the match 2 of the day. Now, it's very exciting. Earlier on in match 1 itself, unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to another team, and it is none other than Team SMG SG. And as of now, right now, we do have the top 5 teams that will be unraveled later on after this match. So we're very excited to find out who goes further right here in the playoff season. Now, this match is something that you definitely don't want to miss as well, because we're going to be seeing 2 different dynamics as to the teams that are coming up next, and they are none other than Stellark SG and Team Flash. What makes these 2 teams so exciting is on Stellark SG, these are a team of veterans that has loads and loads of experience, and talking about their hero pool, it is huge. Whereas over on the other hand of Team Flash, time and time they have proven that they have, coexisted seamlessly over on the land of Dawn, making some waves and money moves. And with that being said, Team Flash does have an international dynamic. We're talking about players from the Philippines, we're talking about players from Indonesia. So that's something that we're very excited to see from Team Flash as well. So who will emerge victorious and proceed in the playoff season, and who we will have to say goodbye? Let's find out after match 2 itself. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, presenting to you the teams right here today for match 2 itself. Let's meet them, shall we? First up, put your hands together for Team Flash. Despite losing to RSG Slate SG 2-0 on day 1 of the playoffs, this team was able to give them a run for their money, taking control of majority of their second game in the series, with the performance from Team Flash improving more and more every match they play. Will the other teams in the loser bracket be safe from elimination? Now going head-to-head against Team Flash right here for match 2 of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Stellark SG. Now, this is a team with ex-champions, ladies and gentlemen, experienced MPL veterans, and a coach from the Philippines. Stellark SG has the recipe to be a contender for the throne. Will the team be able to survive the upcoming battles that they have in order to secure Coach Tenshi his first MPL SG Grand Finals appearance? Let's find out on the battlefield at the Land of Dawn. And over from the other side, we have the coaches coming over. KZP over from Team Flash, and Tenshi right here from the team of Stellark SG. A friendly fist bump on both sides, and the teams are ready to head on over to their battle stations. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, right here at the beautiful Suntec City. Now, especially for those of you who are watching us on level 2 and 3, if you guys come on down and join us at level 1, there's plenty of seats available for you guys to get up close and personal with the players and getting front row seats to a match that you definitely don't want to miss. This is a free seating that you guys can enjoy on a first-come, first-served basis. So if you're watching from the second floor, head on down and join us right now here for the MPL SG Playoffs Match 2. So without further ado, I'm going to hand my time over to our 3 amazing casters to give us the lowdown on what's about to happen right here in this match. Take it away, guys.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, after the end of the first season, which was absolutely hyped, by the way, we are now going to be moving on to the second season, the second game of the day, the second match, second series, that's what I'm looking for. Anyways, of course, completely forget about the blunder. My name's Abstract, with me here is Suki and Kin. The 3 of us is going to be your caster for this series.
So we are very, very hyped, and there's a little bit of caster tension right now because Kin is trying to...
a little bit?
It's trying to get us onto the Stellar hype train. Kin, can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, so the two of them are on my right? But later, whether they are right or not, that remains in question. So today, right, it's actually a rematch from regular season. Of course, the statistics aren't looking too favorable for my side, right? But Stella against Flash, when they fought, I think Flash, did they win 2-0 or 2-1?
2-1. So
2-1.
Stella
So-
did take the first series. The
So
first game.
Flash won, right? That's the bottom line, right? That's why they are where they are at this point. But of course, with that being said, now both teams, their life is on the line. And Stellar KSG, they're going to be fielding Smelly Cat, Chesty, Sync, Odia, Bambi, and Forza. Old is gold. That's the model I'm going to run with today. And gold is great.
Yes. I'm following Suki now.
Yeah. No.
That is like Suki's tagline. Yes. Okay, of course, Stellar SG definitely have shown many flashes of brilliances, like how we are under the flash of brilliance. And of course, we do have another team that have their own flashes of brilliance. Suki?
So for Team Flash, there will be Vanix, Jay, Vegs, Yawn, and Cram God. And all of these players have stepped up a lot in the regular season, right? We saw them in the first couple of weeks, maybe not having the strongest lineup. This was the scenario where Yawn, as a very famed assassin jungler, was playing against a lot of tanky junglers with the rest of the teams. So they didn't get a lot of, I guess, momentum in the regular season, but they still won against Stellar, even with that slight, dip in tempo. So
Sure. You know, the past is the past. Let's focus on what is happening on the present. We have to be realistic about this kind of things, right? Reality is harsh, but of course, with that being said, let's take a look at the keys to victory for Stellar. Now, Forza, one of the old veterans of this season, we definitely need to make sure that he gets the hard engaged heroes. We have seen his Kufra, we have seen his Franco as well, and his Natalia. All of the very important heroes for him to set up the victory for Team Stellar. And of course, one of the things they need to focus on is actually Jay. Jay on this mage mid lane, he is one of the cornerstones for the victories on the side of Team Flash. And I think they've already experienced this. Yawn actually smashed them quite hard in the regular season with the jungle assassin pick. So they need to make sure that they limit his options this round.
And of course, as we move on to the next part of the portion, we've got the oldest gold team. How about Team Flash?
I guess they are the younger ones because Kin has already stolen the oldest gold for Stellar. So the young newcomers, I guess you can say.
He projects himself with Stellar for being old as well.
And so we need to look at Vegs to keep the pressure on Sync throughout the game. Sync, as we all know, quite a famed EXP laner, and Vegs needs to keep up the pressure on him. Vanix, he is a late game monster. We have seen him come online and just demolish entire teams, but they have to get there first. And of course, Stellar's macro game sometimes have fallen a little bit flat. This is what we saw in the regular season, right? We saw them actually lose with a Glue Fredrin combo against a Joy Natalia on the side of Flash. So this is something where I think Stellar, they need to work on their mistakes, their small issues in the macro game.
And of course, when it comes down to, Stellar versus Flash, we do have a good amount of information and intelligence to work with. Since they have already done with their regular seasons, we'll mostly be basing these statistics based on the regular seasons. And of course, let's not count about the very first brackets that they played ever since the playoffs started. Now, anything that is kind of like new to you, Kin?
Nothing, but I think Chesty has been showing up so far in this playoffs, right? Chesty now, his kill participation is 30%. He is quite heavy on the team fights as well. You've already seen yesterday, he was very involved with the team fights for Stellar, and that's one of the main reasons for him. His Yve, his mid lane, he's able to flex a lot of different heroes as well. So I think he's going to be a very key component. And of course, let's just some itty-bitty things about Stellar. How about SMGSG?
Well, for the side of SMG,
SMG Team Flash, sorry.
I followed through, but they are both orange, so let's just put it that way.
Yes.
Okay.
Right? Team Flash this time, right? The first thing that comes into my mind definitely gonna have to come down to Vanix, right? 713 GPM.
Yeah, so Vanix as the gold laner, he's not the highest GPM in the whole playoff season, but he has a KDA of 6.11, which is something that is quite high for a marksman or a gold laner because they tend to survive longer. They don't necessarily get all the kills, but they are there for the end game to solidify to be the finisher for their team, right? And I think for me, when I think about Flash versus Stellac, they have a lot of, I think it was 10 we discussed earlier, high hero diversity. They picked a lot of different heroes, right? Whereas Flash have a larger hero pool in the sense that they have played heroes outside of the meta or outside of what other teams have run.
Such as the Cho mid.
Yeah.
Yes. That was great. You know, Jace Cho. Woohoo! Of course, Stellac versus Flash. They are team head-to-head with all of the information being presented over to you. Excuse me. It does seem as though it is relatively down in the center, right? With Stellac being able to being better than Flash in the total damage dealt, the first turret rate, as well as the objective rate. While Team Flash seems to have better when it comes down to the win rate and the total KDA.
I think what you'll be experiencing later is you will see actually Stellac take control of the map a little more than Team Flash in the early game. So it really is, to me, while I am very supportive of Stellac, I think this is Team Flash's game to lose. They still have the advantage. They are a stronger team based on the results of the regular season. But, of course, with that being said, this is the playoffs now. It's a different game plan, right? And a different stake. It's a risk. Right now, anyone that loses is going to be knocked out of the competition already. No more chances given.
Yep, they have already used up their second life. And it is really unfortunate that they have to fight these out in the lower brackets. We've already sent another team home in the previous series, and now we're gonna have to see another team to go home. Is unfortunate, but this is how we managed to find ourselves the very first team, the champion that will be representing Singapore in the upcoming MSC in Cambodia. In the meantime, this is our talent prediction. At this point in time, for Team Flash, we do have myself as well as Tsuki that is looking out for Flash that will win in this series, while, of course, Kindofu is looking at Stellac. I can definitely understand why Tsuki decided to vote for Flash, because Flash is orange, but how about Kin? Explain a little bit more about Stellac.
Caster's curse, superstition, right? So majority wins, majority wins. Here's what is going to happen, right?
Okay,
you guys
moving on to
support
Tsuki.
Team Flash, so the Caster curse will activate itself, and Stellac will take this whole series.
But wouldn't that mean that it will be counter... It's kind of an irony, isn't it? Because, you know, there are definitely a good amount of people that is, you know, supporting, you know, Stellac as well.
The teams are going to hate me for this, but, you know, yesterday, every single result that I predicted, all lost with the exception of Stellac. So, like, today is the day for me, boys. This is Stellac's day, and they're going to win it all.
Brother, why would you oust yourself like that?
It's fine. It's fine. Doesn't matter. It's competition anyway. But does the audience agree with us? That's the main question.
Here's the thing. The audience are on a fence as well. Although there are a little bit more that are leaning towards Team Flash, but this is by far one of the most dead-even audience predictions we have got so far.
I mean, that's very difficult to, I think, choose at this stage, because all these teams, you know, regular season, we've seen them play, we've seen their head-to-head, but this is the playoffs. This is a completely different situation. There is a chance of elimination, or there is elimination on the table here, and these two teams have to come up with all that they can to survive, right? Yeah. And that is what they want to do today.
It's all in theory, right? Whatever we theorize here, it's just what we think. You know, when it really comes down to practice, when it really gets down onto the land of Dawn, it's going to be separate, very minuscule, multiple situations that would happen that will affect their decision making, right? And those decisions will kind of speak and lead the game to its final outcome.
We are just one phase away until the team gets down and dirty in the land of Dawn. But this phase is one of the most important phases that we're gonna have to look out for, and that is the drafting. With Team Flash starting things out with their first ban, first pick, while Stellac goes in for their second ban, second pick.
Yep, it's gonna be a tough one. So you can see right off the bat a couple of heroes that they have already experienced before. The Vex, Joy, cause absolute menace, destruction on the backline for Stellac. They will not want to experience that again. They're going to ban out the Joy, and I think a respect ban on the Fanny. So no Fanny for Yon, which means he is going to be left with a couple of options like his Hayabusa, tanks a lot as well. These are some of the potential combinations they can take a look at the side of Team Flash.
The problem for Stellac is that it's almost impossible to ban out Yon, right? His hero pool is so large, he's able to take on a lot of different heroes, and they have actually let the Glue through. Glue, a key hero that we have seen in the regular season as well as in the playoffs so far, and Eve, another hot pick right here at Suntec.
Yep, really like the bans here. The fact that they have Vex on this glue and the ban on Faramis is a very good synergy, simply because there is no extension of your life. You don't get to have a chance against this glue. When he catches you, you're dead. So the bans from Team Flash making absolute sense. No Grok, no threat of wild charge, and of course, this Valentina, you will not be able to get the IMU to work in your favor anymore.
You should.
If I do recall correctly, the one game that Stellac won against Flash in the regular season, they actually fielded a Thamus, Hilda, and Barat. So that is the type of lineup that we know Stellac can play, which I guess directly countered what Flash did. However, in the other two games, they gradually lost, and so Flash got the overall win there. So here in the drafting phase is going to be very important for Stellac to get themselves on these comfort hero picks that they know how to execute well against Flash, who we have said are mechanically gifted.
Yep, exactly. So the question now is, how does Stellac and Flash want to play this, right? Stellac, they won with the early game-centric strategy, where they had the Hilda actually just smash them right in the early game. Didn't allow them to snowball or even touch the late game time. So if we take a look at the next two picks, Claude and Kaja, a lot of disabling. This Kaja with the Divine Justice is going to be a menace and a problem that Stellac needs to address. And I think the pairing up with Vanix is a very good thing, because now not only do you have to care about catching a Kaja and stopping a Kaja, you have to make sure you try to get Claude. But Claude is such a mobile and slippery hero.
And of course, Stellac, this time they've pulled out the Leslie. The Leslie, of course, came in as a relatively unorthodox pick to many people out there, but it really boils down to the invisibility, the conceal that Leslie do have in his kit. They do understand that this Kaja would have one person in his eyes, and that is going to be the marksman, the position 1, in which case, Smelly Cat. They didn't want to go for a Melissa, they didn't want to go for a Beatrix. None of them have got a good way to deal with the single target ability that Kaja has, and that is to rope them in. Leslie though, she's got the answer.
Yep, the camouflage is definitely going to be important. It allows Smelly Cat to reposition, and I think this is the first time we have seen Smelly Cat play Leslie across the different seasons. I think this is the first time that he picked him.
If I'm not wrong, yes. But but of course, when it comes down to Season 5 itself, it is 100%. He has never played the Leslie.
Yep, so this will be a new introduction. And of course, with that being said, they're going to ban out the Hayabusa. And I think this is an important ban. I think Yawn is definitely one of the win conditions for the side of Team Flash. But that's what's so scary about Team Flash, right? They are a full-strength team. They have this perfect synergy, which allowed them to hit the top 4 finishing in the regular season in the first place.
Yeah, they did have some, I guess you can say, teething issues early on, running this assassin jungler in a meta that I think supported more of the tank jungle situation. So having now the confidence to run the assassin jungles in the playoffs, I think is a big boost to Flash. So we're going to have to see if they're going to be able to take away more of the heroes. It is going to be a Ling ban to close out Stella's draft, but that does mean that the Lancelot is still open.
Yeah, this Ling ban is actually pretty smart as well. You want to make sure that Smelly Cat is able to survive. Ling absolutely crushes a Leslie once she gets enough farm, and that's something they definitely do not want to allow to happen. And Franco, the final ban, simply just to protect the Vanix. That's all.
Yeah, but here's the question I have for you, right? If you are on Stellac, and you have a Kaja and a Glue on the opposite side, those are two heroes that are going to shut down an individual really, really hard. And that is going to be hard for Stellac to deal with. A Lancelot and an Esmeralda on the side of Flash.
Okay,
oh my.
Esme is definitely one of the better picks across the draft for Team Flash. That ability with the Falling Moonstar is going to be quite horrible to deal with, simply because it can stop Chesty in his tracks. Now, Forza going to get his hands on this Ruby in hopes that perhaps he will get a 3-man I'm Offended. Most probably on towards Yawn if possible, as well as Cramgod. I believe Vex will probably be out of the picture. They will not be considering to try and hook this glue in the first place.
One thing that definitely stood out for me is the fact that Jay in the mid lane has decided to opt in for an Esmeralda. Not exactly one of the main win conditions with a heavy impact in damage, but really boils down to more defensive capabilities.
Yep, and I mean, I like this final pick, the Martis. Martis Fredrin, very tanky, very painful lineup as well, but can this actually work? It will all remain in the early game phases.
as we prepare the gates over to the land of dawn, and we prepare the heroes to prepare themselves down over to the land of dawn once again. Flash as well as Stellark SG roams the lands of dawn, and they are preparing as well with all of the minions and ballistas to march down. Who is going to be the one to take down the turrets, the lords, and the core?
You are gonna have to see whether or not Stellark can continue on into the lower bracket, or if Flash is going to take away the opportunity from Stellark here. All these goals versus flashes of brilliance, we shall see here today at the playoffs.
Immediately right off the bat, we are looking at the fact that the junglers are working with their general and generic rotation. But Jay, though, something a little bit different here, isn't it? It's not something that we see a lot from the middle mage, but he immediately went over to the opponent's jungle and forces Bambi to work onto the purple buff and using the retribution. As such, the Lethal Wanderer is more or less going to be a free take for the Lancelot, allowing the Lancelot from the side of Team Flash to actually hit to level 4 a lot faster, a lot easier. And I would definitely want to expect that Team Flash would want to be on the aggression.
You look at Flash's emblems, right? That's 3 of them on Avarice. So they're going to be wanting to poke and prod at Stellark to get as much of that gold going into the late game here. So Flash definitely looking to fight early, looking to be aggressive. And I mean, with an Esmeralda, you have to be aggressive. You can't sit back and you have to just go all in.
Team Flash's team coordination is going to be very important. They're more of a team that have kind of like a jack of all trades, right? They are able to work kind of like a front to back in the mid stages of the game. They would want to be a snowball team that can actually work on a death ball. That can definitely be possible with the help of Vanix being able to reach everyone within of Stellark while they are caught within of Jay's falling star moon. In the meantime, they can also play pickoff, which is great in the early stages of the game thanks to Crime God's Divine Judgment.
I do think that Bambi on that Martis is going to be what we're going to be looking out for, but Sync is going to get initiated on here.
Immediately with the Divine Judgment, just going to be locking down on Sync. His HP not looking to be very good. Expensive flick just so that he will be able to get away, but he taunts up onto Vex, and the Appraisal's Wrap was not able to connect down to Vex, unfortunately, as the Split possesses his soul. They are able to come back into this game, and Flash is 2 men down, Stellark with only 1, and Bambi seizes the turtle.
Chesty on that Eve, I think, is the hidden hero of that fight, that he was able to zone out part of Flash to do the damage down and to immobilize them, not allowing people to go in and also not allowing anyone to get out.
Stellark with the early game lead, and with the amount of tankiness in their lineup, definitely will help a quite tad bit, right? Concussive Blast coming in from the side of Fredrin as well as Ruby, they do have a lot of ways and means to be as annoying as they can over to the lineup of Flash. But the thing is, Flash is also relatively tanky. In the early stages of the game, the only few people they can really deal with is the roamer, the jungler, as well as the marksman. In the meantime, speaking of the roamer, Fossa does seem like his HP is not looking to be very well, but a Mortal Coil and Decimation connects down over to Yon, and Yon takes the 2nd death of the game.
The lockdown from that Martis, every time Yon was about to get out, he interrupted his skill and caught him into that corner. But it's going to be a big fight here.
The real world manipulation locks down the Crime God right underneath the turret's nose. Jay is just poking his nose somewhere around here, but it doesn't seem like he will be able to take control of the river at all.
Stellark is rotating as 4, or even, oh, not really 4. They're rotating as 3 and 4 just to try and push back Flash, who we know they like to be aggressive. We look at their emblems, it's all about movement speed, it's all about surviving in these fights, it's all about fighting. And this is not allowing them to fight, even though Vex is going to get attacked here.
The split and all the goos are dead. Vex would not be able to stack up any more sticky stacks over to the side of Stellark and will have no more use for this body at all. In the meantime, down in the bottom lane, a lot of aggression is just going to be poured over to the side of Smatty Cat, forcing him to fall back a little bit, and this allows Claude to push the lane just a tad bit and to get a little bit more gold from the energy shields.
The problem here, I think, for Flash... Oh, no, sorry. The problem here for Stellark is that, as we can see, even though they are hitting kills, Flash is keeping up with the gold because Stellark is investing all this time into the rotations, into trying to get these pickoffs. Flash is able to sort of even out the money. Not too worried here, but the turtle fight is going to go down.
Yon takes the turtle immediately after the Phantom Execution. Stellark, unfortunately, is going to be losing out in this for a tad little bit, and they are now 500 gold behind.
Yeah, so, you know, Flash, I think their emblem choices is trying to snowball them into the late game, right? These, the avarices, the gold being piled up slowly but surely. Flash aren't too worried about dying in the early game, right? It's not about who gets the most kills, it's who takes down the enemy's base.
I'm rather relatively safe to say that Stellark's marksman will not be too afraid of death as well. Sync, on the other hand, he's relatively afraid, right? Top lane with the Esmeralda and Glue, both of them are extremely annoying, and it kind of seems as though the amount of pressure that they are putting up top will be able to help Vix unlock himself to bring down the first tier defense turret. This way, Flash will be able to move together as a whole 4-man unit with much more coordination.
So we can see Flash already thinking about the macro game, already thinking about taking this very early tower. And Stellark, they did try to get a dive at the bottom lane, weren't able to achieve anything. But once again, they have to go as 3 or 4. They do catch out Jay here though.
Team Flash eventually will start to see that they will hit a brick wall. They don't necessarily have a lot of back lines that they can work with. They don't have those massive impact in terms of damage. They have a lot of front lines, no problem. They can dive, no problem as well. But if they go through with it, they must finish the fight either by their death or the opponent's death.
Thunderbelt already built on Yon. So he's going to want to be more aggressive in these fights. And even though he did get caught out a couple of times, you know, they just need to work together as a team. Those were isolated incidents, right? I think Flash, they still have a bit of the lead going. They know how to play this game. I don't know about Stellark going for all the kills, but the gold is still in Flash's favor.
Flash will slowly want to ramp up, right? In the early stages, they can't really dive in together. They still need the help of Vanix. In the early game, it is all up to the 4-man to find small little picks. And that, unfortunately, is not the pick that we are looking for. On the other hand, Stellark, they must be happy about that.
Yeah, Fossa invested the flicker, getting Vex into tower range to get the kill on him there. And that was, I think, a little bit too much aggression from them. But Flash...
There goes the dive, starting off from the side of Jay, with not a lot of people to come in and help. Yon immediately retreats away from the perimeter of the real-world manipulation, and Cramgod doesn't have the Divine Judgment. He would not be able to lock anyone down. They do not have the priority of the turtle.
Yeah, Chesty on that Eve, able to get the positioning right to deal the damage in the early game, while, you know, Leslie is still chilling out, farming up in the top lane. And Jay actually on the Esmeralda doing a lot of work, but Chesty a close second here.
Yep, with a 19,000 damage dealt over to the opponents, and Chesty with 18,000. Smellycat, surprisingly, is already one of the top 3, even though he's mostly been hanging around in the lanes. This pretty much suggests that there is a lot of things that's going on in the bottom lane, which really allows Smellycat to rack up on all those damage. And these damage doesn't really contribute economically, but this shows how aggressive Flash is in the bottom lane. And as you can see, Stellark, they are not gonna let Flash get away with all that aggressiveness. It is their turn to fight back.
Oh Dear Bambi and Fossa, these two players getting that Martis, getting that Ruby, able to just disrupt anything that Flash wants to do. You don't think of Kaja as being very easy to catch, right? But with a Ruby and with a Martis, he has nowhere to run. They're able to run him down and deal enough damage to take him out as well.
Eventually, slowly but surely, once the Lord comes out, we will be pretty much looking at Flash's dive comp to eventually work onto the side of Stellark. No one will be left behind. They completely eliminated the need of a mage in the backlines. In fact, they swapped it out for Jay, who can deal a good amount of damage with whatever that he has got on himself. He does have the Enchanted Talisman being one of the few important things to work with. And not to forget, mostly he would want to work on defenses. So the passive amount of damage that he deals with his base damage, and also stacking up onto the shields. In the meantime, also stealing shields away from Chesty. That helps him to really hold on in the longer periods of time.
They do see there Jay catching Oh Dear Bambi off guard in the top lane. So this does mean that in this fight right here, there's not going to be a retribution for Stellark available for the next Lord. But can Stellark hold on? They do have Chessie and the Eve. They do have means to get in and get out. But Flash going straight for the Lord here.
This game is a game of who survives the longest, not necessarily who deals the most damage. As such, Flash, they can't necessarily take this game for too long. They can't drag it out for too long. In the event that Vanix were to be taken down and isolated, that would probably be the downfall of Flash.
I think the issue here that we're going to see for Stellark a little bit is that when Odia Bambi is down, they don't really have that strong initiation who can also apply kill pressure, right? Ruby, yes, good for pulling people who are being hyper-aggressive onto her carries, but not necessarily the best at initiating against the damage, but Cramgod gonna get caught out, and it's a very easy kill, but that was a 5-man gank on the side of Stellark.
Yeah, they do have a lot of zoning capabilities. They don't really need to initiate that much, but of course, they would want to jump onto Flash regardless, because Flash's MO is to dive over to the backlines, Sync. Oh boy, definitely not going to be getting away from all of that, as Vix immediately jumped himself over to the side of Sync, and that is one person down over to the side of Stellark, while the Lord tramples and plunders the entirety of Stellark all the way from the northern side. But it seems like we are going to be looking at an extended team fight as Odia Bambi comes in to save the day, and ensures that Chessie is going to be in a good position. Leslie stays himself up to the northern side to deal with the Lord. As such, Stellark is lacking of quite a little bit of a physical damage as Cramgod flickers in with a Divine Judgment and was hoping that he'll be able to get a kill down on the Chessie. He did manage to successfully do so as Fossa moves away, slipper of health. Odia Bambi walks away to the middle tier turret, and he's going to be alive with only half HP to work with.
I don't know how Smellycat is playing Leslie, but he managed to snipe Vanix in the back line through his entire team there. And this is Stellark replying to the aggression from Team Flash. Team Flash, though, they got quite a lot out of it, right? They got the top lane, they got the middle turret as well. And this is something where Flash are going to slowly build up their advantages. The 9-4 kill score doesn't really tell the whole story, especially given that Flash is 1.3k up in gold right now.
As now we eventually work on to the middle stages of the game. 12 minutes left on to the 12 minutes passed already, and Stellark, it kind of seems as though they are going to be under attack by the side of Flash. Things are not looking good for Cramgod, and he was hoping they will be able to run away, but Decimation didn't really quite work out on the Cram as the Divine Judgment turns things around to ensure that he's going to be a-okay. The tanky front line from Flash is working out miraculously. Odia Bambi hacking and slashing away, but it doesn't seem to be able to put any cracks in the armor of Team Flash.
Team Flash playing that perfectly, able to peel for their squishies while going after the rest of Stellark there. The only survivors are Fossa and Sync, and they do not have the damage to take out anybody, so Flash are going to just take the middle turret, maybe see if they can clear Sync here.
With 4,000 gold in lead for the side of Team Flash, they are not necessarily going to be too afraid of Stellark. But as long as they're able to deal with Smellycat as well as Chesty, the most of the damage will already be mitigated. The Appraisal's Wrath coming in from Sync was hoping that he'll be able to at least bring one person down with him, but to no avail.
They are actually cycling the heroes of Stellark here. Flash are having everything put into their back pocket. They are not letting Stellark fight S5, so they cannot threaten this Lord as well. Flash are thinking of the macro game. They left them alive for so long just so that they can come back and take this Lord for free.
13 minutes into the game, the second Lord for Flash with Sync unavailable, Fossa unavailable. This is starting to look really grim for Stellark in just game number 1. Yes, when it comes down to kill score, it's still 9-9. Things are looking to be pretty okay on that regard. But in other departments, the gold department, on the other hand, 6,000 gold ahead for Flash, and I would believe that Vanix is the one that very likely have got a good amount of gold on himself.
Vanix has a 2k gold lead on to Smellycat, so Vanix is going to do a
just
lot more damage.
Just on a single person.
On a single player.
On a single person, he's got 2,000 gold lead on top of Smellycat. This is the thing about picking a Leslie, right? Leslie, yes, great damage, later stages of the game. Early game, focus on survival, focus on survivability, but the thing is you don't really contribute that much in the mid stages of the game, and that is definitely a sad thing to see.
They are going to go in for this fight here. They are just clearing out the turrets for now. They know what they want. They want an empty, clear base. But they can't really go in since there's still creeps around.
The core is slowly taking a bit of a damage, but unfortunately the Lord, unfortunately, will no longer have his trident, but Vanix focuses onto the core. He cared about absolutely no one. And no one is gonna come in between him and the win.
Oh my goodness. This is the Flash that I like to see, but maybe not so much for Kin.
Hey, it's all good, man, all good, right? This is great because Team Flash, now they're going to be 1-0 up, and there's a very good reason for that. I just want to highlight about the triple Everest that they have. That really transitioned the game into an easier mid-lane stage for them, right? The mid-game stage for them, because by that time, they were out-farming every single member on the side of Stellark, and that's where, you know, they kind of faltered a bit on the team of Stellark. And Stellark, of course, they were kind of projecting themselves for the late game. They had a double concussive blast on Sync, as well as, I believe, it's Forza.
Yeah.
So it's a bit difficult because they weren't allowed to transition into the late game. Late game, I think it would have been more suited towards the taste of Team Stellark. So I think this aggression, early aggression, and having this vice grip on Team Stellark definitely worked out for Team Flash.
This is definitely a tough game for the South Stellark. As you can see, there's really not a lot of that they can do. The main damage dealer really comes down to Chesty by the later point in the game, right? He's got the glowing star, he got the glowing wand and the Ice Queen's wand, to make sure that Flash kind of slows down. But as you can see, most of the frontliners, they have got the defenses that they need. Radiant armor on the Viggs, Radiant armor on the Cram God, Radiant... Okay, no more Radiant armors. But in that case, Jay as well as Yon, they do have a high amount of health pool, while Jay has got great amount of sustainability.
Yep, I just want to highlight some things, mainly about Vanix as well as Jay. Vanix actually got the Twilight armor, and that was the game changer for Team Stellark because they couldn't deal a huge burst, they couldn't melt him down as fast, right? And of course with that, Jay, once he got that Brute Force breastplate, it was so difficult to deal with a Hilda. Like you mentioned in the previous series that we had, Hilda is a very strong character with a lot of health, and added on with additional damage, I think Team Stellark couldn't, address that problem at all.
Yeah, I feel like this is a scenario where Flash had the game plan, right? They came in with the emblems, they knew how they wanted to execute, and Stellark just went for the kills, right? We did see that Chesty on that Eve. In the beginning, decimation, right? Oh dear Bambi on that Martis, decimation. The Ruby pulling Vex into the tower. Amazing gameplay from Stellark, but Flash had their eyes on the prize. They had their eyes on the base this entire time. And look at the damage dealt. Not too different, right? Because Flash were not concerned about killing the enemies, they were concerned about damaging the towers, which is where we see that huge difference between Flash and Stellark.
Yep, the mobility on the side of Team Flash was the killer for Team Stellark. They couldn't rotate as fast, they couldn't get out of situations as fast as well. So you could see at the start, sure, Stellark caught them a couple of times and it looked pretty good. But towards the end, when they actually have the items and the tankability, it was so hard to deal with them.
I do have to bring up that one fight in the middle with Sync where he almost survived and, they finally got the kill on him. Actually, Jay was already cycling behind to make sure he had no way to escape, right? So this is Flash. They know exactly who they want to kill and they go in and they take what they need at that time.
As we move on to the MVP, of course, it's kind of tough for me to even pinpoint anyone. But it kind of seems as though Vanix takes the win when it comes down to being the MVP. This Claude, well, even though in the mid stages of the game, he has been contributing in fights.
Yep, he is the MVP for sure because simply take a look at it. At 12 minutes, he had his trifecta completed. He was going halfway into the Twilight armor as well. He was the nail in the coffin for the side of Team Stellark because if they could kill off Vanix, they would have won the series, but
that's right.
As in they would have won the game, but they just couldn't do it.
It's tough. It's really tough. The front lines is too tanky, and they can't penetrate through the front in order to reach over to the back. They don't necessarily have someone that can really do that very effectively. The only one that can really do that probably is Martis through the Mortal Coil and just kind of weave past everyone because it's completely CC immune. But let's be honest that by the time that you're done with your Mortal Coil, I wouldn't be too surprised that the Claude has already done a decent amount of damage onto you.
The itemization we're saying from Vanix, right? I think it's funny because he got taken out once by the Leslie in the mid lane and he's just like, no more. I refuse to die to Smelly Cat again today. So I will be taking this Twilight armor and then after that, untouchable.
Yeah, brilliance brilliant presence of mind to be able to make that decision in the game. And I think it's very important to understand what was the game communication between the players, because this is a very different Team Flash from yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So we move on over to the highlights and listen out to the communications.
Hey, we fight it. They are too far. They are too far, bang. Let's see. Smell it.
Guys, I go clear me first.
Just go. Go for Eve. Go fight. They all dead.
Hey, Martis.
No ulti, Martis.
Hey, go for Hey, guys, push.
Chill.
Guys,
End the ball. And Luka.
Nice.
Just from the communications alone, you can tell their priority.
Yes.
Just go for Eve. Just go for Eve. And I'm pretty sure that when it comes down to Chesty, boy oh boy, must feel bad being in and on the target board.
Yeah, I mean, he was playing well. I mean, that's the whole reason why he got targeted in the first place, right? He had a very nice early game.
Technically speaking, the win con literally is just to kill Chesty as well.
Yeah.
The main win con is to make sure that this Eve does not disrupt their tempo and their flow. If the game were to come out to be completely different, such as if Stellark were to have a great early game start, Team Flash probably wouldn't have any ways to come back because it just lacks so much damage.
But that being said, right, actually Stellark had a very good early game in the way that the kills matter. They were rotating as 4, but then they were losing out because of the smart emblem choice and because of the smart and intellectual drafting, I think, that Flash did.
It was so intense.
That came absolutely intense. As such, it helps us a lot more in this kind of intense session by sitting on our OSIM U-Throne gaming massage chair. Of course, this U-Throne V-Gaming massage chair is built to energize and reinvigorate your mind and body. You can, of course, level up your performance with its patented B-hand technology that is like inside of here, like somewhere down here, of course, and it's all of these ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind. You can pretty much tell that every single one of our players are sitting on the U-Throne. We do have a Bumblebee version on our side. If you guys would like to find out more about what other versions and how it feels like sitting on the OSIM U-Throne chair, you can head over to the front side, or rather the back side, the opposite side of the stage, the audience side, the back audience. You guys get what I mean. Look for the OSIM booth. There are a couple of chairs over there. We have the Optimus Prime chair as well as the Bumblebee chair. Sit on down. You are gonna thank me.
That's right. I mean, if you're looking for the perfect time, yes, once again, this is the message. This is the time for you to get Optimus Prime. So, if you're ready, right, let's proceed into the next series here. It's going to be Game 2 between Flash and Stellark. Now, Stellark on the back foot. They will need to tie this up, or they will be going home right after this.
I think it's time for us to really identify what exactly was the problem there. Is it really regarding the draft, or could it be more about the macro game? We'll start with Suki.
I really feel like Stellark, they didn't make mistakes, right? I think the plan from Flash with that Everest emblem pick was, I think, what really set the nail into the coffin, right? Because even with all those kills, which you would think would snowball them into a gold lead, into a mid game where they're comfortable, and then a very good late game, that didn't happen because of the way that they played on the side of Flash.
Yep, I think it's pretty clear that cash is king here, right? So the transition from your early game into the mid game into the late game progression is very vital for the side of both teams. And I think Team Flash just transitioned faster. It was not that the draft was bad, it's just that the emblem choice allowed them to evolve into a late game centric playstyle much earlier than what Stellark allowed them to.
The draft was not bad because we can see how Stellark's lineup works. But I think it was not good in the sense that they gave the glue, the Kaja, and the Lancelot over to Flash, which I think are 3 key heroes that we regularly see banned. Or, well, Yon just takes your whole family away with it, right? With the Lancelot.
On the contrary, what I kind of do see is the fact that there is this gap between the front lines and the back lines of Stellark, right? The front lines, yes, they're indeed pretty darn tanky. They do have ways to overcome crowd control, but the back lines, not necessarily. We do have the Yves, we do have the Leslie. The both of them is able to hold their ground pretty darn well in most cases. However, in the previous game, there's a little bit too much for them to handle, as every single one of these members from the side of Team Flash can completely ignore the Fredrin, Martis, and Ruby and just run straight over to the Yeef and Leslie.
It's also not to take away from what Flash did, right? Because they were very smart about cycling heroes, about cycling the enemy team, so that they were never comfortable in a 5v5 fight. In the beginning, we did see Stellark rotating as 3, rotating as 4, and getting those early kills, but, you know, Flash just said, all right, I'm going to sacrifice your one death. I'm going to sacrifice my support for a while, but that's fine because my game plan is I'm going to win the major team fights. I'm going to get the targets that I need, and then I'm going to run away with the game. So whether or not Stellark have a way to counteract the crazy gameplay that's coming out from Flash here is, well, we'll have to see.
Well, okay, wait, I just want to highlight. I saw that, guys. I saw that you are pointing to the watch that KZB was wearing. Great job. Okay, that's a nice watch. And of course, with that, it could also spell the time left for the side of Team Stellark, as I think it's pretty clear Team Flash are very confident that they can take this with a clean 2-0 sweep. And let's start with Stellark first. This Fanny ban, as well as this Ala ban, it's pretty difficult for Stellark, right? I think they have so many options that they have to take a look at. They have to cancel out Yawn, they have to cancel out Cram God as well, and Jay with the surprise Esmeralda mid pick in game 1. I think that really shook up their mental state.
Speaking of shaking things up, right? This draft is definitely going to shake up the entirety of the competition because we are going to be... This game itself is match point. One team may go home if Stellark were to lose another round. As such, this game is so important. We're gonna have to invite everyone, second floor, third floor, head yourself down over to the first floor. We do have a lot of seats currently still available and you can fill them up. We do have a couple of seats that are first come, first serve basis, and if they are available, you can feel free to occupy them and watch them right in front of you. Get personal.
Yeah, you know, front row seats.
Front row seats.
Quite literally to the game that is going to be coming up here. A Fredrin being picked up by Stellark and an instant response, Kaja and Claude on the side of Flash. So don't fix what ain't broken.
Yep, I mean, it's, you know, with my prediction of results, I'm not really liking what I'm seeing right now because Vanix as well as this Kaja pick, it's very important. And if they're going to go back on that Avarice emblem again, it's gonna be quite dangerous. But of course now, Stellark, okay, there's some hope for us, right? Stellark going to have Forcer get this Hilda. We know how strong he is on this Hilda. The question now is, will they run the same emblem? But since it works for them, will he run the Avarice or will he go for the more late game build with the Concussive Blast?
For the Hilda?
Hilda.
Oh, maybe he'll run the Tenacity.
Yeah, maybe he'll run the Tenacity. There's many options, right? And that's we will see how it works out because right now, 1-1 has been picked up. This Hilda is a perfect synergy for them because he's going to be able to open up the map for the side of Team Stellark. He's going to provide space. Hopefully get a few kills as well, which will then allow the 1-1 to transition into the mid-game farm or late-game farm much earlier.
Oh man, Smelly Cat on the 1-1 is going to be quite a sight to see. You know, we've seen 1-1 get banned a lot throughout the regular season and in the playoffs as well. So his invulnerability during his ultimate is going to come in clutch for a lot of these team fights and add another layer of survivability to a hero that already can just hop around the map.
Yep, and it absolutely counters the Twilight Armor that so far, right? Only Team Flash has focused on this particular item. Twilight Armor, they hate being bursted down, and it has worked out in their favor so far, right?
Okay, so we're starting to see something like that Cho mid thing going on. Not exactly completely Cho mid, but when we see Kaja nowadays, the first thing that we see is Kaja roam. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Right now with this Arkai pick, it immediately says that Cram God is going to be playing onto the Arkai instead. As we know, Yawn don't play the Arkai. He goes for Hayabusa, he goes for Ling, he goes for Fanny, he goes for Lancelot. As such, Jay is the only one that can fill this position. And this is very likely going to be the same MO as the previous game, whereby all they gotta do is just completely neglect their backlines and go straight in their enemies' faces.
Yep, that's really cool though, because like we said, I think this is a very different Team Flash. I like the way that they're thinking about the draft. right? It definitely kind of shakes your mental state on the side of Stella because this is not what you're expecting to go up against.
This Hanzo ban though from Flash, very interesting choice. I feel like this is something about the secret of the last two picks for them.
No, the Hanzo ban is simply to protect Phoenix as well as Jade, right? The amount of burst that Hayabusa offers, at least in the mid-game, is going to be quite dangerous for the two of them. And Twilight Armor is going to be a late-game itemization for them. You do not want to allow Claude to have to be forced to make a transition. You want the trifecta. You do not want that trifecta to be disturbed. So Twilight Armor is a late-game itemization. And Hanzo will definitely delay either by getting kills or he could just end the game as well very early on with multiple kills on Phoenix or Jade. It spoils the game.
And Hanzo can steal the creeps from the enemy jungle as well.
Very quickly.
This is perhaps Yawn's way of securing his own jungle. Interesting though, I was very surprised by the Hanzo ban because I don't think it's something that teams typically are concerned about unless it's going to be a pocket pick or a pocket counter.
It takes one to know one, right? You must have been the one doing it to other people or you have experienced it before you can think of such a strategy. And of course, Stella, they're going to be banning out the Minzy here. And okay, Minzy, very strong. King's Calling is definitely one of the things that they do not want to deal with. I think, actually, I feel they would have done better if they picked the Minzy, but there's no space for another room in this case, you know?
Yeah, I agree with that. So, well, this is Flash. You know, they're not necessarily doing like targeted bans, I feel, against Stella. They just want to make sure that their game plan, their team is able to run their own idea, their own game plan out. Not really caring too much what Stella are picking, right? But I do have to say the Hilda Fredrin coming out from Stella does seem to give me the idea that they are going to be, you know, very aggressive. They're going to invade. So the Hanzo ban makes sense.
Priestess of Primal Lightning.
What I'm waiting for is for Chesty to pick Kalita
guns.
mid, right? That will work perfectly for them to dive on the backlines. This Edith pick by Vex makes a lot of sense as well, right? They're not exactly very tanky on the side of Phoenix and Jade yet, right? The early game. Edith provides a lot of being a meat shield, at least in the early game phases.
Yeah, and we know how good Vex is as an EXP laner. So the damage that Edith can put out in the late game, if it gets that far, is going to be something that Stella have to be careful of.
Yep, even if he cannot provide damage later on, it's a stun. Like the Earth Shatter, that is the one skill that will change the fight for Team Flash. And we know that they're mechanically gifted. So it's very worrying for me that Team Flash is drafting so well, guys.
Yeah, you know, to make it worse for you, I'm gonna say this. Edith, with, you know, is gonna be able to stop any invade. And once again, a Martis Eve being picked up by Stella here. Look, the Eve and the Martis, I would say, were the strong points of their first draft. But Kin, you don't look very happy that they locked these two in.
I mean, I can see why they banned out the Hayabusa, right? It's to protect Smelly Cat as well as Chesty. Chesty going back on his comfort hero here, the Eve. But, you know, it's a bit difficult. We have already seen how Team Flash dismantled their formation earlier in Game 1. And I'm not sure if I'm confident they have an answer for it based on the draft here. Sure, you have Forcer chasing them, but you know the way that Flash plays. They like to bait people in as well. And now you have an Earth Shatter that potentially can deal with Forcer.
I can't see Lancelot as an option.
Payback time.
Wait, hold on a second.
So, you know how you just said that Yawn doesn't play tank jungles? Guess what, Abstract? You're wrong.
You're baited.
Hold the phone. Abstract is having a brain aneurysm right now.
Yawn on the archive.
Kin.
Well, it could be a blessing in disguise, right? Simply because he has not played a tank jungle yet throughout this entire season, with the exception of the tanks a lot. So maybe this could be a different setting. But of course, they're here to win it all. This is going to be potentially the final game for Team Flash against Stella. Last one, and someone might be out of this competition.
So the main MO of Team Flash, the main thing we look at Yawn is Assassin Jungler. And this game has effectively broken it. He have fielded himself onto the archive against Stellar. What do we have in store here, ladies and gentlemen, as we move on to game number 2 between Stellar versus Flash?
You know, there's one thing that might still prove you right, is that if Yawn goes full assassin items on archive.
No. It would be funny though.
It would be funny, but
it would
no.
be funny.
But okay, look, we look at Stellar's draft. I would say it's a slight upgrade from the draft in Game 1, but Flash going a completely opposite direction from what we saw earlier. So this is a question of whether Flash can execute a lineup that we have never seen them play.
I definitely did not expect this. The first thing that came into my mind is probably Ling. The second one would probably be a Lancelot, but I'll be honest that it kind of feels weird. You can't really break through with the heroes that is on the side of Stellar. Forza is definitely going to be one of the main reasons that Flash have decided to change things about. They do not necessarily have a lot of damage in the early stages of the game. They do not have a proper way to roam about and put pressure over to the other lanes. And with the fact that they now have a Forza, it definitely made things a lot easier for the rest of the team, such as the Arkai or perhaps even Crime God, to work in the rotation of this Forza.
Yeah, and already though we can see that first gank by Yawn felt a little bit lackluster. There was an opportunity there to catch Smelly Cat, but you know, as an Arkai, we don't see him play this. So for us, I think it's quite surprising, and I think perhaps it's also a surprise for Stella because they were preparing for a Hayabusa or a Ling or a Lancelot.
I'm pretty sure that Yawn knows how to play the Arkai pretty well.
Oh yeah.
Just not as comfortable as all the other assassins that he have played before. As such, his role as the Arkai, as a jungler, is probably going to be as simple as he can, such as to bring down the objective and do whatever that he can as an Arkai, heavy spin, do your job as someone that locks people down. The main part of this game is very likely going to be handed over to the mid laners, the Fasa and the Eve. In order for Flash to really get themselves the game and the tempo, they have to move around in their own fashion, and thus Jay gets himself the first kill, and they move on with Sync on to be the next person that goes down. Stella continues with their onslaught, and oh dear, Bambi stays onto the turtle, stuck to it, and continues to bring the turtle down.
But you know, a 2 kill in exchange for the turtle, I think Flash are going to be happy with that right now. And given how the lineup is, right, this aggression, early aggression, with the Edith and with the damage from Faza, they are able to do so on the side of Flash. Emblems now, not as many Avarices. So the game plan for Flash, slightly different than the previous game.
I would believe that Flash would be a lot more gank-oriented. They would want to rotate around Jay as much as they can and as fast as they can. They need to out-rotate this Eve, which is definitely what Fasa is a lot better at, rotation. But Eve definitely comes in clutch a lot better in team fights, to control the team fights even better. While for Flash, they want to burst down people faster, and understandably, because there's a 1-1.
Yeah, and with Forza on that Hilda, we can see how aggressive he can be into the enemy jungle, into Flash's jungle, just to get the information. But we have seen now Stellar group up as 4 multiple times to no avail, but they are going to try and lock down Forza here. It's going to be hard with the Hilda though.
Yep, it's all about buying time at this point in time. Forza, it's tough for him to go down, but unfortunately, as long as Crime God is around the area, you should be able to do a decent amount to bring him down. They didn't even need to expand onto the Divine Judgment though, so don't get me wrong, things are still definitely gonna be a-okay. Stellar's entire MO for this game, drag the game, drag the fight, in order for the 1-1 to pop every single one of the weakness points on the enemies.
The problem though for the 1-1 is that with the Edith there, I think it's going to be very difficult for Smelly Cat to have a free reign. Hilda as well as the Eve and the 1-1 are now grouping up in the top lane. Now Fossa, Chesty and Smelly Cat trying to defend, but they're going to go in here with the ultimate from Jay as well as Chesty.
Jay flickers himself out of the range of Chesty's real world manipulation in order for both of them to have an equal share, an equal piece of the pie in that zoning capability.
Oh boy, and a 1v1 jungler retribution battle, and Yawn takes it away.
Yawn won it.
Yeah.
I mean, looking at the levels, right? Is there any differences? No, nothing at all. Yawn is level 7, ODMM is level 7, and thus their retribution damage is same, all the same. Flash just won in that one, and they now have got 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, I'm not even sure. Oh, Cramdot going to pull Fossa in. And this Hilda not so tanky anymore. And
Smelly Cat, goodbye. Oh, wait, never mind. He's got the crossbow of tank and manages to get himself away with a shy bit of HP.
Look, they wanted Forza, right? So they got Forza. They did not get the extra prize in Smelly Cat. The heavy spin from Yon committed there, but they still are fine. Even though they didn't get that kill, they are trying to shut down this Hilda, because Hilda, we know, early game, gonna be harassing, gonna be able to survive for very, very long. But if they're taking him down one after another, it's gonna be very difficult for Forza to, you know, steamroll this into a good mid-game Hilda play.
Speaking of Forza, jumped into the brush and they managed to find one. And Jay is gonna be the first one to go straight down. Banks ejected himself right out of Phylax, and he should be gonna be A-okay, at least for now. Stellar takes one for themselves.
Yeah, that was a 4-man gank once again by Stellar. So I do like the way that Stellar are rotating as a team, while Flash are kind of playing more as assassination squads, right? Like small groups that fighting. Cramgod getting initiated on here by Stellar, and he get away. He should be fine.
Yeah, he's okay. He did manage to pop his conceal in order to make sure that all the other point-click abilities from the side of Forza would not bring him down any lower. The damage coming from Jay is starting to be a little bit scary, even though the only thing that he has is a Clock of Destiny.
I mean, he's a Faza. He doesn't need that much in the early game. He can just, you know, rain down his artillery bombardment.
It's an artillery strike for a reason, huh?
Yeah, it is, right? But at the same time, right, this is Flash. They are split up across the map, right? They are taking the farm from each of their lanes. Vanix a bit forward here, but he's fine because Sync is not going to be able to take him down. And Vanix, wow, the damage. What is he running?
Demon Hunter's Sword and Golden Staff. That would explain. We do have Vanix that is pretty much on a pretty good side right now. He's totally bullying Sync out of the lane. Sync have got no way to come close to Vanix. And if he were to make a dash, Vanix will just battle mirror image out of there, and he was to continue poking onto the Ferritin.
The first item, Demon Hunter Sword from Vanix, so he knows who he's going after. He's going after the tanky boys on the side of Stellar. And at the same time, Odia, Bambi, and Yon once again this competition, but Vex is in the sidelines waiting.
There we go. Immediately flying up in the air, but not like any one of them is gonna be faulted or anything. But now Yon pops himself with the heavy spin, but only cancelling it out after realizing that, hey, Sync has managed to slip through my grasp.
Yeah, and you know, at the backside of that, the turtle did get reset, but you know, Yon is not interested anymore. He's like, I'm going to go get my blue buff, my purple buff. It'll be fine. He's going to go to bottom lane, and Odia Bambi is going to get that turtle for free, kind of.
I mean, technically, it is free.
Yeah.
Team Flash, their Akai focus a little bit more, too much on killing, and now that is going to echo same. Now, with Forza taken down, Flash do have a little bit of that opportunity, a little bit of that free real estate to really push down in the middle lane, provided if Smelly Cat is taken down. He's going to be one of the toughest obstacles for them to go through.
I do have to say though, all of these kills, the majority of them are on Forza, who is that roaming Hilda, right? So they're not too worried about that. They are gonna sort of push into the Stellar jungle here on the side of Team Flash, but I don't think a fight is gonna break out. They're just sort of poking and prodding. Yon stealing away the orange buff.
A very aggressive stance from Flash. All of them made their way down to the southern jungle just for a single orange buff. They would want to starve out Stellar as much as possible. They do not want to go give Odia Bambi any more farm. Jay prematurely activates the Feathered Airstrike, and Stellar had one thing in mind, and they wanted to take the fight since the Feathered Airstrike was no longer available.
I feel like Flash right now, they are kind of thinking of their next steps, right? They are pulling back a little bit. They are letting Stellar invade because this is when Stellar wants to go in. Stellar are being very aggressive and Flash know that, so they are falling back. They are making sure that they do not lose any key members for any fights, right? Give up a turret, give up a tower, it's fine. But Flash just don't want to get caught off guard in a major team fight.
1-1 is starting to get a little bit scary, and hold on a second, that was an amazing up shatter coming from the side of that Edith. But unfortunately, that was not enough to keep Smelly Cat down. This free itemized Smelly Cat is running around town. There's 3 members from the side of Team Flash taken down. Vanix himself, he did manage to tally things up by a little bit by bringing 2 down.
The Eve survived long enough to force Flash to fight in that little diamond shape on the ground, and that was really Flash's issue, right? The Akai did not have as much of an ability to chase after the Mardis. The Mardis got away, so unfortunately Flash there did lose out to that team fight, even though that was a great initiation by the Edith. Vex on that Edith, but Sync is gonna go in here.
Oh,
okay.
Not a lot of help to work with, but that is more than enough to push the rest of the members from Stellark away. The Lord is going to be taken by Stellark, and Flash did not have any ways to contest over it. Smelly Cat is going to be one of the most important players for Stellark, and Flash needs to identify that. Vanix is no longer the only one that can deal with him. Or rather, he can't exactly deal with him. As now 1-1, he do have the Demon Hunter Sword, Corrosive Scythe, but the most important item, Wind of Nature. Whenever he sees that Vanix is just going to be jumping over to the back lines and using his Blazing Duet, pop goes the Wind of Nature. He's got free real estate. He will be able to soar into the skies very easily.
Vanix as well has finished the Wind of Nature, but I think the entry point for Vanix is a little bit more dangerous, right? Because he doesn't have that invulnerability window that 1-1 has once he activates his ultimate. So even though Flash now, it's quite funny because now they are the ones with the kill lead, but they are the ones with the gold deficit. So in this scenario, Stellark versus Flash, the kills don't mean anything. The money is in favor of Stellark with a 3k gold lead.
Team Flash cowering in fear. The only thing that they can do is to stick themselves behind the inhibitor turret and stay as safe as they can. As the Lord plunders from the hands of Flash, the Lord immediately melted down, and Yon was hoping that he'll be able to use the heavy spin to push things on Odium Bambi into the base. That didn't quite work out well, as the RWM is going to be dropping base HP all the way down low. Vanix was hoping that he'll be able to do something, but unfortunately he doesn't seem to have the Blazing Duet. Smelly Cat still in the area, but all he did is just to throw a couple of those basic attacks that is more than enough for Stellark to get a positive trade.
We saw Yon on the archive try to disrupt the entirety of Stellark, but that real-world manipulation, that immobilize, he could not escape in time. And that's the problem. When your Hilda, or when you lose out your jungler for a roam on the opposite side, already that team fight is lost. And there was no more pressure on the side of Flash to go in. And even when Vanix popped his ultimate, Stellark were ready for him. They managed to taunt him out of it as well and not allow Vanix to put the damage down that he needs to for them to win.
Jay is starting to fall off in terms of damage. He just built up the Genius 1, which is pretty much okay, but without the Divine Glaive, that is a problem. Fredrin and everyone else, Hilda, for example, the Martyrs, for example, they all have got the Athena's shield, and they are not necessarily too afraid of what this Fasa is capable of pulling through. Even if we are looking at a Kaja going in with the Divine Judgment, Flash probably doesn't have that burst amount of damage to deal with just yet. Flash requires a little bit more time before they will be even scarier with Jay, as he wings by wings, gets himself in a safe spot, away for the RWM. But speaking of the RWM, Jesse did manage to successfully take himself 2 kills for himself, and unfortunately Fossa finds himself taken down. That is a 2-for-3 trade, and Flash have got no choice but to tuck their tails behind and run back home.
Oh dear Bambi and Chesty, the Martis physical damage and the Eve magical damage was so much that even though they got Smelly Cat first, they managed to get a perfect initiation aside of Flash, a surprise jump onto Stellark. It still wasn't enough for them to outright win the fight. And with Jay and Yon the only two surviving for that fight, it's going to be very difficult, I think, for them to go in and Jay!
Oh, the Appraisal's Wrath immediately melted down onto Jay. And with a quick little taunt, there's no way that you can get out of that, but Yon win! Yon!
has been slain.
Wow.
Bought a bit of time. Bought a bit of time.
Yon played that so well, managing to steal the Lord, but now Stellark, they still have all 5 members up. They're still gonna push in, even with the Lord. So was that a worthwhile trade? I don't know. It's gonna catch out Cramgod, who's lost his immortality here.
He doesn't really have any opportunity to use the Divine Judgment just yet. He would definitely want to go home, but take a look at Vanix. Eyes on Vanix. He managed to bring Fossa down right now, and the Lord turns around, and he is going to be helping his team. Jay came in right in the nick of time. Cramgod wins the Divine Judgment, locks down on the sink, and Stellark lost 3 members, while Flash have got all 5 marching in together down through the middle lane, and the Lord is still stuck in a traffic jam up top.
Stellark a little bit impatient there, trying to get more from that, and Flash punished them. That beautiful ultimate from Jay, getting Smelly Cat, the main damage dealer for Stellark, out of the way. They are going to return and get that turret down. But the Lord, like you said, still stuck in a traffic jam.
That is the longest Lord that have been stuck and one go. I am genuinely surprised, right? Bottom lane, second tier turret is now going to be under siege and taken away by the hands of Vanix. In just a blink of an eye, a snap of a finger from Thanos, and Stelok is finding themselves in a tough spot.
But we know, we have seen the team fight, the 5-on-5. Stelok has come out ahead the majority of the time. Wow, the Lord has been beaten up by the creeps quite a bit, actually.
Well, creeps are definitely another hero that we are looking out for, but I don't believe that the Lord will be able to do much. Wait, he still managed to crash! And the top lane, what a mistake! Stelok shouldn't have allowed that Lord to crash in!
Oh no, no, no. Stelok have let slip. They made a few minor mistakes and Flash have jumped at the bit to get at them. So Flash now with the lead, with the momentum in their favor. Vanix and Chesty fighting it out for the top damage, but that's Vanix, you know, that has managed to farm up and caught up to the Eve on the side of Stella.
Well, it does seem as though Chesty is starting to come online. And I believe that with the Holy Crystal, that is definitely something that we should be looking out for. Amount of magical damage increases by so much, and Vanix not quite touched. 3:1:7 is his current scoreline. He's only died once. Stelok, 1-1. Gotta do something. He have the wind of nature. He got some ways to get out of it, but unfortunately, I think Edith is gonna be a problem. Fasa is also gonna be a problem, both of which deals magical damage, which Smelly Cat can't get out of.
I mean, we did see Smelly Cat in that fight do a lot of damage to Flash, managed to win the initial fight as well. It's only the escaping part that Stelok had a little bit of trouble with, and I think the timing from Flash was just perfect. And even though Sync is there at the Lord, just poking and prodding away, Flash they're not concerned, right? They leave Yawn. Yawn has proven that he, as one person, can get a lot from 5 players.
No information at all, but the conceal play coming from the side of Flash. They are immediately going to be running right down the lane, and the Lord sends everyone else up into the air. This actually helps them to buy a little bit more time. However, Sync goes down. All their Bambi's next. Immortality Pop. Look at Smelly Cat. The main thing that he's going to be doing is just going to be leaping from one place to another and will be able to successfully bring the Jay down. 2 men from the side of Jay is going to be taken down while Flash only 1. There could still be a possibility for them to turn this around. Smelly Cat right in the face. Good of tank flowing to the sky, trying to be beating down the Grand God, but wasn't able to do so.
The damage on both sides is just crazy right now. All the immortality has been popped on the side of Fossa and the side of Stella, though, so they have to fall back.
Lane.
But Fossa might try to steal this here. The top lane is pushing in, though, so Chesty and Smelly Cat, someone has to go back. The base is getting destroyed by the creeps.
It's okay, Sync will be back in 4 seconds. It's just right in the nick of time. The Lord is probably going to be one of the main priorities as the Lord is down to 8,000, 5,000 HP. Who's going to be the one to take this Lord? If Flash takes the 6, will be great! As Yawn spins in oblivion, was hoping they will be able to get Smelly Cat out of there. However, he jumps into the air with the crossbow of Tang, and Stelok lost Fossa. Flash lost Cram God, but it's okay, as the Lord is gonna be fighting for the allegiance of Team Flash.
That fight went on for so long. Flash and Stella are going head-to-head right now, taking blood, not letting anyone get away. The fight extended for so long that they've actually respawned twice into that fight. So now we have Flash moving down into the mid lane. Everything is reset, everyone is alive, except maybe Cram God. He's rushing down right now.
Oh dear, Bambi did manage to weave himself right back into the base. The feathered airstrike from the side of EJ is going to be allowing himself to drop a lot of health on the side of Smelly Cat. Sync, you can't go down right now as the Lord slowly gets whittled down by the hands of Smelly Cat. Yawn catches him, and Vanix takes a triple. Very likely will be coming in close to a Mania, but Vanix don't care about Mania. Chetty's just gonna be going in for the execution of Vanix, and Flash takes it home!
And Flash are going to knock Stella out of the playoffs here. That was an epic team fight after epic team fight from both sides here. Kin, give us your thoughts.
Pain. I'm in pain, guys. I mean, you guys were right, and you guys were right. So, of course, with that, it was a huge mistake, I feel. You know, that last Lord, it cost them the game because simply what happened was they allowed the Lord to stay alive. And every time the Lord is alive, it is Mega Minions that will be spawning instead of normal minions. And so that cost them the game because they couldn't deal with the pressure that was coming in from all 3 lanes. They had 3 lanes of broken turrets already.
The thing here is, for me, right, is that Yon played that so well. The fights that he won, the lords that he managed to secure, if it was Stellark who had gotten it, it would have been a completely different game.
Yes, it
but
would have.
Yon just so confident securing the lord against the odds, and that is just, wow, epic gameplay, I think, from Team Flash.
And with that all said and done, it is really unfortunate, but Stellark now gotta go home.
Yep, they will be on the way home today, but of course what this means is Flash is going to make another round higher above into the lower brackets. They will be meeting the winner, the loser of our upper bracket finals, if I'm not wrong.
No, actually, I think they are fighting against Evil.
They're fighting against Evil. Oh my god, that's another spicy one.
And us as casters, Melon has called us out already once. Do not underestimate them. It's kind of tough in this situation now. Flash played one hell of a game, getting themselves this 2-0 against Stellark. But before we even expand more into that point, we look into the now history. Game number 2, Stellark versus Flash, 16-19. That's the scoreline with a total game time of 20 minutes. Anything that sticks out?
The itemization by Team Flash has been, you know, impeccable. The way they build their items is very different from what we have seen teams build across the regular season. Granted, yes, this is the playoffs, but generally across the board, we don't see Singaporean teams building their itemization like this, right? And I'm really impressed because this shows that they've grown not just across the regular season, but immediately after their loss yesterday as well against RSGSG.
Yeah, Flash, I think what we can say about them is that they have always come back stronger, right? You know, they didn't have the best entry into the regular season. There were a little bit of disbelievers, I think, for Team Flash, especially in the early part of the regular season. But then they've sort of improved. They've gotten better. Every loss they have had, they have improved on their draft, improved on their play style. And not just that, they have also come up with the surprise pick for Akai on Yon, and that is, I mean...
It worked.
It worked.
Yeah, it worked.
I mean, the fact that Yon, you know, kind of messed with their minds with this tank jungle, it proves a couple of things. It means that this Team Flash is steadily growing. They know what they're doing, right? And they're doing almost to perfection, right? Almost. There were a couple of things that I didn't like about Yon's you know, archive. But, of course, what they did much better than Team Stellark was the objective gaming. Every single time there was a decent trade. Even if they lost Vanix, even if they lost Cram God, they got a tower out of it, right? That's how they structured themselves around. And when they got that steal against Bambi, that final Lord that allowed them to really have massive minions walking down all the way, that really cost Team Stellark the game. And this is Flash, I mean.
Definitely an eye-opening experience, isn't it? With, most importantly, the Lord taking so long to march in. But regardless, MVP has got to go over to Vanix, the Claude, with a total of 8 kills, 2 deaths, and 8 assists. This man, boy oh boy, roams around the land of Dawn and is not afraid of anything with his trusted buddy, Dexter.
You were talking about the itemization, and I think Vanix, as the MVP, kind of proves that point because he built the Demon Hunter Sword first. He knew what his priority was, and he actually managed to bully Sync out of lane. He forced the Fredrin all the way back to his inner turret just to escape from a solo Claude, and it wasn't late game. It was like early to mid.
Yeah, exactly. That's how dangerous the Avarice is on Claude, right? I've always questioned, like, okay, has this Claude, any of the Claude players, have they actually made full use of this emblem? And Vanix definitely has shown us, if you put it to full use, this is what's gonna happen.
And by the way, he got so much money. He sold his boots.
Yes.
He bought another major item. He's at this point in time, he's just kind of like, you know what? We don't need to care so much about movements. I want to fight here, right now. Dexter, help me out and get from one place to another.
He's playing like an all-star member, right? This is really the all-star play. Vanix is the new MVP for sure.
Yeah, well, you are absolutely right. And the all-star thing, this is what we are looking out for, right? The all-star festival is coming, or rather, it's Yeah,
It's
it is
here.
It's here. Is it here? I mean, is it very much April? Or is it April already?
Yeah.
Oh, it is
Isn't
April.
it?
Is this April, dude?
I think so.
It's April. As you all now can join the All-Star Festival from the April 5th all the way to the April 20th and complete daily tasks and you get All-Star promo diamonds. You log on to the on the April 20th and you can also claim a free login gift that might yield up to 1,936 All-Star promo diamonds. All-Star promo diamonds can be used in the All-Star Mega Sale event and that is starting on the April of 20th. And of course, don't forget to take them all in the daily task. If you do get a lot of All-Star promo diamonds, make sure that you guys post it on social media and hashtag MLBB All-Star, hashtag B the Superstar, hashtag 0422 All-Star Rave.
Yep, I think, you know, it's interesting to me about this All-Star play and all these All-Star events, but it's also, I'm curious to find out, right? Are they as composed in Game 1 on the side of Team Flash? I really want to hear their inputs with each other.
That is definitely something that will be coming up. And of course, right after the highlights and the mic check, we'll be tossing over to Cheryl. And thus, this is the end of the second series. That is Abstract, Suki, and Kin. Signing off, we'll be passing on to the next.
Careful, try to get the turtle back. No need to fight.
Nice one, nice one, nice one, nice one. Yeah? Wow.
Nice. Get back, get back, get back.
Hit me.
You ready, you ready?
You good, you good.
Yeah, okay, go.
Hey, Virgin.
Coming.
Nice! Hey, go. We can.
Hey, guys, I'm going for Eve.
Careful.
Finish.
Okay. If no winter.
Get back.
Guys, back.
Mati.
Careful.
Wait, we don't skip.
Nanti pro me ah. Nama siapa?
One.
It. Go.
Hey!
Chill. I'm coming.
Guys, you can.
Warren ko naik. Best.
Attacking end boys.
Nice.
What an exciting match, ladies and gentlemen, that was. It definitely put a lot of us at the edge of our seats, begging for more. So yes, that concluded match 2 right here of the playoffs today. And unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to one more team, and it was none other than Stellark SG. And earlier on in match 2, what we have seen, if you see the tides retreating, a tsunami was coming, and that's what totally happened right here for Team Flash. And right now, I do have analyst turned coach, KZP, right here beside me. And okay, we have a few burning questions for you guys. All right, so first up in Game 1 itself, correct me if I'm wrong, you guys picked a Claude and a Lancelot, whereas over on the other team, it was a Eve as well as a Leslie. So this is, Eve and Leslie is going to be monsters in the late game. So was this something in your concern?
No, because I don't respect their Eve. So I don't think there's nothing to be scared of. And we have counters against their Eve, so nothing to scared of.
Right, so another thing that has baffled a lot of online users or online viewers, especially on YouTube as well as Facebook, is why Esme?
I think we learned from RSG because I heard from them saying that they're testing Leslie. So I think since we last pick, just test the Esme.
Right, because when it came to the whole team composition, like it was very tanky, not much of magic damage other than from blue as well. So it was very surprising, but it worked out in your favor. And why is that so?
By right, there's some magic damage. So in a tank meta jungle matchup, the magic damage actually is not really existed because of all the tank junglers buying Radiant Armor, Athena Shield, things like that. So to us, mages are just, you know, there to deal the first turtle, second turtle kind of damage. Afterwards, they don't really have damage.
Right, and it seems like, the entire team composition has shifted a little. Previously in the regular season, we have seen Yon taking more of the front seat. But with the composition in Game 1, it seems like all of the eggs in the basket was more on Vanix itself. So why this shift?
Actually, we have always been putting our eggs in Vanix, but more of like we want to test more heroes so teams don't expect the draft so easily. So other than the Claude, every other hero we are just trying to test.
Right, so moving on into Game 2 itself. Now, what was interesting is Team Flash has always been known to be very, very adamant to the whole assassin jungle and not, I would say, conforming to the current fighter tank meta jungle. So the fact that you see the opponent team banning out most of Yon's heroes, you now as a coach position, how are you feeling?
Honestly, a bit disappointed because we expect more bans on Yon, but I think his assassins is just not as good as what I think it is. So all the assassin opportunities that we can take out like Fanny, Lance is still out there for us to pick. So there's no point for us to improve Yon's heroes pool.
Right, so there will be no chance that you guys will be jumping on the bandwagon and joining the fighter tank meta?
I mean, the last game showed, right? We played the Akai jungle, even though it still felt like an assassin, right? But I mean, just trying heroes, right?
Right. So moving forward, you guys have progressed right here in the playoffs. Congratulations once again. And then, which makes you guys now in the top 4. Yeah, you guys in the top 4 right now. Once again, congratulations. So with that, we are actually facing teams which are highly adaptable, playing in international regions. So the fact that staying adamant right here in the Assassin jungle, do you think, you need to do some changes to adapt to all these other players like RSG, Slate SG, like Bleed Esports, and of course, who you're facing off next, EVO?
I think we are stubborn. Singaporeans are quite stubborn. So we'll stick to it. Then if there's an opportunity that the tank junglers is good there, we'll just try it out on the stage.
Right, so you guys will be facing off Team EVO in match 4 today. Is there anything that you want to say to Team EVO?
I don't know. Speechless. I'll try to be on the good side. Let them be evil. Yeah, the good will always win, right?
Right, so we look forward to a show later on KTP. So thank you so much for joining us right here for this interview. Recalibrate, and we hope to see you guys dominate later at the Land of Dawn once again.
Okay, thank you.
Fantastic. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was KZP right here from Team Flash. And they absolutely dominated the Land of Dawn earlier with a 2-0 clean sweep, progressing them further into the lower bracket final. So we're very, very excited to see what's going on later in match 4, where they meet up head-to-head against EVO. And we will see our final top 3 right here this evening at the end of the day. Now, next up, ladies and gentlemen, coming up for match 3. This is the showdown that you definitely don't want to miss. Whether you're listening to this announcement right here at Suntec City, or if you're catching us online on Facebook, YouTube, or even Twitch, ladies and gentlemen, it is a long-standing vendetta between these two teams. RSG, Slate SG, going head-to-head against Bleed Esports. In the regular season itself, these two teams have given us a run for our money already with 3 really, really exciting games that we've seen in the regular season. And what's exciting to note is that Bleed Esports actually took an entire match, a clean sweep 2-0 against RSG Slate SG, chinking that perfect win streak over in the regular season. Will we be seeing a repeat of that? Or will RSG Slate SG prove their worth as they are the defending champions? Let's find out later for match 3 happening in a few moments' time. Stick around and don't miss it out.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. This is Team Hawk's secret for acne-free skin.
I'm the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian and Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian and Acno 5. This is Team Hub's secret for acne-free skin.
I'm the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Meet your end. Legendary. Double kill.
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Osim.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Garnier and Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Garnier and Acno 5. This is Team Heart's secret for acne-free skin.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Meet your end. Legendary. Double kill.
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue! Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Osim.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. This is Team Hawk's secret for acne-free skin.
I'm the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Meet your end. Legendary.
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man Acno 5. This is Team Heart's secret for acne-free skin.
I'm the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Osim.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Garnier Man Acno 5. This is Team Hub's secret for acne-free skin.
I'm the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
Enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Osim.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Garnier Man Acno 5. This is Team Hub's secret for acne-free skin.
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Osim.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Garnier Man Acno 5. This is Team Hawk's secret for acne-free skin.
I'm the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Osim.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused by Tira in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Garnier Man Acno 5. This is Team Hawk's secret for acne-free skin.
I'm the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Osim.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Garnier Man Acno 5. This is Team Hawk's secret for acne-free skin.
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Osim.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Garnier Man Acno 5. This is Team Hub's secret for acne-free skin.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And this is the upper bracket finals for match 3 right now. And I don't know if you guys can see this, but Suntec City is absolutely just exploding at the seams right now with the amount of people supporting this best of 5 match, the upper bracket finals. And we're just absolutely ecstatic. And we're just trying to get a sense of the dynamics right here. So where are all my RSGSG fans? Wow, with drums, exciting. Now, I want to hear from my Bleed Esports. Fantastic, you even have their little flags. It's just absolutely amazing. Now, this is going to be a high-octane best of 5, ladies and gentlemen. We even switched up the entire casters panel, which you guys have seen in a few moments' time. So this is an exciting one that you definitely don't want to miss. A little bit of context as to what this match is about. Now, this is a long-standing feud between 2 titans, RSG Slate SG as well as Bleed Esports, and they go back a long, long way. But just earlier in the regular season, RSG Slate SG had almost a 100% win rate. But one team took the game from them, not just a game, but the entire match of a 2-0 sweep, and it was none other than Bleed Esports. What will we see today? Absolute mayhem in the land of dawn. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, introducing the 2 titans. But first up, put your hands together for RSG Slate SG. So right here, 1 victory away from the grand finals. RSG Slate SG continues their dominating performance over the league with their coach Stan DeLucas telling the other teams to have fun against them. Will they be able to secure their grand final spot with a smile on their face today? We can only find out. So next up, ladies and gentlemen, the team that's going against our defending champions. Put your hands together for Bleed Esports! Now the only team to take not just 1, but 2 games of RSG Slate SG in Season 5 now comes to the winners final, out for blood before the previous seasons. Now with Coach Youngin and Analyst Potato both having their fair share of champion titles, Bleed Esports looks to secure the grand finals spot for themselves to push them 1 step closer to their goal. So both the coaches and their analysts over on RSG Slate SG side, we have Safety Lucas and Lolzy, and on the side of Bleed Esports, we have Youngin and Potato. So now both teams are headed to their battle stations. Now, unlike the 2 matches that we have seen today, this match we will not see an elimination, but instead 1 team of these 2 will be pushed down to the lower brackets. Now keep in mind the lower brackets is not somewhere that any of these teams want to be in, because it is a long sprint to claim that championship title, because once you go down to the lower brackets, it is a best of 5 and another best of 7 waiting for you at the grand finals. So who will take victory right here at this match? I'm gonna hand my time over to our 3 amazing casters to take a look at the situation. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Sharon. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to MPL Singapore Season 5. Once again, we are back here, Bleed versus RSG. My name is Jay, joining me on desk. Churros and Vertigo will be casting this particular series, and it's gonna be hype. I would say this is almost like, you know,
El Clasico?
I don't want to use the word El Clasico.
It's El Clasico with the twist.
It's like
El Clasico with
it's like
twist,
these
yeah.
2 teams are always fated to meet at this particular spot. Last 2 seasons, there was a huge change in terms of storyline, but this time round, is Bleed. Will they be able to flip the script?
Well, I mean, I just gotta say, that is a very strong stage. To be able to support the weight of 2 giants on that stage without breaking, it's gonna be insane. But it's a revenge match against a revenge match. Well, for Bleed, they want to prove to the world, to Singapore, that they are able to take down RSG Slate. But for RSG Slate, it's a revenge story in itself. They want to be able to prove that they can, come back from the regular season.
Yeah, we're gonna go take a look at the RSG lineup for now. Who will be controlling each of these particular roles? You want to take it away, Vertigo?
I mean, we're gonna have Oki on the goal lane, Roy in the mid lane, Diablo for the EXP, Bray, the child prodigy, I would say. I would hype him up as the child prodigy as well.
He's getting old.
Lucian Cutie. I mean, he's getting up there too, but his experience is like a original OG player already.
That's correct. RSG, there's a lot of star players right here. Don't forget, they've also brought in big guns, Oki and Lucian QD, Bray, Diablo, and Roy. They're also someone that everybody should be afraid of if they really want to go up against, because these are our representatives for M4. But speaking of which, Bleed Esports this time around, they're battling for the representation to MSC. Churros, what do you see in them?
Oh man, FMM, Sailor, Gear, Deck, JPL. This is a all-star studded team. They've done super well in the regular season, top 2 in fact. Only lost out to maybe only one team down in the regular season. They've done extremely well. But I'm looking at the matchup between the junglers and EXP laners. Deck versus Bray and Diablo versus Gear. This is going to be hype.
It's the battle of the lanes, it's the battle of the jungle, but it all boils down to the team fight. Right? It all boils down to the team fight. Who can execute what? We saw what Diablo did yesterday with the backdoor, but enough about that. Let's talk about the stats.
Yep, let's take a look at the keys to victory instead, right? Because after that, we'll talk about the stats. We're gonna find out more how RSG is gonna particularly win against this lifelong rival of them, Churros.
Oh man, okay. Firstly, RSG needs to respect the fanning from Deck. So knowing that Deck is an assassin-heavy player, you want to respect his assassins. You got something like a Tank-a-lot. You need to brace yourself for Deck playing that Tank-a-lot. Keep a tight leash on JPL during the match. He's the main shot caller for the side of Bleed Esports. And Oki needs to reach his power spikes before FMM. This is the main key to victory. You want your laner to over-farm and get critical hits on top of your opponents.
Exactly, and I like the way Vertigo said it just now, right? Like these, and Churros as well, you also mentioned that this is like a battle of each lane. Each particular lane needs to outshine each other, right? FMM going up against Oki, you've also got Gear going up against Diablo, Roy going up against Sayla as well, JPL going up against Lucian QT. Everybody needs to shine. Speaking of shining, Bleed, what do you see in them?
I mean, taking a look at Bleed, right? We have Diablo playing the Badang in the regular season, which caught out off guard. But like, yes, he loves to punch people, but the Badang, it's so random, and that's what RSG Slate SG has to look out for. Is going to be Diablo's large and weird hero pool as well, and to focus on the draft on more late game heroes. So that all boils down to Youngin, in his draft, in his tactics, his overthinking. Sometimes overthinking is good, right? But it all boils down to the execution as well. And of course, for the last point, to give Sayla the space needed to work his magic.
No pun intended.
I love the pun though. Starting early today.
Our scriptwriters having a lot of fun with all these puns, but I think the most important thing we got to take a look is that these two teams, they know each other very well. They know each other, they probably scrim with each other, or probably play with each other during the downtimes, right?
Yeah.
And don't forget, these two teams are taking that step to become a full-time team in Singapore, and that's really rare.
And sometimes actually I feel like the upper bracket finals is sort of like a segue to the... It's actually basically the finals, it's sort of like the finals. It's going to be super hard.
It's a tease of what you can expect in the grand finals.
Yeah.
But before that, let's take a look at the player statistics.
I mean, taking a look at this Oki, 785. Honestly, that's a really high already. I mean, usually the average is around 680. This is a 1/400 above everybody else, right? It shows how fast Oki can farm up, how easily he can snowball out of control. But enough of that. Let's take a look at Diablo right there. 20% on the Q participation rate along with Roy.
Actually, what I want to add on is the synergy between their signature picks, right?
Yeah.
They like to fight team fights. They like to go with the macro game. They like to go with the protect composition. I'm not going to use that word again, Jay, so...
But that's season 4, right? Like when they have to protect baby kicks. But now this is Oki. Oki can actually hold his lane quite well. But speaking of which, let's take a look at the bleed statistics right here.
Right here. FMM with a 742, almost on par with Oki, I think. Yeah. Very close, but their signature picks all across the board, vastly different. They like the high ground. They really like the high ground picks. They like fighting onto team fights that they know that they can win. They want to go for the outnumbers. Take a look at Gear as well. I mean, we talked about the lane-to-lane matchup between the EXP and the jungle. We have Gear and Deck. They pretty much, Deck and Brave pretty much play the same heroes anyways.
And let me put out a grudge match right here, right? We talked about each different lanes. I think we forgot about the jungle. Don't forget, Deck was a sub in RSG for 2 seasons. Finally, he gets to control the jungler, and now he's on the other side. So you know that there's a lot more grudges in this particular matchup. But let's take a look at the team head-to-head, right? These two teams, one of the, two titans of Singapore in MPL Singapore, right? Just take a look at the stats. Bleed doing more damage as compared to RSG.
Actually, this is the previous game matchup. Bleed going for more and more hero damage, going for all these little skirmishes to convert into towers. But take a look at the tower and the objective rates. They're very, very close. Favoring RSG just a little bit more, but Bleed, they want to take down heroes, just to outnumber, just to cycle them, and cycle. Cycle?
Literally cycle.
No, I'm laughing because of
literally recycling heroes, right? You want to keep killing over and over again so that you got the manpower disadvantage. But I remember the scoreline, right? 2-0 during the regular season. It was actually Bleed kind of getting on form, because don't forget, Bleed in the early stage of regular season, they were a little bit shaky. But now with the 2 weeks break, I want to see what they have bringing in onto the table, especially in the upper bracket finals.
Wow. You know, this is what we think, but we have the talents prediction coming up on the screen right now. And what do you think is going to be? Everyone is going to be right now, not to be biased.
I already know.
Whoa, chop. The last time that we see something like this was SMG.
Touch wood. Nothing bad.
And usually you will go against me in terms of the predictions.
Exactly.
Actually, it's always Vertigo going with the Vertigo pick. But this time around,
Salmon swimming up against the ocean current, right?
Actually, we were talking about this, outside of all these games, outside of the cast, this is a very, very difficult game to predict.
Okay.
I really think it's going to be a 5 game. It's going to be a long marathon.
It will be, of course. This is the upper bracket final. The person that gets knocked down will be the one actually running the marathon, and of course, want to see it go that extra mile.
Oh,
Don't
actually,
forget,
the audience.
It is also going to be the audience predictions as well.
All right.
I think siding mostly on RSG side.
Yeah, so it's audience versus talents, right?
Hey, don't pit them against. I think we're only 3 of us.
We're, you know, it's a fair fight, right? It shows that it's a very nice balanced playing field. We have RSG slate for the audience, and then Bleed right now. Only 3 of us. I do not know about the rest of the casters as well. But, you know, Jace is just going to do a little quick check on that. But it does seem like it's going to be a nice 50-50 level playground. Like you said, I think it might be a game 5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going with the math right here. I mean, the reason why I picked Bleed is because they took down RSG slate, which was deemed unbeatable.
Ooh,
untaken downable.
Okay,
in the regular season.
Okay, I'm going to throw fellow casters under the bus right here.
Okay, let's go.
Abstract and Suki voted for RSG. Paula decided not to vote at all. He's scared, but of course...
No, he's saving his own skin, right?
Of course, this is a particularly hard match to predict, but ladies and gentlemen, here we go! This is a best of 5. This is RSG slate going up against Bleed.
Wow, and instantly going for the Fasa and the Valentina band. That's a hard lock and respect down to Roy. But we all know Roy has such a huge hero pool right now, and RSG slate on the other side, they're giving respect over to Gear, banning away that Alet, banning away the glue.
Well, it kind of seems like Bleed wants to prevent RSG from securing the high ground.
Yeah.
That's basically what they're trying to do. They understand that Roy is going to be one of the main playmakers, works very well with the artillery mages, taking out Farsa, taking out Valentina. What else they can pick for themselves is maybe a Yi or something like that.
A Yi would be great to ban out right now, but they will be just wasting your bans, no? And they're going to be banning away the Melissa and as well. Just like you said, the high ground as well.
High ground.
So Bleed is very afraid of this high ground, and they're going to be banning away 3 heroes. There's going to be high ground. And let me pick up on this point. RSG slate actually ban away any initiators, right? You have the Glue, the Ala, and the Joy. All these are in-your-face kind of heroes, right?
Very early game.
Yeah, very early game. Very hard to deal in the late game as well. They'll go right up in your face, and you can't do anything about it because they're so thick, they're so tanky.
Actually, I do like what Bleed is going for. I was going to say Sela's going to pick up that Farsa. In response, RSG might be picking up... I mean, they need to go for a Yi at least.
Yeah, they have to.
I don't know what.
No, but the Faramis is open, right? The Faramis is open, so they have to pick up the
Faramis.
Faramis.
Picked up the Faramis already. So, okay, they are going to settle with the Martis and the Grok. Lucian Cutie and Bray is going to pick that up. Well, okay, 53%
53% on the Grok, though. I mean,
the Grok,
we've seen a lot of teams, using up the Grok, picking up the Grok. And we all know how good or how much value a Grok can bring to the team. You can negate CCs, and take a look at that. Martis himself can negate the CCs as well. So you have a very nice free roaming space for your team, and then that's where you can, you know, slow down the tempo to your tempo and bring the game into your hands.
If we break it down, I think RSG is going for that dive composition. Early game,
definitely.
dive, skirmish composition. Lead, on the other hand, long, drawn-out team fights. Kaja and 1-1 picked up. FMM super comfortable on that 1-1, as we can see. But win rate so far for 1-1 not doing so good, 22.2%. Picked up 11% of the time, so like 1 out of every 10 games there is a 1-1. Not doing so well, but there is a little bit of a sort of like a confidence boost when you're playing 1-1. You need to shut her down because every single time that 1-1 is still alive, it sort of affects your positioning for your
Exactly.
team.
I mean, and the good thing about the 1-1, I mean, even Jace knows himself, the 1-1 is so good at kiting, right? And it just messes up your formation. It's all about that, you know, going into the team fight and staying in your formation. And just like that, Roy's going to be picking up the Yi. Wow.
Yeah.
He's really going for these pick compositions. Like you have the Kaja, you'll have these the firemen as well. These can drag members in, and then get FMM to just proc across one time very quickly, jump into the air. But there's one big problem that RG is throwing at against Bleed, right?
Oh, what is it?
This is so many AoE stuns. There's so many AoE damage coming up from Roy and Lucian QT. Bleed needs to pick their fights carefully.
Yeah, I mean, they have to pick their fights carefully, and it all boils down to JPL on that Kaja. Who is he going to catch out? Who is he going to isolate? And then can they finish or melt any members of RSG slate in time in order for them, like you said, they want to have the manpower to go into a 5v4.
I think what RSG is doing right here, they want to secure all that early game advantage, taking out the Mortis, the Grok, as well as the Yi. It has a lot of early game pressure, so the jungle is definitely going to be a problem for Bleed. So Bleed needs to really hunker down, protect Deck, get Deck his power spikes as fast as he can. Because
I would rather betray
what I think is
the
that
world than let the world
most probably go for a
me.
Fredrin.
Yeah.
Which is what works best with the Pheromones. It's sort of like 2 peas and paw. It's like brat on egg sort of like situation
it's a staple,
right there.
It's a staple.
Yeah, but RSG hunkering down on like, let's take gear out of the equation. Let's give Diablo an easier time.
Look at
so
that,
the Lone
5
Ranger,
bands. 5 bands all to gear, all
actually,
to potential EXPs.
all of it.
Yeah.
All of it is
5
on
EXP.
gear.
It's called a hashtag lock gear game 1.
Oh, okay. This is interesting. Okay.
Wow, and this time they're going to be locking down onto the high ground yet again on that Beatrix. So Bleed, they're playing a very smart game right now. Youngin drafting away that high ground. They do not want any high ground. Right now, they do have the E for that high ground. But anything else, the Grok and the Martis is all right up in your face. And the Claude.
I think Oki's going to go for the Brody. I think he's going to go for the Brody. You have a lot of protect. You have a lot of front line.
High ground.
And Brody's one of the heroes that has a lot of late game, high defense scaling out of all the marksmen. So based on defense, all you need is 3 items.
I think right here, I don't think they picked the marksman here. I think you take away the Benedetta from gear right here before going on. But instead, okay, RG, they're gonna allow the Benedetta to go through because right now the EXP pool is really getting thin. But at least for gear.
I mean, you do have a... Yeah, I mean, the Benedetta is open, right? So why not just pick it up? You have a nice split push potential, you have nice peeling, you have a good amount of damage, you are able to rush into the backline to catch out Roy or Oki as well.
This is
the menu looks good
tough.
here.
It's looking really tough for Bleed right now. What kind of Benedetta? Maybe
Yeah,
go
the
for a
Benny looks
Benedetta,
good.
go straight for that back line because all you need to disrupt is Oki and Roy from that
Body
back line.
suffers.
There we go. Actually, dude, I called every single thing. I called the Eve, I called the Brody, I called the Fredrin, I called the Benedetta.
Exactly.
I'm on fire right now, but Diablo, I don't know. They want to go for the wall comp again. Badang and the Grok combo looks pretty good right here. What do you think?
But I mean, they're going to go into the Khalid. Wow, Sandstorm, the Root Sandstorm right here coming right into your face. Diablo with the Khalid, he's going to put so much early game pressure and the early wave cutting as well. But not to discount out Deck onto the Fredrin. So that's a no-brainer pick right there, right? You have to go with the Fredrin. It's so good right now. You can't lose out on the Fredrin. So as we speak, Bleed and RSG slate finally lock in all 5 of the heroes right now.
Oh,
ready
look
to
at
go.
level 2 though. Look at level 2. Oh,
fully
man.
decked out.
Everywhere is just fully decked out right here.
No pun intended.
Oh man, just join us at Suntec City Mall. Atrium 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is game 1 of the upper bracket finals. Bleed Esports versus RSG Slate SG.
That's ladies and gentlemen, This is just the first game number 1. Many more to go. And don't forget, this is upper bracket finals. It's also, more importantly, it's a defending of their own honor. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for RSG and Bleed Esports going head-to-head in game number 1. And we're on the Land of Dawn for now.
We'll be taking a little bit of pause, but let's take a look at the emblems real quick. We have Kaja on the pull yourself together, so that flicker is actually going to be really, really useful. Is going to be using that a lot more. In the meantime, though, there is a lot of structure that can go into both teams. Right now, RSG, more dive-heavy composition. Bleed Esports, more team fight-heavy composition. Bleed Esports needs to play into that late game.
Yeah.
RSG Slate needs to play into that early game. They want to snowball.
Yeah, of course. You have a Martis. We saw the dunks coming up from Powerful, right? Just dunk, 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 3, and then dunk, 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 another 3, and then
Straight up dunking.
He's just snowballing out of control. SMG couldn't hold. As RSG, this is also their plan. Bleed Esports, on the other hand, they really need to try to slow it down, right? Get Firemis online, get 1-1 online. Even the Benedetta can also provide that macro plays, right? I can start cutting the wave, rotate even faster than the Khalid.
Exactly. I mean, Khalid, yes, you do have your passive to, you know, start gliding on your little sandstorm, but it does grant you a little bit of movement speed and rotation right there. But the Benedetta, honestly, will win a lane against a Khalid, in my opinion.
I think it's not necessarily winning lanes. Benny just needs to cut the wave, go down and support, get the early game tempo rotations. You need to, Benedetta on here needs to basically disrupt Bray's jungle farming, especially in the early game. I mean, we see how fast Martis can snowball. 4 minutes, level 8. That was powerful playing against, I mean, the earlier game today. Like when Powerful played Martis, he secured a very, very quick early triple kill. He went in 4 minutes, level 8, and from there was just crazy.
It just started snowballing under control, but right now, a Bleed up against RSG Slate, I don't think there is any sort of snowball that's going to be coming out right now. I mean, both teams equally as strong. They're butting heads. They are like 2 equal rams just crashing into each other every single day, every single minute, every single second. But I do not think there would be any snowball right here. I mean, unless there's a huge mistake, they have to reset and go over again. So if we see any sort of, Bleed or RSG Slate SG going into the passive mode right there, if they have to go passive, something's wrong.
I think RSG Slate SG has the better form of high ground as compared to Bleed Esports, right? They do have the Eve, and they also have the Brody in a sense, right? You can just quickly wave clear with your ultimate. Khalid can also wave clear very quickly, just spin, and then all of a sudden your wave is all gone. Bleed Esports, on the other hand, they need to be the aggressor in this particular matchup, right? They need to be the one that's picking up fights going up against RSG Slate SG. Now, RSG Slate SG, on the other hand, they're the ones that need to punish the pick potential coming out from Bleed Esports. Do not allow yourself to get picked up, because the next thing you know, you're going to get bursted out by the 1-1 or even the Firemis as well from Bleed Esports.
Wow. Both sides, just tense.
It is tense. I mean, if you're up on stage playing against a live audience, and this is crazy. We have like 3 levels full in Suntech City Mall right here. All eyes are on you, and it's on you to do well in this game. It's going to be a really, really tough game. I mean, both teams, they have their win conditions all set right here.
Yeah.
What I'm thinking is, okay, let's do some theory crafting a little bit right here.
Let's go.
What I see usually from RSG Slate is that Lucian Cutie goes down to Diablo's EXP lane, cuts the wave with him, and then goes straight for the jungle. I'm definitely seeing a very, very early skirmish into the jungle. Try to disrupt deck as much as possible. Get him a lot more anxiety before he comes back online. He is a Fredrin after all. It's sort of like a mid to late game sort of centric hero.
I mean, both. I do not know what to think right here, man.
It's quite tough because
it's so tough.
We can theory craft everything, right? But when it actually starts to go into the game, you start to see the way they play.
Yeah.
Don't forget Bleed and RSG Slate. Both of these two, especially the EXP laners, can immediately go and start proxying the wave and then start hard invading, right? Khalid can do the same, has the power spike at level 1.
Exactly.
At the same time, the Benedetta could just dash around and just create so much havoc. So both these two teams kind of going in with a similar style in terms of the early game, but we need to take a look at how they take the first turtle fight. Because at the first turtle fight, if RSG Slate SG, they start to pick up the momentum, you know there was snowball, right?
Yeah.
The esports, on the other hand, they know during the regular season, we saw they take a while before their engine starts to run.
I mean, it's a very disciplined kind of play style coming out from Bleed, right? It's like, how do I say, it's a model answer, right? It's like, this is how you're supposed to play. There is a certain way to play. But RSG Slate, on the other hand, is like, this is a right answer as well. right? It is a very good way you're supposed to snowball. This is, if you want to snowball, this is how you should snowball.
Man, it's just nothing much to go on.
Yeah,
I
there's
think,
nothing to go
like,
on.
right
yeah.
now, it's just like the first minute.
Yeah.
Well, going into the first minute, right? We don't really see much emblems. I think both these two teams, they know which emblems to take. It's just about down to the mechanics once again.
I mean, both sides are just so intense, so tense right now. I do not know what they're gonna go, right? It's like JPL with the Kaja. Can he catch them out? Isolation. I think this is what Bleed are trying to go with right now. They're trying to isolate somebody, melt them as fast as possible, and try to win in a 5v4. I mean, that's the idea, right?
It's all theory. It's all theory.
Yeah, it's all theory.
This point.
Whereas RSG, Slate SG, they are like, you know, their composition is more of a team fight in your face. If you're gonna try to 5v5 me, I will win you.
Yeah, but I gotta say, I respect Gears Benedetta.
Yeah.
I mean, back in Season 3, Season 4, he's been playing Benedetta out of his mind. He even used it in jungle one point when he was in Season 4.
Yeah.
And this man is just like, if you Photoshop his face onto Benedetta's body, it's just, it's basically, yeah, if I say Benedetta, I see Gear and Abstract. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, only these two, right?
Only these two people.
Only these two. Whenever I see a Beatrix or a Leslie, I think of Jace. So. Hey, it's the same ideology, right?
Hey,
yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I'm just chilling right here, you know, like I'm just thinking about what there's a lot of the ways that these two teams can go, right? But of course, a lot of grudge matches between these two teams, right? First of all, the brand of each of them.
Yeah,
like
man.
RSG, Slate SG going up against Bleed Esports. Well, back then they were known as Slate back then, and now RSG took the Slate name over. They became Bleed Esports. And then, you know, all the way since Season 1 when there were EVOS SG and RSG, you know, it's very tough.
It's throwback. It's a big throwback.
It's a huge throwback.
Exactly. And even during SGMY, MPL SGMY, it's such, they were just butting heads non-stop. Constantly.
Yeah. It's like they always meet somehow in this battlefield.
It's destiny.
Right?
It's destiny, right? They are fated to meet. They are fated to fight. But only one can win. It's like a, how do I put it? It's like a fairy tale, right?
It's always a fairy tale.
There's a path to take.
Every year they'll meet like 6 times in like
6 times,
seasons. So it's always them. But taking a look at the faces of the players, it kind of seems like Bleed Esports, they're trying to take a chill pill right now. A little bit of a happy faces all around. Diablo does seem a little bit anxious in this time. I mean, he walked out. He was covering his face. He was a little bit shy. There was a lot of players right here, and a lot of people watching him play as well.
You just did Diablo dirty in front of me?
Nah, I didn't.
Well, we all know Jace loves Diablo, right?
I love Diablo.
Yeah, Diablo is handsome, alright? Give him some slack.
Is he Jace and his Diablo, you know, Diablo biasness.
Yeah, his
I have to admit, he's pretty handsome though.
Yeah, he is. Definitely.
He is. Okay, yeah. You look at him right now. Is
I like the fact that the camera goes over to him directly when Jace talks about Diablo.
When Jace talks about Diablo.
Why is it getting hot in here?
It's the sun, man. It's the sun. Because we're at Suntech City right here in the Tower 1 and 2 Atrium.
You sure it's not Diablo?
No, it's not Diablo, man. It's Bray. It's Bray.
Well, his heat emanates all throughout the stage into like the 3 levels of like Suntech City mode.
All right, jokes aside, okay, these two teams, right? Like we mentioned about the grudge matches, we mentioned about each lane matchup. We've also mentioned the fact that both these two teams once again wanted to represent Singapore as well.
Yeah.
RSGSG went to M Series. They also went to MC last season, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Season 3.
Yeah.
And they're also sending representatives over to the SEA Games.
Yeah.
That's like kind of the next thing on the timetable, right?
Yeah,
but now it's about sending the best of Singapore to MSC, and we're looking at one of these two teams, right?
I like the Faramis pick, man. Honestly, especially just because of the passive as well. And we all know Bleed, RSG Slate. You know they love to go into their formation, and that Faramis, that passive, just that one passive, right? Honestly, I think it will be a very big threat, and not to forget you have a COTS order.
When we're talking about like the hero picks and the composition, I mean, building up on Jay's point, like which team do you want to represent Singapore? I think both teams are really like, they're pretty much neck and neck. I like the way that Youngin is drafted. They try to counter deny, like they know that Roy is sort of like the glue that holds, no pun intended again, that holds RSG Slate together. And once you take out his comfort heroes of the Valentina and Farsa, you sort of like give him the only choice that he wants to play, and you know that Gear is going to be able to seek him out. in that late game. So I do like the way that Youngin is drafted, but it's still the first game out of the best of 5. But on the other hand, same DeLuca, I really like the aggressive composition that comes out of RG Slate. Time and time again, they show that they've always mastered this kind of like super early, high tempo, high octane gameplay, and they secure all that wins every single time. They were literally winning every single regular season game up till when they faced up Bleed. And Bleed sort of like was able to break the code, but I think it's not down to like a drafting problem in the regular season.
It's the execution, right?
It's the execution. It's execution. It's the nerves. It's the
James,
jitters.
what do you think during the regular season? How did Bleed manage to get that 2-0 victory over RSG Slate?
I think it's just the fact that if you know each other very well, you've been technically, going out with this person very well, you know his quirks, why do I feel like I'm giving dating advice right here, right?
Yeah, you're dating
like
RSG.
if you see this person over and over again, you get to know their habits, and then you start to pick up their bad habits, and then you start to punish their bad habits. I guess that's what happened from during the regular season against the 2-0, right? But it's really, but there's a 2-week break. You see, there's a 2-week break between the regular and the playoffs, and that's a lot of time for you to grow, right? I remember there's one season where it's only 1 week. It's very quick.
It's so quick.
Yeah, you can't do anything. But this time around,
it's 2 weeks.
Yes, there's 2 weeks. You get to reset mentally, and you get to reset maybe your mechanics. And there's definitely boot camp going in for both these two teams.
Yeah,
I expect a lot from these two teams.
Well, in my personal opinion, I think RSG might have an advantage in terms of like learning from other regions. I mean, you talk about 2 weeks break, and then like on their Instagram, they went over to
Malaysia, right?
Malaysia, their sister country, a sister team.
Yeah, sister team, especially Repo as well, the king of taunts. I love Repo.
They should learn from Repo. Like make this a little bit more lively.
We want to see some taunting in MPL SG, right?
I do like a little bit.
I mean, we do have a little bit of tas action, in the Evil game as well. We see a lot of tas action. But, we want to see some real-life taunting. Speaking of real life, let's go into real life. Game number 1.
Smash them.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that said, welcome to game number 1. This is the land of dawn between these two powerhouses. Thank you very much for your patience. We're going to start things with a bang. Speaking of a bang, Diablo, slicing and dicing on top of JPL already.
Yeah, it's just like I said, like, they want to go in straight for that early game aggression because RSG identified that Deck is probably one of the weaker links in terms of that early game because they know that Deck does falter under pressure. So they just want to maintain that pressure, especially in the early stages of the game where they know that Diablo is going to be a very, very hard-hitting hero. But speaking of that, look at the top lane though. Gear almost getting out, not getting out alive.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Master Assassin Diablo Khalid, right? You're going to do a lot of damage. I think Gear did not respect the damage coming out from Diablo. But like I said, you mentioned about Deck. Deck can falter under pressure. We all know that. I believe RSG know it firsthand. He was from RSG, and you know that RSG is looking to punish. And there's also part of the reason why Bray was the preferred jungler for RSG.
I think this is pretty smart. Like, take a look at Bray's rotation. They want to move up towards that EXP lane. They want to deny Gear of that level 3, deny Gear of that level 4. And Diablo's doing a very, very good job zoning him out of getting any EXP whatsoever. He's not even touching any of the creeps whatsoever.
Okay.
Retribution popped by Deck. He does get that gold scuttle crab.
I mean, the gold scuttle crab is okay. Any and small, big advantage is going to help them go in the long run. That's a flicker already burned by Illusion QT as well. The turtle. I mean, RSG is setting up around the turtle right here. It's very early for RSG to be there, but that's the power of the Martis, right? You can farm out of control very quickly. You get to just quickly clear your jungle and then walk straight to the objectives.
It's a very good lane-to-lane matchup between the Brody and the 1-1. Oki doing having a pretty good time for the side of RSG, but the turtle is up. Diablo already level 4.
Yep.
Gear just got his level 4. He is able to zone them out, but they are way out of position. Gear's all alone.
Look at RSG, the way they actually set up the triangle, not allowing the members of Bleed to actually just jump in. And there's a Diablo ultimate as well. Auto will be proc at the same time. Real world manipulation go all the way in. Bray will be able to pick up Gear as the first blood goes into it. And Dak will follow suit 2-0 going in for RSG.
The crowd goes wild for the first time this game as well. RSG already up 1,000 gold lead. First turtle down by them, but the play was so masterfully done. Gear was level 4 way behind of Diablo, and what he did was he rotated a little bit too late. So he was all left alone to his own devices. and Lucian Cutie was way up front, denying Deck of any movement towards that turtle pit. So Bray easily gets that first turtle, and the rest is history, right?
Yep, and the fact that RSG really set it up early, right? They really had full control on the turtle priority. You can see Deck is like, okay, I'm gonna give up on the turtle already right off the bat, but top lane, Master Assassin going in, coming out from Diablo, just spinning Gear right into the ground. Gear, the assassin himself, unable to hold.
Just skating around, he's just zoning it out, just trying to be as aggressive in the jungle. Deck far behind of Bray. Bray already 2 levels ahead of Deck, and this is only 3 minutes. And like I said, it's always with a Mortis, you have that early game, but wall charge.
There's a wall charge committed as well. JPL will need to try to run away. Even Roy, the slow coming in, allowing the submission coming out from RSG. That is a scaling Bray on the Mortis as well. Now FMM following through right here. He has to try to crossbow attack. Oki flickers away. FMM will not be able to do so, and FMM still safely under the turret.
I do like RSG's rotation right here. They take down JPL, knowing that JPL is out of commission for just a little bit. RSG rotates down to that goat lane, securing that goat plate. Because of the fact that JPL was not there to defend against FMM. And FMM, being a squishy 1-1 as he is, not having his power spikes just yet, they're able to just secure a little bit of that goat plating, goat turret plating, giving RSG up ahead in goat lead. 1.5k right now.
Turtle once again, still in the side of Bray. Deck cannot find an entry point. It's up to Gear, or maybe Lucian QT. That's a wall being built out. Even putting down the real world manipulation. Bleed is getting locked out by RSG.
Very masterfully done. Road manipulation just zones the rest of them out. They know that they don't want to take that fight, and you know road manipulation is a pretty much short cooldown, but the suppression comes in.
Suppression going in. Lucian QT gets power all the way back. That's the mark already proc for FMN as well. He doesn't really need the crossbow tank. We'll be able to take that down. That's a small consolation prize that Bleed was able to take.
But there's a 4 men down onto that bottom side. Bray does get his purple buff. He wants to be able to go down, but Sailor already starting that rotation. Taunt coming in.
There's a taunt as well, but nothing can be done right here from himself. Bleed and JPL overextended just a little bit. Decimation will miss. Call Auto will be activated as well. Sailor's right underneath the turret. He has to back away. The slow coming in as well. Bray is looking for Mordo. FMM, the proc is there, but not going to commit. No, nothing can be done for the side of Bleed. They need more time.
Roy just got his Ice Queen wand, so the utility coming in from the Eve is going to be showing up a little bit stronger right now for members of RSG. Coming down on that bottom side lane, but they don't know that Sailor's there. Sailor coming out.
FMM and Sailor, the crossbow tank needs to be proc right here. He'll be able to find Oki right here. He's still in the air. Roy will be the second person going down for the side of RSG right here. Bleed finally turning it around. JBL kidnaps security right underneath as he tries to run away. FMM on the roll right here on the killing spree.
A little bit of a disrespect from FMM. As he should. 3-0-1. He's coming online really, really fast. Let's take a look at itemizations. It has the corrosive side, almost building up that Demon Hunter sword. But take a look at Brody. Brody only has that Fury Hammer. Albeit he's going for that Blade of Despair, he's a little bit slower than what FMM is doing, because FMM, the beauty of the 1-1, you don't have to buy the boots. It's inevitable. You don't have to spend that 250 gold.
More attack speed in your side. Your crossbow tank is going to hurt a little bit more, but the most important thing that we have to look out for, the Bleed, the patience has paid off, and it allowed them to finally get a bit of a foothold. But RSG, they're not out of the woods just yet, right? They still have a Bray that's scaling out of control. 2-0-1. They've already secured 2 turtles right here, and RSG once again has full turtle control around the pit. Right here, Roy, Lucian QT, he's trying to sneak up, but Gear coming in for the side. FMM is already on the turtle right here, and here comes a team fight. Deck will be able to take the turtle away, and it's going to be the call auto that makes sure Bleed stays alive just a little bit longer. The Battery Fight coming out from Gear, slicing and dicing members of RSG down. 2 members on the side of RSG left alive.
That was so well played for Bleed Esports. They waited for the road manipulation to come online, waited for Diablo to smash all the way into their backline with Eve. And I mean, what they did was just waited for the right time. The taunt, the pull, and Sailor came right in, allows enough time for FMM to pop all that weakness points and pop that crossbow tank, eliminating all of them. But Diablo, his damage is coming through actually.
Let Bleed cook. That's basically the name. The name of the game right here coming off from Bleed, right? RSG, they probably overextended just a little bit more. They thought they had the advantage. They thought they had the priority because they were winning in the early game, but Bleed is starting to catch up.
Yeah, not gonna lie, they had me in the first half, but in the mid stage of the game, though, Diablo's still struggling. Gear still struggling, facing off one-on-one against Diablo, but that is 2BO. The suppression comes
Lucian
in, though.
QT, that's a suppression that you don't expect coming up from Groff. Lucian QT is only a quarter HP. Bray setting up our flank right here. RSG need to pull the trigger, but I don't think they'll be able to do anything just yet. Mid lane will get cleared off. Both side, there's no advantage being gained right there in the mid lane.
The pool composition, the pool team fight composition from Bleed is so masterfully played. Like, JPL goes in with the Divine Justice, and then Sayla gets a grasp onto any one player and pulls them back out of the way so they cannot escape.
Churros, I have a big question to you, right?
Yeah.
As JPL, Divine Judgment right there, right? You have Lucian QT on this Grok. You need to time the Divine Justice so well on top of Lucian QT. If not, Lucian QT will just, be big size and just walk away.
No,
because he has that CC immunity, right?
It's a suppression. So suppression breaks through CC immunity.
Okay.
So whether Lucian QT has that CC immunity or not doesn't matter because the Divine Justice is suppression. Suppression cannot be broken out unless you crowd control the initiator, which is that Kaja. But take a look at Gear doing Gear things like we talked about, just going straight for that backline, being that Lone Ranger, that Lone Hunter on his mission alone. Bray starting a fight though.
There's a fight starting right here. Call auto already used and suppression going in. It's going to be deck. Bray, that actually gets just dragged right on into the damage coming out from Bleed. Bleed, on the other hand, have already taken the jungle from RSG down. Bleed has full control on the Lord Pit as well. Don't forget, so much side lane pressure on the side of Bleed. This is a Lord that RSG cannot contest.
Well, FMM is just playing out of his mind right now. The damage coming through from FMM, like you see players hero damaged out. He is slowly climbing up to that top of the charts, and he's always, Bleed is always punishing them, collapsing on any one member that comes too close. So Lucian QT, his job is to give vision for the rest of RSG, but every single time he does that, he gets caught out, and it's so hard to escape from them because of the amount of crowd control that Bleed has. You have a taunt from that Fredrin, you have a suppression from JPL, you have the pullback, and you have the splash damage from that Sayla.
Okay, Lucian QT, he's going to get knocked up right here. Lucian QT does have the mark. He has to wild charge away. That's a defensive ultimate already used by the side of RSG. It's going to be Gear just using the ultimate just to wave clear because they do have this Lord pushing up top.
RSG had that early game, but as the clock is ticking down, the Lord marching down at the top side, Bleed way far ahead in terms of gold as well.
Yeah, looking for an entry right here. That's the Lord already clashing. Roy, real world manipulation zones the member of Bleed all the way out. That's the Lord taken down by RSG. RSG will breathe a sigh of relief, but they're slowly losing structures in the mid and slowly probably down bottom as well.
This is a really, really surgical, methodical, clinical kind of Bleed right now. Knowing that the Lord is definitely going to go down on that top side, they focus their attention on that mid lane, tier 2, bottom lane, tier 2, and they want to take as much gold as they can from all these little turrets that they have, just maximize FMM's gold lead a little bit more because the team fight that's coming through against RSG, if Diablo can land a really, really nice Raging Sandstorm onto that backline and shut FMM down, that is it. They can push, they can recycle their players. Take a look at the itemizations right here. 1-1 is still very, very squishy. He has that win of nature just to have a little bit of a sustain from all those physical attacks coming from Brody, coming from Khalid, so she's pretty much safe on that back line. So FMM really needs to find himself in the right position, pop off crossbow tanks.
Yeah, sure. See, it's RG right here, back against the corner. They do have the high ground and Roy with real world manipulation. Bleed, on the other hand, they need to try to find things elsewhere. They need to try to pull RSG out. That's also the reason why they decide to freeze the lane halfway through right outside there, right? But yeah, RSG, they're not falling for it.
RSG, they're hunkering down inside their base. They know that if they get caught outside of their base, away from the safety of their turrets, they are going to be collapsed on. Yeah. They are going to be punished for that. Bray trying to just seek out a little bit of that purple buff. Okay. They have that conceal play. Will they go for it though?
Right here, JPL, it's like, he's the carrot right here, right, from Bleed, right? Dangling in front of RSG. RSG is not biting on that. We'll be able to just ignore him. RSG is just focusing most of the members at the bottom side. The Lord's on the top side though. Bleed does have the wave pushed up against RSG. They just need to clear up the top wave, then let it crash in, let RSG defend. But RSG feels like, you know what? I don't think they're going to contest it at all. They know they're 6.7k gold lead behind, and they're just not going to take this. They're going to give it over to Bleed.
This is just the second Lord of the game. Just 12 minutes Lord is
this
the enhanced Lord. It just crashes once, right?
No,
but
it will keep crashing.
This
one will crash.
Yeah, it will crash. It will crash, but they can't afford to give up one turret because they have the high ground. Look, Roy has that roam manipulation. You have the Raging Sandstorm. You are able to protect your base underneath the safety of your turret because the turret damage deals a lot more if you collapse in. And the thing about Bleed is that they have a very, very team fight-centric, front-to-back heavy, skirmish kind of composition. So as long as that comes in a little bit too close, they are going to capitalize on the situation. All they need to do is find FMM. They need to separate FMM from Sailor. That's all they need to do.
It's a 4-1 composition coming out from Bleed, right? 4 on the top, 1 at the bottom lane. Diablo will be able to meet Gear in the middle, but at the bottom side. But hold on a second, mid lane, getting crashed on a little bit. I think I hear a flicker, and Brave will get kidnapped. But Enso is gonna be the 1-1 that flies into the sky, spreading damage all across RSG. Diablo raging Sandstorm, but raging no more. He's gonna get taken down at the same time. Bleed will focus on the core instead. And ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 goes over to Bleed.
GG, well played to Bleed Esports. That was a really, really masterful game 1 performance. It just exceeded all our expectations.
It was like a jump scare. I wasn't expecting that.
It was.
Jump scare?
It was. It was.
It's just a straight up jump scare. We didn't expect this, right? I mean, RSG Slate, they took the early game and then all of a sudden, just out of nowhere, instantaneously, Bleed just shows up.
He's like the Jack in the Box, right?
You
don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what's going to come up. They open the box, and that's a boxing glove being just sending an uppercut over to RSG. Bleed, this slow and strong vice grip, slowly clamping down on the throats of RSG.
Yeah.
RSG need to figure a plan out of this.
I mean, we can break it down more, but I really want to nitpick on this, right?
Okay.
I mean, they really locked down Lucian QD.
Yes, they did.
They know what was the key to victory, literally, right? They locked down on Lucian QD because they're not allowing Lucian QD to pull off anything at all.
Yeah, speaking of which, you talk about not allowing Lucian QD to pull anything off. I've seen Wild Charge being used defensively.
Yeah, constantly.
Many times.
4 times. I counted.
Oh, you actually counted?
Yeah, I'm just doing my job, man. I mean, literally 4 times. And let's take a look at the items right now. Gear going into the Hunter Strike and the Battle Axe as well.
Ooh.
Wow. And the Dom Eyes with the Radiant Armor. I mean, of course, it's a Eve. You have to get the Radiant Armor as well. But
actually, something that speaks out to me is Bray actually didn't buy the Molten Essence. He got the Fury Hammer.
Yeah, which kind of surprised me. Yeah, I mean, he's going for a little bit more damage rather than tankiness and trying to sustain during the fight. I think this is where it kind of went wrong. Because Bray keeps getting caught out, but he didn't die as often though. He keeps getting caught out, but the Molten Essence would have helped then as compared to the Fury Hammer.
This itemization's coming out from Bray is just a little bit questionable in my opinion. I don't know if the meta is usually get the Molten Essence. You don't finish the Molten Essence. That is your half item for the jungle farm. It gives a little bit of a defense. It gives a little bit of a burning sensation to your creeps. It sustains you in the middle of team fights. So building up that Fury Hammer gives you, yes, you have physical penetration, but you take away that defense that Bray so desperately needs. Even though you have that crowd control immunity, if you get caught out by a Kaja, you get caught out by a Kaja.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how the Kaja keeps catching out, right? JPL was doing his job correctly.
Yeah, I think the most important thing that Bleed made this work is that they have enough burst to burst down the members that JPL kidnapped. Just take a look at the amount of damage they dealt. 10k even more as compared to RSG. Diablo was having a lot of good times at the top side in the XP lane, right?
Yeah.
But eventually, Bleed just decides to ignore Gear. Gear is elusive enough to just slip Owen away, and then Bleed plays elsewhere around the map.
Yeah, I mean, I have to nitpick on this part as well. There was this particular fight, right, where Gear used that Petrify along with the Electro Final Blast. The 3-man Petrify to turn away the fight. So the Cloud Outer was used first, and then the 3-man Petrify. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah. I mean,
the micro is just on another level, man.
Yep. Of course, we'll be taking a look at the MVP between these two. Well, especially from Bleed, right? I think all these players, they played really well. FMM, but also JPL was kidnapping members as well. So speaking of which, there you go, JPL kidnapping the right person at the right time, but
Yeah.
at the same time, Kaja, this kind of pick, this kind of drop only works if you have enough damage to burst whoever JPL kidnaps.
I mean, I love that. I love that term now. I'm gonna use it right now. I'm just gonna keep using it now to kidnap somebody, to melt them down. And this is what Bleed was drafted for. They drafted for the kidnapping to melt somebody down. 5v4, done, settled.
Yeah, I like the fact that JPL also opted for that Oracle. He went for the Oracle after the Brute Force Breastplate, just to give himself a little bit more sustain inside that jungle. Because I remember there was this one game yesterday when they played against SMG.
Okay.
He always gets caught out in the bushes.
Yeah.
So there's no way for him to escape. So buying a little bit more sustained items, if he has his passive on, whacks a little bit, he heals himself up.
Heals a little bit, yeah.
Yep. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into a short... I think everybody, and especially Vertigo, you like this particular segment that we've introduced this particular season, right? The mic checks allows us to just get into the mindset of these pro players, and we shall see in just a bit, ladies and gentlemen. Here you go. Okay,
so
seems like the mic check was going to take some time, so we'll be mic checking it ourselves. We're not going to voice over in just a bit.
All right, now it's ready.
Okay, now is the real one.
Now the real one, yeah.
Now this is the real one, guys.
I can put. Okay. Hey, put mati, put mati. Yours. On me. Hey, nice. I don't put. Nice. Hey, mati. Nice. Hey, guys. No. I thought. Xiao. Hey, mati block already. Nice. Nice, good job. Nice. And BM, we got it. No, that's one. Easy game,
To the minds of the pro players, I meant hearing nice, and then incoherent screaming.
It was all deck, right? It was all deck.
Actually, I think it's less of the communication and more of the morale boost. It's the morale
boosting, yeah.
But that was a nice mic check though.
Nice.
I love it.
I loved it so much. And I want to see so many more like mic checks from like both players. And I want to see like the Indonesian side from RSG if they do win, and then we see their mic checks like.
Man, like
back.
I think the most important thing, right, like the fact that these teams, right, like there's not a lot of like, okay, I caught somebody, you saw from some other mic check.
Yeah.
Right? This is just nice, and they just jump in. This is the mark of a team that has been working together so long together.
They don't need to say I've caught. They just come, and then okay, then the follow-up is automatic already.
Yeah. I actually do like that. JPL was calling for a flank. I got a flank. I got a ulti.
And Gear always say I got proc. I got multi-proc. They got multi-proc.
Yeah. He's got multi-procs. He's got the petrify. He goes straight in. So this was a very fun mic check too.
It's a fun mic check, but of course to make sure that they are on point as well. These boys will be able to make sure that the face are super clean as well. Thank you very much, Garnier Man, for helping us out this particular season. You are ready to get your game to the next level. So introducing you, Garnier Man, right in front of us, and is the official skincare partner of Mobile Legends Professional League Singapore Season number 5. I'm using one myself at home, and can you please put it back?
No, I want it.
Stop taking my jokes.
No, you can get 99.9% out of bacteria within 10 seconds. Who wouldn't want that? I want it for myself.
But of course, you can level up your game as well. And of course, confidence, right? You saw Bleed earlier just now. All they need was just confidence boost, and Garnier Man will definitely help you get that as well. And you will get a fresh, clean look for yourself. So why settle for just average and, just having a bit oil? Because I know I do have a lot of oil, so I use the oil control one.
Wow.
And of course, you can be a champion with the extra GG
TMI,
in
though.
just 10 seconds with what you said with Garnier Man Acno Fight.
Yeah, I mean, within 10 seconds to remove oil. I mean, everyone has their, oil rate. I call them oil rate, right? The amount of oil that comes out of your face. Some people there's more, some people there's less. But this just helps is a nice little medium to control that oil, to keep it in check, right? And speaking of keeping things in check, let's keep ourselves in check and go into game number 2 between the Bleed and RSG Slate.
Who's going to be coming out on top? Champion Extra GG.
Man, this is like, I don't know, man. It feels on the verge, right?
On the edge.
On the edge,
Yeah,
right?
there we go.
Bleed, just now, they were a bit slow in the start, but all of a sudden, once they hit that power spike, all of a sudden they just turn it around. RSG this time around, I think they need to be a little bit careful. Maybe ban out the Kaja coming out from the side of Bleed, especially not giving the Kaja over to JPL way too many times.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, the JPL's Kaja is just constantly on the prowl. It's like JPL's Cho, right?
Yeah.
They're like constantly on the prowl, able to catch somebody out and isolate them. And this is what Bleed do best. I mean, take a look at that. 3 high grounds getting taken away, and RSG Slate recognize that FMM is too hard to be caught out right now. So they want someone who is less mobile. So they're going to be removing away the 1-1.
So Bleed actually banned out the same heroes in game number 1 because, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. RSG, they understand and identified that 1-1 is going to be a huge problem in their early game aggression through to that mid-game power spikes. Gear is going to be picking up that R-Lot because the 1-1 is banned out and that's open. RSG, they need to have a little bit of a crowd control suppression. They might go for a Grok and a Martis again because it does work well considering that they have crowd control mitigation from all their skills.
I mean, the alert is open. Of course, they have to pick it up. And the 1-1 is going to ban out. But this time, RSG, they can pick up the Faramis. But instead, they're going to go with the Yves yet again. Wow. And this time, they're going to be picking up the Claude. I mean, the Claude was banned in the second phase. But right now, Claude being picked up by RSG Slate. Woo!
Actually, I think the Claude is a denied pick from FMM. You don't want to give FMM a Claude because he's super, super nutty on that Claude. He scales off extremely well. And it's sort of like gels very well with the R-Lot composition. Once they're out of position, Claude jumps in with the Blazing Duet, melts everyone down, and then R-Lot does the cleanup with the Vengeance. But since Faramis is on the tables, Sailor might pick that up. He might snatch that up.
Yeah, the Kaja is on the table, the Faramis is on the table. RSG decides to go ahead and prior pick their win conditions, right? Oki and Roy going back into the real world manipulation slows everybody down, coming with the Blazing Duet, right?
Kaja?
Bleed will definitely pick up the Kaja. I'm not surprised if the next pick will be the Marksman, but okay, they're going to go for
the Fredrin
first.
They're going to go for the Fredrin. They're not, I think they might be banning out the Faramis instead.
Okay, so Bleed is just lacking a little bit of damage right now. RSG, they picked up that mid lane and that goat lane position. They might go for that Martis just to have a safe pick. And then ban out the Faramis because Faramis is seldom used as a roam, but it still can be.
But
I don't know if it's going to be
It's much
used
better as a mage, right?
Yeah, it is, because you have that fast rotations, fast wave clear. They are going to be picking up that Grok. Still a little bit of a flex pick coming into RSG.
Could go into EXP.
I've seen it played like in EXP in the jungle as well. It's not very uncommon in MPL MY as well. I mean, you're seeing Grok playing in the jungle and work extremely well for themselves in MPL
slow
MY.
though, don't you think?
I don't know if like MPL SG, RSG is going to be doing the same thing, but taking out all of the main damage dealers, Beatrix, another one of FMM's really comfortable picks, is going to be off the tables. They have no claw to play with. Bleed on their hand, they need to be able to look down onto banning out maybe a EXP lane for Diablo. Maybe
they should ban out the Martis, right?
Yes.
They should ban out the Martis, but the
ban out
Martis didn't do much, to Bleed's lineup just now. So I don't think they should be banning out the Martis. I mean, they figured out the formula to defeat the Martis, so I think the Martis should be left out right now, and Bleed would have, other important heroes to ban out.
I think Martis is always a
again.
viable pick because, I mean, they do have that high ground. RSG has the roam manipulation. That's all you need for a high ground turret defense kind of situation. They are going to be banning out the Badang because Diablo is one of his signature picks anyways. Very confident in that hero. You don't want to be able to deal with a Badang right here. RSG on the other hand, they ban out a Kadita.
I like it. I like that ban.
Interesting. Very interesting for me because I don't remember the last time Sayla picked up a Kadita. Do you?
No, it's so rare.
I mean,
it's very rare though.
Okay, the Kadita is good against the
Claude and the Eve.
The Eve mainly, because when you go into the real world manipulation, you're immobile, and then you could just come in, juke in, and juke out, right? So that's why RSG decides to ban that away. Meanwhile, there's not a lot of marksmen in the pool left. The Melissa is already taken away, the Beatrix as well, the 1-1. What's next is probably just the Brody left that Bleed can actually pick up.
Yeah, I mean, the Brody seems nice. I really like the Brody though.
Yeah,
you have nice little high ground, you have some armor penetration as well. It's very balanced, so they're going to be banning away the Khalid. Wow.
You know, actually, I won't be surprised if Layla is picked up. I mean...
No, come on, man. Really?
Layla, yeah, I mean, Layla has a 0.25% stun, 0.25 second stun as you hit the second skill. So, like...
Moskov?
And you have that range as well. Oh, Moskov? Moskov works really, really well in their composition because you have, like, Gear doing that final slash. Moskov comes in, just pummeling them down front to back. Right now, FMM, he has a lot of options right here. He still has a lot of options right here.
Moskov or carry, right?
Moskov. Carry works well.
But they have high ground, so the carry would have to get up close and personal. So I think they would, they would go for the Moskov, right? Nice little high ground, or maybe a Mia or a Clint, you know, give them that nice arm length distance. Yeah, why not?
Fair, fair. I say Layla.
No, James is squeezing. What's do you want me to say last?
It was actually used by QQ in MPL MY, so I'm really not surprised if Layla is picked up. Layla is really, really strong right now too. You know what I'm saying? But Faramis is getting picked up, and like you said, carry is to that solidifies Bleed's lineup. They have a very team fight oriented lineup. Yet again, very aggressive in that mid to late stages of the game. FMM really needs that power spike. He needs that golden staff and basically the trifecta in order to come back online.
The Holy Trinity.
The Holy Trinity,
the Demon
trifecta, the
Corrosive Scythe,
the three brothers. I don't know. It's always that that nice attack speed build. But Diablo solidifying RSG's lineup with that Yu Zhong. So going straight into that team fight, having a Black Dragon form. You know, you have a nice 5-man Petrify. That's the best case scenario.
It's a big throwback, right, for Diablo using on the Yu Zhong. Last time it was Diablo on the Yu Zhong, and then Gear on the Yu Zhong as well. Yeah. And not to forget, even Supergirl on the Yu Zhong as well. I mean, everyone was using Yu Zhong back in the days, right? Yeah, throwback to Season 1, but right now we're going to go to game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. I am excited. Jace and Churros, guys, please take it away.
Man, game number 1. I think it was over very quickly once Bleed started to pick up the power spikes, right? But RSG Slate, what is their answer? It feels like, you know, Bleed Esports is going back into the almost same draft. RSG Slate tweak a little bit. There is the new introduction of the Claude and also the Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong needs to dive onto that carry. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 2 between RSG Slate SG going up against Bleed Esports.
Well, right now, I do think that Blade has the Bleed has the sharp edge of the blade in that early game, so to speak. They do have early game advantage. They do have fast rotations coming in, but take a look at Lucian Cutie going way deep into enemy territory. I don't know if that is just to seek out the vision, that is to give Bray the opportunity to, you know, understand what deck is going for. Maybe they're going to be contesting for that Lethal Wonder that is usually the first team fight anyways.
Yeah, mid lane priority goes over to Bleed. That was super early on, right? I wasn't expecting the Fireman to do so much damage in the early game, but look at that. Lucian Cutie gets chunked down a little bit low. That's a Lethal Wanderer given over to Bleed.
It's a very, very strong mid lane from the side of Bleed. You have a Faramis that you splash damage, especially when you come close together as a unit. When you coagulate together, the damage splashes around. JPL already rotating top. And take a look at how Bleed is playing this. They go straight for the EXP laner because they know that that GOAT lane is going to be able to take care of themselves. They want to deny Diablo of that level 4 as soon as possible because they want to contest for this turtle.
This big dragon form, the black dragon form, right? Well, technically a big dragon flying down onto your backline. It's something that Bleed is looking out for, right? RSG, I feel like they're not going to be slowed down, right? Because right here, Bleed is just stomping around the top side. You can see the rotations on Sailor and deck as well, just rotating around that area. RSG, on the other hand, Bray needs to pick up the gold crab so that he gets more gold and perhaps even more EXP. Then they will start this turtle fight right here. But yeah, jumping in. That's a little bit slow right here. He has to just dodge away. And that's a Petrify coming up Diablo. And Gear gets knocked up at the same time. That's a first blood given over the side of RSG. Bleed, on the other hand, the engine hasn't started yet. But Diablo, he's pushing the panels. He's looking for deck. He's just zoning deck away. Once again, RSG, they have the early game.
This early game, just 600 goal lead. Taking that first turtle of the game pushes RSG on top just by a little bit, but take a look at Bleed's strategy, what they are going for. JPL going all the way to that bottom side. Okay. The Arlott is having another type of fighter emblem. I can't remember the name of it though.
Bending Wheel.
Bending Wheel? Yeah. I always thought like it was like I don't know, Contested Blast or
No, usually you go for tenacity, right? Because it lasts a little bit longer in the team fights. But in fact, I think Gear is basically going all out. He really wants to build a lot more damage instead. Expect him to build less tanky. Maybe a Hunter Strike will be one of his first few items. But RSG, on the other hand, they still have the early game in the bag. They cannot afford to lose control of this, because if they allow Bleed to just get out of control, Bleed will just storm RSG. RSG need to find it now elsewhere, and they need to allow Oki to farm up, because that's one of the win conditions. Take a look at RSG. They're stomping around the bottom side instead.
They're just moving as a unit. RSG is trying to move as 3. They want to do a 4-man rotation, knowing that that bottom lane is a little bit guarded by JPL. Oki comes up to that mid lane, farms up as much as they can. They're funneling Oki as much as possible because they want to bring that late game earlier.
Yep, but hold on a second. There's 2 members left. There's like a 4-man marching down on the bottom lane right here. JPL burns the flicker out, and that's RSG. They will take that as a win.
The Retribution was used as well for Bray, though. They want to take an easy kill. So far, 4 minutes into the game, RSG up ahead and go lead. Not by too much, and it's still neck and neck pretty much. They are up ahead in kills, but objective-wise, no turrets have their gold plating hit yet.
Yeah, both these two teams are drafting a very late game draft, right? They're both these two marksmen scale very well into the late game, but RSG on the other hand, they need to abuse, they need to get Bray snowballing. The decimation dunks need to be there, but both these two teams are looking at the turtle for now.
Jace, it kind of feels like the tempo is very, very slowed down, don't you think?
It's really slowed down. Like, this is not how RSG usually play. They're really fast-paced. Once they pick up a momentum, they will strike, right? Even though, and they love these fights. They are a very momentum-based team. But Bleed, on the other hand, this is basically them playing into RSG. And here comes the real-world manipulation at the same time. The call order coming in a little bit slow. Dak will be able to pick out the enemy jungle instead. Oki comes in the blazing into spreading damage. Oh, across the board, no Bleed. And that's Dak picking up the turtle for now. But they will lose 2 members.
Out of all of that, Bleed won that team fight, and they took that turtle in their name as well. The damage coming up from Sayla is a lot as well. Let's take a look at the replays to see what happened. The Black Dragon form came up from Diablo very, very early with the roam manipulation. RWM trying to zone away deck from that turtle, but FMM coming in with the dual light blades and the final slash, trying to reposition Diablo and Lucian Cutie out of the picture so that you create a lot of space for deck to come in, grab that turtle, and just win that team fight. The splash damage from Faramis is just way too much, though.
Yeah, you saw how low Dak was, and in fact, I think Oki, if he stayed there just a little bit longer, Dak could have just been dead, right? Unfortunately, Dak was able to pick up the turtle and then walk away with a kill, and of course, apart from that, Bleed, that's a 1-2 punch, right? Top side already taken down.
Top side taken down. The rotations are not happening just yet. Diablo is still on that top side, though.
Lucian Cutie. Oh, he's going to get taunted. While charge will be used to get out of dodge once again. This is not a Grok ultimate that you want to see if you're on RSG side.
No, no. You want to be able to use that wild charge offensively. You want to be able to seek out the win condition of the side of Bleed, but who do you target? Because Sayla is always there, and Sayla has really improved in this Faramis' rotations, his damage coming through as well, because he always finds that right time when RSG fights together in team fights and they pull everyone together, skirmish them out of the way.
Bleed is just tearing RSG structures apart. Right now, bottom lane is already cracked open. RSG, on the other hand, they need more time. They need Oki to come back online. You start to see the damage that he can do already. Dak already chunked down very low earlier, but right, RSG, they need a lot more time, right?
This is just a little bit confusing for me. A little bit of a one-on-one skirmish on top. Turtle Pit is coming up again online. Oki is just trying to farm up as much as they can, but Bleed, RSG is just respecting Bleed right now. They're up ahead in 2K gold lead. They don't want to overstay their welcome. They don't want to overextend into enemy territory. They don't want to zone all the way out so that they can get punished, because Bleed, what they have is crowd control. They have repositioning skills, but Lucian Cutie, though.
Okay, that's 5 men right here from the side of Bleed. RSG, they're just gonna let that turtle go because they don't really have the marksman here. In fact, they were gonna trade the bottom side instead in the long run. At least they're hoping on Oki to just get all the items as quickly as possible.
What's interesting to note is that RSG is just leaving Oki alone. Usually they'll play a protect comp, so the Roam and the mid lane would just come in together with Oki and stay with him, so make sure that he doesn't die off. But taking a look at the itemization
That's a
stuff. Hold on a
play.
second.
It's gonna be a long divine judgment coming out from Roy. Roy activated real world manipulation. Bleed. They're not supposed to fight right underneath the box, but Dak is gonna be jumping under the back line. We're picking up Roy at the same time. Now Diablo will try to spin for the win. He needs a shot residue, but Oki coming in to blaze into it, spreading damage all across the board. Health bars from the red team looking a little bit low. I think like we'll be able to drag Lucian QT down to hell.
Oh, Diablo, he won't be able to get out of the saver. Gets a double kill onto Diablo.
Oh
That was a beautiful fight.
It's still going.
Takes down Gear, punishing him for overextending into that tier 2. But out of all of it, Bleed still up ahead in gold.
That was a bit personal, right? Gear is just like, you know, going in against Bray. He just wants to fight it out. He thought he has the bonus damage with the unbending whale, but like the fact that, you know, you overextended just a little bit, I think Bleed is just like stalling on RSG. They're not happy with this. There's so much grudge between these two teams, and they really want to duke it out in this particular game.
The synergy between a sustained mid lane or sustained roam and a tanky utility jungle like a Fredrin is just too much to handle. You cannot take down that Fredrin. But let's take a look at the itemizations. Fury Hammer being built up by Gear, and he's going on that full defense. He might be going for a Guardian Helmet, I think. It does look like he's going all over the place with that half builds. He's going crazy with the half builds, but with the Marksman though, FMM already has that Golden Staff and the Corrosion Scythe. Oki on the other hand, DHS and the Golden Staff. So both Marksmen are on equal footing right now. The Lord is coming up. RSG looks like they're in a better position to zone the rest of the members of Bleed out of the way.
Yeah, RSG, bottom side is already real clean up. There's a base trade happening right here between these two teams, right? But hold on a second. Lucian QT, he gets dove upon a Gear. Oki slowing it down, and here comes the boy Krista at the same time. Root 1 manipulation go in. Gear will get busted down by Roy, and now that's one AXP lane for time. Bleed is gone, and that's where Diablo will try to strike. Dragon Form will be used to just zone out the members, and Bleed coming in for the re-engage. Bray will get kidnapped. JBL will be the one that kidnapped it. Dak picking up the killing 3 on top of Bray. Lucian QT looking a bit low, but Oki going in blaze into wet. Not enough damage to seal the deal. JBL will be able to walk away alive. Diablo have a double kill. That's the main damage you look from the side of Bleed already gone. RSG, there's no stopping though. They really want to take this fight, and they will be able to win this particular team fight for now.
It's a 2-for-2 for both sides. Bleed was able to layer in all those team fights, but RSG, Oki is coming online, and this man is on a mission.
Yeah.
He is crazy. He is riled up, and he's on fire. The damage onto deck is no longer insubstantial. It's it's a lot more right now. It's able to melt down all of those tanks. Oki is someone that you have to look out for. So Bleed, the win condition has shifted. They need to be able to find Oki, suppress him down, and burn him down.
Roy does have the Blades into white ready. The Lord is already half HP. Deck and Bray just duking out at the Lord pit right here. Lucian QT. That is the real one. Manipulation activated. The Lord will be stolen by Bray. Instead, Roy letting down the artillery strike. The counter coming in will not be able to survive just a little bit longer. FMM, however, turn it around with a flag, a bandicoot flag on top of Diablo this time around, shredding him down. Bleed, yes, RG stole the Lord instead, but Bleed is the one that clears the members up.
Oh, what a play by Bleed. They gave up that Lord. RSG, they spent a little bit too much time, too much focus on taking down that Lord, that they forgot that FMM and JPL are the main flankers. They go out to that backline and protect it.
I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, FMM in that backline was just dealing way too much damage.
He's the actual assassin.
He is an actual assassin. This man is on a mission, though. It's a battle of the marksmen right now. Oki is on fire as well. Take a look at the damage dealt by both teams, by OCBC. Oki on the top of the charts, Roy in the close second, Diablo on a close third, but FMM, the highest damage dealt for the side of Bleed. But this man is going to get scaling up higher and higher as the clock is ticking down.
Yeah, but RSG is the one that secured the Lord, right? There's so much pushing and power from RSG. RSG needs to try to convert this small little opportunity. Bleed, on the other hand, they have 2.4k gold lead, but RSG can easily turn it around. It's up to this fight. Yes, the pressure is on Bleed to try to defend. Lucian QT is already flanking right here. Oki is doing some damage on top of Dak. The wall charge doesn't connect on top of Dak instead, and Dak is still walking away alive. Sailor coming in with the Shadow Stampede, holding on to the car Arthur, activating it just in time. If required to be, RSG, they botched that particular flank.
Oh, JPL.
No.
JPL is just, look at where they are. RSG needs to be able to have a vision onto the rest of the members of Bleed, notably Gear, FMM, and JPL, because every single time they can't find FMM, they can't find JPL. And take a look at how JPL is moving around, just protecting, hyper-protecting this FMM. Every single farm is just funneling into FMM. And RSG, they have to seek FMM out because that is the win condition. As long as you can take FMM out of the way, you are able to slowly but surely chunk the rest of Bleed down one by one. And for Bleed, the win condition is taking down Oki. You have to be able to find and suppress Oki, take him out of the way, and you can clear the rest of the team fight out.
Right here, a bit of a contest right here in the mid lane and in terms of the priority. RSG, I think they're not ready to fight. Oki decides to BMI all the way out just to keep farming, right? Let's take a look at the items, Churros. I want you to focus on Arlo. That's a very interesting build.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say Radiant Armor because of the fact that Yves is gonna be dealing a lot of damage with that roam manipulation, buys the Hunter Strike as well to have a lot of movement speed when you hit your final slash as well as your vengeance. You want to be able to spam that vengeance and get out of the way, get in and out of battle as fast as you can. But on the side of Bleed though, FMM already has that Wind of Nature, so it's gonna be very hard to take him down.
Right. The only saving grace for the side of RSG is that the mid lane turret is all healthy. That's why Bleed is unable to just hard invade, right? But they do have weak open side lanes for the side of RSG. But okay, Deck will be able to find Lucian QT dashing over the wall. That's still A-okay, but JBL coming at the flank inside. He's looking for Roy. Roy, oh, Lucian QT knocked JBL up in the sky instead. Roy goes in the real world manipulation at the same time. Deck will be chunked down a little bit low. Call Hotel saves his life for now. The Lord is actually getting a little bit of damage for the side of RSG. FMM on the other side. Lucian QT just pushes FMM out. They're not letting the damage dealer from the side of Bleed to join. Bleed is taking a lot of casualties right here. Two members already go down. RSG a little bit low as well. They really have to go for the 50-50, and they take away the Lord instead. Sailor is getting chunked down a little bit low by Oki as well, and Bleed lost that Lord, and they lost another member.
Well, Sailor went down, but Sailor is back up online. That was a very, very quick death from Sailor, but out of all of that, RSG, I was so scared for Bray. Bray, with a sliver of health, I haven't used that word for the longest time. He went right in just to wait for a perfect time to use his retribution, take that Lord, and right now RSG on the upper hand. 400 gold lead. It is neck and neck yet again. 10 kills to 10. Bleed and RSG. Who is gonna be able to defend from this skirmish?
RSG scraping up the gold lead right now. It's in the Fable just a little bit, but don't forget Lucian QT. That wild charge was the one that saved RSG from impending doom, and on top of that wall instead just zoning up FMM. FMM couldn't get near to the fight at all. Now Bleed, they need to play defense once again.
It's going to be difficult for Bleed. They don't have much of a high ground as compared to RSG. RSG does have the roam manipulations, was able to use that uber slow, as if 70% slow wasn't enough. That 90% slow over all of those team fights against that turret skirmish is going to be very hard for Bleed to break through.
Breaking through is what both these two teams need to go. Here's a bit low right here. The final sweep will be usable sweep. Diablo goes in the Black Dragon form, but it's going to be Roy that zones the members from Bleed just out. But that turret is just one sneeze away. And now Bleed will focus on the defense. All their turrets super weak.
Oh, Deck wants to go right back in, but RSG, they have the discipline to back off, knowing that they wasted all of their resources. They burned all of their resources in trying to take down the turret to low health. But out of all of that, though, RSG is still hanging on. Both teams are barely hanging on.
Right now, the seesaw has shifted in the favor of RSG, right?
But not by a lot, though. Not by a lot. Take a look at the goal lead now.
Yeah, I would say by a lot in a sense, because they do have turrets in the mid lane. But hold on a second. Well, Lucian QT, that's the wall charge being held down. They're not ready for the fight yet. That's a lot of respect coming up from the side of RSG. Gray will be zoning a Bleed away. Both these two teams, they touch and they go. They don't want to fight.
RSG needs to wait for the right opportunity. They need to be able to seek out FMM, because as long as FMM goes down, RSG might have a bigger shot, a bigger window to be able to turn team fights. But Bleed, on the other hand, they need to be able to slow down the pace of the game, prevent RSG from pushing too much into their own side.
Yeah, but Bleed is the aggressor, right? They don't really have the high ground. They need to be, their best defense is the best offense, right? They need to be offensive in order to defend. RSG, on the other hand, they can take this long as they possibly want, because Roy does have the real world manipulation coming in clutch for the side of RSG. But Oki, power farming on the side lanes.
I think RSG is just splitting their composition right now Oki is just going for a split push kind of situation. Split push as well as like just increasing his farm, funneling him down a lot more. But take a look at that back line though.
Top side, it's going to be a 3 members from the side of Bleed, focusing around the mid line. It's going to be Diablo using the Black Dragon form to kind of just push FMM away. But FMM, he's a one-man army. But Lucian Kitty coming in the wall charge. Okay, with a blazing duet. Deck, the Razor Web going in. But Brave will be able to take down the Lord for now. RSG, oh my goodness, that's going to be JBL taken down. FMM needs to bounce. RSG will take the Lord, but their top side is cracked open. It's going to be a trade.
The 20 seconds until the Lord comes back out of RSG's base, and they are able to march down into the side of Bleed's base. And with that, JPL will be barely making it out alive. RSG needs to find a way to take down all 3 turrets, and with that next Lord, it's going to be much better. I don't think they got that Lord within 18 minutes, so it was slightly below that evolved Lord, I think.
Yeah, it's slightly below, but RSG need everything they can. Yes, at least the bottom lane for the side of Bleed is already gone. RSG will take that anytime, right? Now, RSG is going to focus around the top side. They need to crack over the top, at least the mid lane as well. That's where the Lord will be marching in, but Bleed don't have a high ground.
Bleed hunkering down in defense. They do have that call altar from Sayla, so they can fight in a 5-on-5 skirmish, but they need to be able to seek out where Oki is. Oki. As long as they take Oki down, they are able to turn that team fight, and they can go for that win. So 2 turrets, all 3 turrets down for the side of Bleed. RSG hanging on to 2.
Yeah, that's a final sweep going in.
Backside,
that's a final sweep going in. RSG blows all the Diablo, I think, panic ulted as well. But Bleed, they have their base already cleaned up. RSG, on the other hand, they do have the super minions marching in against Bleed.
There was a little bit of out of frame right there. Gear used his final sweep onto that brush, trying to push RSG into the side of Bleed, but...
No follow-up, luckily.
Yeah, I don't think they wanted to fight. I think Gear was just literally just trying to clear bushes, trying to give vision on that dot bush in that top side. But taking a look at the damage dealt again, Oki Roy is at the top of charts, and I'm telling you, Jace, Sayla is going to be a huge bane for RSG. I don't know why they slipped through the Faramis again, because sustain.
That's a wall charge going in. We'll be able to catch Gear. Gear will get busted down by Oki, and here comes the Cow Altar, but not for long as well. Gear will get busted all the way down. Sayla is stuck in a very bad position. Members of Bleed, they can't go in and reinforce. RSG full steam ahead. They're looking at JBL stunning Oki all the way down. That's a mortality being popped as well. Oki unfortunately goes down instead. FMM will follow suit. RSG, the damage is there, but Bleed suddenly coming back online, and there was shred through the roster of these 2 teams. They're crushing it, and RSG, I don't know who wins that one.
I don't know what is happening. It's all over the place, but two members from each side goes down.
I don't know who wins that fight.
Again, it's neck and neck. It's back to ground zero again. Bleed and RSG, both of their gold laners go down. Both of their EXP laners go down. It's insane how long drawn out that fight is. Oh, I'm sorry. Bray went down. So 30 seconds on the death timer. Bleed, they have the right position to take this Lord right now. Okay. And they need this Lord. This is an 18-minute Lord. So that means the evolved Lord is going to be crashing down onto the top side. And they need to be able to clear out that mid lane tier 1, tier 2s.
Diablo is running away there. Dilution, that's a one straight line. The wild charge will be able to connect. Sayla coming in the car altar. Roy will get busted down. Oki is actually slowly coming all the way in. RSG needs a reinforcement right here, but Oki will be spraying the damage right here. Diablo will be pushing Blade all the way out. Sayla, on the other hand, doesn't have the car altar anymore, so they have to be careful. Bleed, they're slowly running, losing out steam. Diablo going in, just tanking from the RSG. Oki needs to find an angle, but he cannot find it instead. Kill jumping into the back line instead. Diablo, but that's the blazing duet. Not enough damage coming up, but Oki, JBL will be able to get on the way. Bleed, on the other hand, they're going in for a re-engage. These fights are getting a little bit too long. Bleed will be able to finally punish Oki.
Oki, with Oki down, they are able to find that window to push. They need to be able to take down this Lord, but take a look at the bottom side of Bleed's base. The minions are pushing in on that bottom side. This is RSG's only hope. They have to find a way to backdoor because they know they can't win a utility sustain team fight.
That's JPL. Brave will get slain by FMM. Diablo coming in with the blazing the dragon form will not be able to do anything for now. Bleed, they have the eyes on the evolved Lord instead. Bleed will take this Lord.
What A play by Bleed. It was a very, very long, drawn-out team fight. Take a look at itemizations on both sides. Carry already sold that boots, bought that Wind Talker, bought that Brute Force breastplate. No more immortality for FMM. So this is going to be a very, very fast-moving, fast-attacking carry. It's going to be very, very hard to take her down. And on the other side, though, Oki is coming up online just as I speak, but he's going to be very, very wary. He has that Athena shield, able to defend himself from Faramis. So it's out to both marksmen. FMM has been so phenomenal this game.
Divine Judgment doesn't really connect. And then now Bleed. We need to try to put the trigger. Diablo will be going into the Dragon Form right now. FMM already a little bit low. The counter is one to save his side. Diablo will get return Q instead. Okay, coming in the blazing duel, but no enough damage to actually clear. Bleed, on the other hand, they have the Lord marching against RSG. They need to try to crack down as much turrets as possible. RSG managed to defend the Lord for now, but they need to defend against the Sword Star coming out from the mid lane at the same time. Bleed will be focusing in, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Bleed will be jumping in on top of RSG right here. It's going to be Diablo already only down 40 seconds on the clock in order for RSG to actually go down. Bleed, they're fighting the mind zone. They really want to take this core instead. All eyes on the core right now. RSG, this defense needs to be sick. Bleed, yeah, jumping in. Oh my goodness.
But the core
this score is going down. Bleed takes game number 2.
GG Bleed Esports game number 2. Well played. That was an intense Lord fight all the way through to the base. Jace, man. Yeah, that was insane.
How this fight fought for 2 minutes straight.
It was just constant fight after fight after fight, man.
I don't know. I was just enjoying how Jace was just screaming into the screen. If you can see his TV right here.
TMI. Hey, TMI right here.
Oh, that was so good coming out from Bleed. It was a giant... Okay, the only way I could put this into words, right? It's 2 sumos on a seesaw. Literally, it was RSG, it was Bleed, it was RSG, and it was Bleed. It was turning, the table was turning non-stop. It became a giant Beyblade.
Equally matched. These two teams. Bleed almost lost that. Fight after fight. RSG, you know, you thought they're gaining steam, but RSG, unfortunately, that was a very long drawn-out fight. They have so much energy in them. They know how to balance all this damage. It's just crazy how they get outlast Bleed, especially when Bleed has a Faramis too.
Exactly, and like I said, that Faramis just provided so much, and yet it still gets leaked through.
I just think that this is basically the Singaporean Ube. Like having Faramis and the Fredrin right here, you always win team fights. And every single time RSG comes back in, the whole kampong of Bleed is there to protect any one member, and then they shift their win conditions again. So early game, they focus fire on like, let's get deck to scale.
Yeah.
Mid game, let's get FMM to scale.
Exactly.
And then they played around Sayla. They only engage when Sayla has his call altered. The way that they layered in the team fights was just so phenomenal. Let's take a look at itemizations as a whole. Vertigo, tell me what you think.
I mean, the only thing that stood out to me is FMM build right now, right? You have the Holy Trinity, the Wind Talker, the Rose Gold Meteor, right? That's very, very important right now. He wants to fight till the very end until there's no life, no HP left in him.
I didn't realize this. It was 6-0 and 10 for deck?
Yeah, 6-0 and 10 for deck. This is how untouchable is he, right? And constantly swapping within the Winter Trunkian and of course the Immortality. That's deck on his own, right? But take a look at the stats right now. 70k to 63k, both equal, right? 9 towers each. But RSG managed to get 3 Lord, though deck a little bit behind on the retry game. But let's take a look at the post-game stats coming up on your screen right now.
Well, looking at all that post-game stats, I mean, the damage dealt is pretty much the same.
Yeah.
On the top of it, RSG, Oki, and Roy was always at the top of the damage dealt charts.
Yeah. It's just so crazy, right, Churros and Vertigo? Like, the fact that they can just fight for so long.
Yeah.
And you thought MLBB is a game where they fight in like less than 5 seconds, it's done, right? But no,
this was to the maximum.
Long, drawn-out fight.
Yeah, it was to the maximum. Like, they pushed their heroes and themselves to the maximum potential, right? It's a full-on game. It's like driving a race car, right? Yeah. It's not about the car. It's about the person piloting the car, driving the car, and, you know, give a little bit of thought on the post-game stats.
I really think that Bleed really played that last team fight really, really effectively. I mean, Jay's already said like they fought for 2 minutes and for good reason as well.
Exactly.
They waited and they froze that wave waited for the 3 lines to push in all the way, and then once the minions go down, once the Lord goes down, the next wave crashes in. So you have like 2 layers, 3 layers of skirmish all the way through that base. That is why that last evolved Lord was so important.
Yep, truth to be told, another thing to also shout out to side RSG, right? They dealt more damage. Bleed was the one who still won. In my mind, Deck is the MVP. Speaking about MVP, let's take a look at the next slide as well. There you go, Deck. 6, 0, and 10. He's unkillable in this game number 2. Oki tried to shred, but he can't be taken down.
Yeah, I mean, they picked up the carry, right? That's the shredder already. So, I mean, going with the Claude, you're not going to be able to shred much. I mean, you have the carry to shred. As compared to a Claude, it is not going to amount to much.
It's, you know, you couple that with a Theramis as well.
Yeah,
you have the Theramis, you have the only counter to a Fredrin apart from a carry. It's just...
that's a very big difference on its
the
own
unkillable
already.
Demon King.
Exactly,
right?
the unkillable. 666 on the goal per minute as well. 94 on the kill participation. Deck showed up, right? Yeah, and they traded well, right? Like RSG, they got a lead, but Bleed keeps on trading.
Man, like... I really think the whole mic track is just them screaming. I feel like I'm already starting to lose my voice for this very first time. Deja vu. Yeah, and I feel like the members on stage will be also losing their voice because those fights are so long. And imagine the amount of energy they need to keep on going, and they know how to trade. They know how to spread out all the damage dealt, like, you know, sharing is caring, right?
It is.
And that's basically how it's going to be. We're going to take a look at the mic checks coming out from Bleed right now. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, this is how I'm going to expect. Nice, 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 and incoherent screaming
nice,
again.
nice, nice, flank, flank, flank. Nice, 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 back, back, back.
Okay, with that said, let's take a look at the mic check.
I got it. Nice one. Top. They don't see me. I'll spot 10. Put back. Nice. Put back. If naughty. Nice. Put FM. That's fine. Yo. Cannon FM. FM can run. I'm coming for free. I'm there. On me. Come back. Nice. Wait. Nice. You don't wait for it. Wait now. Nice. No flicker. You don't care. Xiao. Nice. Multi. We can go. Multi.
And at the end, and JPL is like you know, I'm not trying to throw any shade, but JPL is like, father, like, stay out. Like, don't be too greedy.
Yeah.
He's been in the scene for very long as well.
He's the OG.
Just keeping everybody rein in, right? And if you notice, JPL is emotionless machine, right? He captures every single one that he needs to do everything.
And then he disciplines the team.
Correct. He doesn't let emotion just run through everything. Deck is like, fight. Gear is like, da-da-da-da-da. And then JPL is like, I got him. Stay out. And that is the mark of JPL, right? One of the strongest roamers in Singapore.
When he catches. You listen to JPL, and Gear is always the one making the plays, and Deck is the one complementing the team with his very overblown nice into the mic.
Yeah, you know, I was like just really focused, hyper-focused on all the itemizations. They're just switching items in and out. It was so crazy. I mean, Bleed, RSG, the winner of this goes on to the finals. But all of them are all-stars in my opinion.
Yeah, speaking about all-stars, we're going to talk about April Starlight instead.
Ooh.
It's going to be coming up very soon. I would say the Starlight skins this year is
it's
really
crazy
nice.
good, right?
The green
is
started
really good.
Really good,
the
right?
green Edith.
I got the saber. I got. Sorry, I'm wasting a lot of money right here.
No, it's the green Edith.
It's really cool.
Yeah.
But of course, the April Starlight is coming out. Buy the new Starlight membership right now for only 300 diamonds and get exclusive Edith Ancient Warden skin. And it looks really good. It's a green one worth over 6,000 diamonds. Also await you as well. Plus, with the all-new Premium Starlight exclusive name color is also here with the limited time event Starlight Lucky Chest, open chest, and get the chance to win premium Starlight cards. Don't miss out on more Starlight exclusive perks waiting for your hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang and hashtag MLBB new skin.
I mean, I myself bought the Starlight as well.
I don't even use Edith. I don't really use Edith.
I mean, I'm there for the tag only,
Oh yeah,
right?
the premium Starlight tag that makes you look like a superstar.
Yeah,
right there.
it looks really good. I see some of my friends using it on my friend list. I'm like, how do you get that? Then I was like, yeah, let's go, man.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of let's go into a nice, short little 5-minute break, and we'll see you guys soon.
This is a best of 5. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is once again Bleed going up against RSG. Bleed at current match point.
Wow.
1 game away to be pushing RSG off the edge down to the lower brackets. RSG on the other hand though, I mean, they need to pull out a perfect 3 game in order to stay in the upper brackets.
I don't know. I think a reverse sweep might be an inevitable kind of situation. I would love a reverse sweep. It's going to be a very, very long game, but you know what's even longer? The loser goes down tomorrow. They have to play the lower bracket finals against the winner of the next game
and then
after
go
this.
back up to the grand
and then
finals.
go back up to the grand finals, which is a best of 7. So it's going to be a really, really, really tough journey for either teams.
You know, no journey is ever easy, right, Jace? I mean, no journey is ever easy. And right now, going to the 3rd game, what do you think RSG Slate can pull out right now? Should they pull out something unorthodox or just stick to the book?
I think RSG has always been strong with these big team fight kind of compositions.
Really
right?
great.
I feel like the biggest problem from the side of the RSG Slate SG is that they always let the Kaja and the Faramis go.
Exactly. The Faramis and the Kaja. The Faramis gives you a second chance and the passive just hurts like a truck. You know, and the pullback as well with the ghost. It's just so irritating, and especially with that Kaja on the lockdown, it's just too much to handle.
I just think that they want to go down to their basic band. So the Glue, Joy, 1-1 for the side of RSG is one of their typical bands because they know that they don't want to face these early game aggressors because they want to give Bray an easier time in the jungle. But for the side of Bleed, they ban out the Valentina, the Farsa, and the Melissa. It's always these 3 heroes on the side of Bleed. And now Bleed, I think it's going to be the same thing again. Right now, they are the 2nd pick. So RSG having the 1st pick advantage, they might be able to go for a Theramis first pick if they really, really so want to, or they might want to deny that out the tables.
I mean, for Bleed, they have to ban away the Faramis, right? I mean, they know how well RSG will be putting this Faramis to use, and they would want to get it out of the equation. And for RSG Slate side, they would want to keep the Faramis open.
Tough. It's going to be tough.
It's tough.
I'd say Arlot for RSG is a lot tougher to deal with. So ban out that Arlot, open up the Theramis, and give Bleed the opportunity to I mean, RSG is the 1st pick, so you want RSG to pick out something that they're very comfortable with.
Churros, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Okay, I think the desk, we conclude, we know a Faramis is going to be picked up, right?
It's definitely going to pick.
It's going to get picked up unless RSG ban it away here. But Bleed, on the other hand, proceeds to ban away the Valentina, which is one way to kind of equalize that Cult Arthur threat.
Yeah,
Bleed, on the other hand, move forward to ban it away instead.
But it kind of seems like there's a trend. Like RSG, they prioritize Yves a lot. And Yves, don't get me wrong, it's a very good hero, very good utility, able to slow you down 90% and get the rest of your teams to come in and clear it out. But RSG decides to ban out the Fanny.
Still respecting deck on the Fanny. They do not want anything to do with this Fanny at all.
That's very interesting for me because I kind of feel like if you want to take out the Fanny, then you're pushing Bleed to either picking up the Fredrin again or picking up the Martis, something like a fighter tank or even a tank slot, and then you're pushing and forcing over a Faramis pick. And right now, RSG has the upper hand. If Bleed doesn't ban out this Faramis, then RSG will pick it up, definitely.
I mean, but if they don't pick it up, then of course Bleed will be able to pick it up back again.
Pick it up, yeah. And actually, Sayla is performing extremely well with the Faramis in this season. I remember last season he was saying, oh man, he was very uncomfortable with the Faramis, but this season he was so confident. He just takes it all the way out. Bleed bans out the Arlot just like we expected. RSG right now they have a lot more on the plates. Farsa is the first time that it's not banned out.
Yeah, the Farsa should be picked up by RSG right now. Either the Farsa or the Faramis.
I think you take the Faramis here, RSG.
Yeah, you have to.
Like 2 games in a row, you let the Faramis go and you got punished. Now, in order to do that reverse sweep, you need to counter that, pick that Faramis away.
Yeah, just pick that Faramis away. And Youngin, we know Youngin has the answer for this Faramis, right? But is RSG going to be picking up that Faramis? No. You're going to go for the Fredrin instead. I mean, the Fredrin was picked up between the both games, right?
If Bleed wants to counterpick right off the bat, they can just go for the carry. I mean, FMM was just nutty on that carry. It was just chowing down RSG on the previous game, and they don't even have a Fredrin. With a higher HP percentage, carry melts you down a lot faster. I mean, Jace, as a carry main This is basically
the he's the Leslie main.
I'm not a carry main.
He's the Leslie main.
How dare you?
Fair. But like, I mean, that's the most viable counter right here. So you can either pick up the Faramis and pick up the carry over here. I'm thinking.
I think Bleed can just go back to basics, right? The Kaja is open, pick it up, pick up the Faramis. They don't have it, but no, Bleed decided to switch it around instead. It's going to be an Eve and a Claude from the side of Bleed.
Oh no, you know what? You know what Bleed is doing now? Since they're second picking, they are going to go high ground right now, securing the Claude, securing the Eve.
Oh, that's smart. That's smart because
that was exactly what RG Slate did in game number 2.
But can Bleed execute this as compared to RSG Slate?
So RSG is going for the team fight heavy composition, picking up the Fredrin, and then maybe a sustained tank, sort of like a Kaja or even a Kufra. Right here, it's a very heavy engage.
The Kufra will be great, honestly, but there we go. Like you said, the Kaja is going to get picked up, and the Fasa was leaked out yet again.
Fasa is leaked out.
Yeah, so the Fasa is going to be picked up right now. But you can easily counter the Fasa right there.
Guys,
yes.
If you notice something very interesting, right? Look, the Fredrin is wide open, is already selected by RSG, right?
Yeah.
But instead of going for a Faramis, they went for a Farsa instead. They want to match Artillery Strike. Artillery Strike. Faramis is basically
close range, right in your face.
Not banned out at all.
Yeah.
And both these two teams is just gonna be, just gonna be, like, this hints something very interesting, right? Does Roy play the Faramis?
Does he though?
I don't think so, bro. Like,
no,
the Faramis is wide
think,
open here, right?
I think he's more of an artillery kind of mage.
Correct. He's very strong with artillery mages, with the Yeet and with the Farsa as well. But now, with the Farsa being picked, and I believe that is going to be an Atlas pick on the side of Bleed going up against RSG. Now, with Farsa going in for the airstrike in the middle, he's going to be immobile. With the Atlas Fatal Links, he's going to drag everybody into that box. And that's how Bleed is changing up in this particular game number 3.
Oh, and they don't even need to ban the Diggy away, right? I mean, that Diggy is just nullified right now. I mean, you already have Kaja right there, right? You already have the Kaja. You already have a roam Kaja, so there's no way you can pick up the Diggy.
So go over to the second phase ban. Right now, it does seem like EXP is the name of the game. Like both Gear and Diablo, definitely their heroes are going to be banned out. Maybe a Lapu Lapu. There's a carry. Okay, they don't want Oki to play the carry.
Yeah, they do not want Oki to play the carry.
Basically, a sword and a shield. You got the shield in terms of the Freddy, and you got the sword in terms of carry. So it's going to be really, really tough to break that down, especially since you need a little bit more time. You need to play to the late game as Claude.
Yep.
Lapu's definitely banned out too.
That's a Lapu Lapu ban away for the side of RSG right here. But, now I think Bleed Esports is looking at Oki, right? They're cutting down the marksman pool right here. I feel like the Beatrix is also should be the next best thing to ban away. The Brody going up against a Claude. As long as the Claude stays safe, the Brody, well, should be able to win the lane, but Claude will be able to outmatch the Brody in the later parts of the game.
I think a Melissa might work well
the Melissa
over
ban.
here. Yeah, because Melissa's not banned out yet.
Yeah, so Bleed might be banning out that Melissa. I mean, granting them at high ground with the artillery strike.
Give me a target.
That's a Leslie ban. I heard Leslie ban.
Yeah, it is a Leslie ban.
It is a Leslie.
Oh no, Jace is getting off his seat. No.
You got something to do? You got something against my Leslie boy?
No, I love Leslie. In fact, I use the main Leslie a lot.
It's sort of like a soft counter. Leslie's soft counter to Claude. So
I mean, you can one-hit Claude, right? You can instantly one-hit Claude, and there's just you can just easily just get dumped right there and there. 2 hits and it's done.
That's a Yu Zhong being banned away by the side of RSG right now. We talk about this. The Melissa is wide open for RSG, but it is still Bleed's side to pick. They can pick another jungler right here. The Martis was wide open. They can actually go ahead and take that up. But I feel like Alice could also potentially work very well here.
Ooh, the Alice jungle.
Esports right here, they're playing and fighting inside that box. They want to spread as much AoE damage as possible. You've got a Claude, you got a Yve, you got an Atlas already. Of course, instead of the Alice, they went for the Martis instead.
Well played. Wow. I mean, I think that's a very, very good pickup. It's sort of like a natural predator to a Fredrin, a natural counter pick. Not counter pick, but like a...
Someone that can match the Fredrin.
It's a match pick, correct. Yeah. So
if it's not a Fredrin, it's a Martis. If it's not a Martis, it's the Fredrin.
Yeah. I mean, these are the two best tank junglers in this particular meta, right?
Yeah.
And that's why, you know, I'm going to quote Coach Dolly right here from RSG Slate SG. The meta is boring.
It is boring. It's just a very long and drawn out 2 minutes fights, 2-minute skirmish down on the base as well. But Beatrice is getting picked up right here.
Oh,
Benedetta for Diablo.
Wow, they're gonna snatch away the Benedetta. They're not giving it over at all.
Diablo on the Benedetta. I think that's also one of Diablo's picks, right? But what's left for the side of Dear Little Gear, right? Like, Dear Little Gear, and the Lapu Lapu is already banned away. You've also got a Yuzhong banned away. RSG is the one that banned it off as well. What is the next best thing for Gear to play? The time is ticking up, right? The Terizla can also work. You kind of with the penalty zone, you kind of pull everybody together.
Minisita EXP.
Or Minstar. Oh yeah, the Minstar.
Exactly.
Minstar works very well because it's sort of like it denies Benedetta of any of the
dashes.
Yeah. It all makes sense, right? Does it make sense?
It does make sense.
And it goes in with a lot of CCs at the same time,
But
right?
then you have to
time
focus
is up.
on...
It's going to be a Dyrov coming out from Gear this time round.
There we go. All
Wait,
right.
is this Gear Dyrov on the EXP lane?
Yeah, Gear Dyrov.
Okay, correct.
Yeah,
Gear
it's right,
okay.
it's right.
Because don't forget, Dyrov could also go into the jungle as well.
Exactly. And Martis can go to the EXP as well.
Actually, it makes a lot of sense because Dyrov has the physical defense penetration from his second skill, his sprint. So, not his sprint, his dash. Once he dashes onto an enemy hero,
I still think the
physical
Minisita would
defense.
have worked well there. But the Dyrov is a very good sustain. Amazing, amazing sustain.
But you're vying out for that early game though. Ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 3. Will Bleed Esports sweep the series and go 3-0 against RSG, or will RSG be able to hold their ground and take away one game from Bleed Esports?
With that said, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I want to hear your boys give it up for Bleed Esports and RSG Slate SG, currently defending against Bleed Esports. They don't want to get clean sweep.
But the crowd is insane right now. Diablo again with the Benedetta, with the execute and the unbending will. So it's really, really going down to like the damage. I just want to go straight down to your back line. It's the first Benedetta without a Petrify that he's playing with right now.
Yeah. Oh no, actually Gear actually played the Benedetta with execute against the game in SMG during the regular season. I remember we criticizing that a lot, but Diablo taking a leaf of Gear's book as well. And also Diablo is one of the few Benedettas that runs the unbending will in Singapore, MPL Singapore.
Gear has the spell vamp right here. He had Festival of Blood, and right now RSG going on the aggression, trying to take down the Lethal Wanderer they do. But the tempo of the game is pretty slow right now. I mean, taking a look at RSG, how they rotate is very, very defensive. It's not Diablo going straight into that jungle. It's Bleed going alone into RSG's side of the map.
Yep. Dak's gonna get a bit of damage. He's cleaving away. He hits level 4 first. Bray, on the other hand, a little bit struggling, has to recall. But he does have 30 seconds left on the clock before, you know, the turtle is spawned, right? Just take one camp and then run straight for the turtle. But Bleed, on the other hand, they do have a Sailor slowly inching towards level 4. It's about getting to level 4 as quickly as possible for both these two teams.
I think the way that RSG and Bleed both is able to take down this first turtle of the game coming up in 10 seconds is that Roy and Sailor need to be able to take that level 4. And this first team fight is going to be very crucial for both teams. Bleed is a very, very snowball-centric synergy.
Yep.
If they win this turtle fight, they have an easier time through the rest of the team fight.
Okay, this is a big problem. JBL doesn't have level 4. Lucian QT on the other hand. Divine Judgment is already there. He's looking for Dak. Dak will get dragged. The Fenny Extract follows up. Dak will get belted down. Bray will pick up the turtle instead. Roy will be able to pick up Dak at the same time, but JBL coming in. Fatal Link's bringing Bray all the way back into the fight. Right into Sailor, but Sailor doesn't have the damage. JBL will lose his life instead.
Out of all of this, RSG took down that first turtle of the game and took down 2 members of Bleed. Bleed only took down 1. Diablo was a little bit too far behind. He was unable to defend himself against Gear. But out of all of that, RSG has the lead.
Wow, I'm actually kind of surprised, right? Like, you know, like, I wasn't expecting FMM using a Blazing Duet right there. I thought he was using it to clear the way, but no. He actually chunked down Oki all the way half HP, forced him to back, and forced him to reset. Now, both these two marksmen equally matched.
you optimize your damage through to your enemy marksman if your Claude has 5 stacks of that first skill, right? You have that high attack speed going over to your Blazing Duet, and then you just come in, chunk down a huge proportion of health, and you might be able to take one down. And you have a relatively short cooldown time period for a Blazing Duet.
Gyardo in a bit of trouble. Diablo cutting the weight. Roy is around there. Better airstrike at hand. He's waiting to strike if, you know, Deer shows his hand. Gear on the other end. Spider Sense tingling. He's going to play it slightly safer.
Gear's only job is not to
die
within that EXP lane. He needs to be able to take down
JPL, that's the Fatal Links coming in. Better airstrike will follow suit. Diablo will get busted out instead. Deck will be the one that will be able to run on away. Bleed punishing Diablo for the overextension.
A little bit of a sneaky disrespect right there from Gear, but that was a very, very well weave and bob over.
Technically speaking, Bleed comes in with a double execute, right? You got Gear with the ultimate, you got Deck with the ultimate as well. These two ultimates are executes. JPL can come in, Fatal Links. Everybody fights inside that box. Bleed is coming in with an overwhelming damage.
Okay, win condition has shifted just a little bit. RSG focusing fire on that bottom gold lane turret, but Bleed, on the other hand, they want to take down that turtle because this is where they are able to snowball, especially since you have the Eve, you have high utility, massive slow, so you're able to set up for a lot of the later team fights.
Okay, that's the armor shredder for the side of Brave. Better airstrike will be committed as well. Diablo going in with the ultimate will be not able to find anything for now. JPL looking for some form of entry. The Fatal Links right there. Okay, will take the bottom lane turret instead, but Bleed will focus on the turtle instead. That's the trade that both these teams will agree upon.
Oh, Gear's damage is actually a lot right now. Bray can't hold his own against Gear, so this is going to be a problem for RSG to handle right now. Even though Bleed took down the next turtle, the second turtle of the game, RSG is still up ahead and go lead. JPL caught in the middle just a little bit, but Roy is helping Diablo right here.
It's going to be a trade, right? Bottom lane for top lane. Elite and Claude, you know, skew 000. Sailor! Oh, he gets shredded by Oki instead, but the Fatal Links will be able to call out Oki instead. Blazing Duet all the way in the back line. Oki will actually go down. FMN coming in, Stew going on. Diablo and the dunk coming out from Deck. Triple kill over the side of Bleed.
Oh, very, very well played. JPL, he sought out Oki, and once Oki was in position, he went in, but hold on a second right here. Gear.
Oh, yeah, I think he missed the ultimate. He doesn't, it doesn't connect. The taunt coming in, denying it from mid. But you can see Gear, this Dyrov doing a lot of damage against a veteran.
No, I think it was a FMM. FMM got taken down on the mid side over by Roy. That was I think it was a fight we missed right now, but Deck already got his Garden Helmet up, so this next turtle fight, he's going to be a little bit in the sustained position. RSG needs to be able to find a way to disrupt their very surgical, very methodical team fights.
Deck, I think, got scouted out. Lucian Cutie providing so much vision right there. Deck know what's up. He has to run away, but he's going to get dragged. Now the member of RG will pounce on top of Deck instead. Deck will finally get shut down. Roy picking up a killing spree as well. Sailor coming in with a real world manipulation. Doesn't really call it anything at all. Diablo needs to run for the hills. Gear chasing him down, but Diablo... Oh my goodness! I wasn't expecting that from the Benedetta. The fight's not over yet. FMM will go in Blazing Duet. He knows Lucian Cutie doesn't have the ultimate.
FMM just uses Blazing Duet, clear off that waves because the next turtle coming up in 5 seconds. Deck, he failed in that last skirmish right here, but he's already up. He's moving towards that turtle pit. So Bleed, they need a repeat of what they did within that last turtle fight. Sailor going down low for the airstrike.
The airstrike doesn't miss. I will miss. Gear coming in. That's an execute coming off from Gear. Gear 400 on a mega kill right now. JBL does have the Fatal Links. He's looking at Bray right here. Lucian Cutie right here. Take us forward. Lucian Cutie will get drag alongside. He managed to get away though. Diablo coming in with the ultimate at the same time. The Fabrays arrive, killing off JVL, picking up the turtle.
Oh, but Gear's damage is starting to show though. They do take down that turtle, but Bleed is not too far behind. RSG 1.6k gold lead ahead. Bleed slowly but surely clawing their way up. It does feel like every single team fight, Bleed has the better of it because Gear has a lot of damage, has a lot of melt potential right now.
Yeah, it's crazy. Gear has so much damage on this Dyrov, right? We don't see Dyrov. I think this is the first time I see Dyrov in Season 5 as well. Pulling out in a very critical game for Bleed, 4-0-0, but Bleed is losing in terms of the objectives.
Bleed, they need to be able to find a way to convert. It's always alone. FMM getting caught in the middle right there.
No, he's gonna walk away. He's so speedy, dude.
It's a speedy little guy. JPL just giving a little bit of information, a little bit of intelligence on that bottom side, but looking at how Bleed moves around, it does look like EXP and mid lane are always together as a unit. It's very interesting to me.
I feel like RSG fell back to comfort, right?
Mid lane though.
Mid lane though, hold on a second. Okay, Bray will be able to, find JPL just a little bit. JPL will be able to use the perfect match to just run away, but now Bleed will try to execute. That coming in, try to wave clear. Sayla just, oh my goodness, there's so many small little micro. Sayla burns a flicker from RSG will be able to take that away.
I think Bleed might want to play towards the high ground. Oh, the taunt comes up. Deck is way deep inside enemy territory. Roy is right there as well, but he's not showing himself. Oh.
He has to show himself now. Deck will find him, but both these two teams, they're trading in terms of the turrets. Top side for Bleed is already all pushed in, and that's all because Oki is just split pushing like a mad lad on the side lanes.
Oh, FMM, Power Spike, Golden Staff already built up.
Yep,
he's ready to shred.
That's good news.
It's very good news for Bleed.
But will they convert those churros?
It's gonna be hard. They need to layer in their team fights very effectively. JPL always has very nice fatal links, right? But it's always the follow-up that is questionable because Bray, he's a tanky dude, so it's very hard. It's very long to take him down. Okay, FMM needs to be able to find a way, needs to find a right angle to be able to melt anyone down with the Blazing Duet. Yep. So the turtle coming up, JPL does have to conceal. I don't know if they want to go for a play right here.
I think they might need to, but the more they delay RSG will start have a bottom push up wave. Oki is hiding in the brush for now. Deck is end gear looking for an angle. Diablo charging up. I think Diablo knows gear is around there. The Lord is already half HP. JPL does not already use the perfect match right here. It's going to be a slow coming up on Void Crystals right here. The Lord, quarter HP. This is a slow takedown. They're not going to burst the Lord down. The conceal play going in. Lucian Guilty looking for a pick up right here, but will not be able to do so. The bombs go in, but Dick will be there to wrench it away, trading JPL for it.
Oki's damage is starting to show as well. It's going to be very, very hard to take him down, especially since he's being highly protected by Lucian QD and Roy. So the artillery from that Farsa is going to be able to give a lot of distance. So whether or not he uses a machine gun or the sniper.
Okay, FMM chasing down Bray will get stuck right in the box right here. Here comes a feather airstrike on top of Gear. That's a Gear getting ton, but one more hit will be able to do a trick. Deck will be using the decimation on top Roy, but will not be able to execute it for now by Sayla. Oh no, Diablo, he's going in the back line instead. Sayla will get assassinated, and now Bleed, they need to run for the hills. Diablo will find FMM at the same time. That's the damage dealer from Bleed. Oh god.
Very, very well played from RSG. Diablo found the right time, found the right angle to go for the flank onto FMM and onto Sayla.
Right now.
This might be it though.
JPL doesn't have the fatal links. He cannot turn this around. He knows he's going to get shredded. He has to try to clear it off instead.
Bleed does have the Lord, so it's going to buy them enough time to get back into the fray, into the battlefield, and try to get one down.
Suppression.
But the pickoff coming in.
Suppression going in. Gear taking a lot of damage. Shoki is starting to shred. Gear knows he cannot take too much punishment. Then you mentioned, Churros, the Lord is actually slowing the game down for RSG. RSG cannot convert into anything because Bleed stole the Lord away.
Bleed just needs to find a right team fight. I mean, this is the power of the Atlas. If you have a nice 2-3-man fatal links, you are able to clear them all out. This pretty much solidifies your victory, but the fact of the matter is Bleed doesn't have enough damage right now. We're moving slowly, inching towards that late game. The only damage coming through is from FMM, but it's not really like a shutdown damage, it's a melt damage. You have a clear up in Gear, but Gear needs to be able to find an angle to stay alive, to go straight for the main win conditions of RSG, which is Roy and Oki. But who do you go for?
Okay. Alright, I think what Bleed's trying to do instead, right, rather than FMM being the main damage, so FMM is the main damage dealer, but Bleed is using two janitors, right, Gear and Deck.
Yes.
These two are your main execute. Sayla to slow it all the way down. That's why Gear and Deck has inflated KDA, but Bleed, on the other hand, I think the biggest problem is that they're losing way too many objectives.
They can't convert. It's very difficult for them to go in because they have a suppression. The intimidation of a Kaja, when he's there, you don't want to be anywhere close to that Kaja because once you get suppressed, it's very difficult to break away from that mini 1 second stun And it pretty much solidifies your death. You're going to be sent to the graveyard no matter what, because RSG, they're playing as a unit right now. They're playing to their advantage. You have Diablo on their offside. The Lone Ranger just cutting the waves. Diablo doing Diablo things. You have 4 men trying to fight together as a unit. And this is pretty much how RSG is very, very comfortable. The next Lord is up. This is the Enhanced Lord. So Bleed needs to be able to find an opening onto that back. Onto Oki and onto Roy. They need to give vision to that.
Diablo has already shown his face all the way to the bottom side. Bleed now knows there's only 4 members around this area. Don't forget, Diablo can always very quickly come back in for the reinforcement. These 2 junglers from both of these 2 teams will meet at the Lord. Diablo is setting up the flank though, but on the second is Bleed is the one that's setting out the flank instead. JPL hidden all the way in the other side of the bush. Gear and the members of Bleed is getting pushed away instead. Roy with the feather airstrike deletes them all. JPL coming in, the Fatal Links into nothing, unfortunately. No more damage from Bleed and RSG. That's a free Lord.
Oh, Diablo's actually still going for it, though. He's going to get punished underneath the turret. FMM finally takes him down, but he zones them all the way back into their base. RSG is going to be taking that second Lord of the game, and to their advantage, they do have that skirmish ground. I mean, you have the artillery shots from Roy. You need to wait for Diablo to come back out, but the timing, though, Lord came out with the next minion wave, so it's going to be a very, very fast Lord on this one.
Beatrix has been so strong in RSG, now with the Has Claws. Whew, he's gonna sustain and out-sustain Bleed. Right here, don't forget, JPL, the picks has been a little bit questionable. Fatal Links into nobody. Nobody is able to follow up because RSG has been one-shotting them right on the ground. This is the reason why RSG decides to ignore the Paramis. They went for the Farsa instead. Now with the Lord pushing the mid, top side's already gone. The better airstrike to zone. Bleed is pushed back to their core.
JPL, he does have his ultimate. He's gonna be waiting for that right time. He does not have a flicker, though. They want to be able to take down this Lord first.
Yep, they have to
alleviate some pressure.
Yeah, they have to alleviate anything to minimize that pressure right here. JPL does have the immortality. They're now focusing on the bottom lane instead. Diablo looking for pickup right here. Using the ultimate here, follows Diablo all the way. Deck coming in for the flame, but no! It's gonna be JP and the Kaja kidnapping someone from the side. Bleed, I cannot follow, but Bleed manages to get away.
Oh, that was a very, very messy team fight, but on top of it, Bleed actually survived.
That's a taunt deck. Spin away, gear all the way in the backline instead. Roy will get punished instead. Sailor coming in for the cleanup, and that's a real one elimination. JBL coming in. Fatal Links finally into something, and FFF jumping all the way to the backline. Rhythm Reach already activated at the same time. Diablo, but Bleed has taken too much losses. And RSG, they're stomping on Bleed.
RSG is going to end it. They're going to go straight for that core. They have the minion waves. They are going to go for it. Ladies and gentlemen, RSG, they're going to be taking down this throne. There's nothing that Bleed can do about it. GG, game number 3 goes to RSG, Slade SG.
This is when the coals start to go into the furnace of RSG. The momentum building up. Bleed is now having to play a backseat role.
Oh my god, Bleed, what was that?
It's a very long drawn out game as well.
It was a very drawn out game. It was a very drawn out game. The tempo kept on shifting, but RSG just kept on having control over and over again, non-stop.
Yeah,
and that's what RSG do best. They stick to the books. I thought they were going to go something a little bit different for game 3. Yep, but they stuck to their gut.
I think it works well on paper. Like we talked about it during the cast, right?
Yeah.
You have 2 executes. You have basically gear on the Dyrok.
Yeah.
You have deck on the Martis. You have that decimate. You have that last hit just to clean up everything. But they weren't able to layer in those team fights. But what I really, really like about RSG is they read JPL like an open book.
Yeah.
Even though JPL had that flicker, had the Fatal Links, they read him in. So the concealed play comes in. JPL weaves and bobs his way through. All 4 of them disperses. There is no one that JPL caught with his Fatal Links.
It's the formation, right? It's the Fatal Links that is supposed to matter, right? But it just... I'm not trying to put any blame on JPL here, but he was on a different tempo.
No, I think it's also partially because of Roy.
Yes.
The better airstrike. You know, sometimes as a Farsa player, you see an Atlas coming right down at you, right?
I'm running.
I'm running away, but this
away.
person just goes in with a better airstrike, and then all of a sudden JPL can drag. But there's no one for him to drag into.
Exactly, and not to mention, Roy has picked up the Purify as well, so he has no fear whatsoever of this Fatal Link. So the JPL just kept on not being able to catch, right? He was just a little bit off, a little bit out, one step behind, one step ahead, and RSG, they played it so well. The only way I could, compare this to real life is like a army formation. If there's a fighting formation, they will fight. If there's a disperse, they will disperse.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to point out is that Sailor actually bought the Dire Hit roam boots at 14 minutes into the game. A little bit too late. I think he was very far behind in terms of farm. He was just like sort of like toggling between JPL and Sailor on that back foot. But it felt like he was very uncomfortable with the Yi.
Oh, there's this thing, right? So where the mage usually, they will buy the
last roam.
Not usually. After 8 minutes, yeah. After 8 minutes, because you won't suffer any of the consequences, that's why they switch out to the roaming boots. And of course,
but you still need a little bit of time for that.
You still need some time for that to, start snowballing. But enough of that. Take a look at the amount of damage dealt by RSG. 228,000. Wow. As compared to 155.
It's pretty much the perfect composition. You have a very, very tanky front line. You have a nice pick-off engage in the Kaja. You have a nice artillery mage in the Farsa. You have very, very good DPS damage coming in from the Beatrix. You have an offside from Diablo. So they, I don't know, to me, they won that draft.
Yeah, I mean, you can literally shred, right? But here, he did, honestly, the Dyrov pick was kind of questionable to me. I thought the Minisita would be really, really great here, right? But, they went with the Dyrov instead. The Dyrov was pretty good, in my opinion.
Yeah, the Dyrov was able to find Roy, bust him all the way down, but unfortunately, because of the wing by wings, he's able to fly away. And then after that, Oki can just follow up with the damage. And I feel like this draft coming from Bleed is not questionable. I think the Minisita is a bit awkward in this particular composition.
Yeah.
They need cleanup crew.
That's
why the Dyrov and Deck come in. With the decimation and also the ultimate for the Dire. But let's take a look at MVP. I feel like Roy is the one has been doing so much damage, and there you go. He's just zoning everyone out, not by CCs, but by damage.
Oh man, take a look at his face. It's personal. It's really, really personal. He wants a win. He needs to bring RSGs. They were the champions in Season 4.
Yes, they were.
This solidifies their position. You can't take them down. You can't have a clean sweep on us. It is going to be tough. Like, this is going to be a long match. It's going to be a marathon. You're going to be facing up against our team. You're going to be facing up against RSG Slate.
I want to see a 3-2 go either of these ways.
Yeah, either
because
way.
It feels like when RSG pick up the momentum, they're going to steamroll. And we should be able to hear hints of those momentum coming up from RSG this time round, and you're looking forward to this one, right, Buddy Go?
I'm so ready for this because we haven't even heard any of RSG Slate communication since the beginning, and this time we can finally hear what's going on after they finally win a game.
Yeah, with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go to the mic check for RSG, the winning team of game number 3.
Nice break. Direct. Gear low. Atlas no flick. Nice.
Nice break. Nice break. Nice break. No. Nice. You see, can see me.
FMM, Diablo.
Yeah, looking.
Come.
Nice.
Diablo,
Come.
Nice. Diablo,
Hey, can
I got clock.
I going for clock.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
Go. Fight. Nice.
Come, ajar. Sabar.
No pretty no one. Let's go.
Nice.
I love it.
I love it so much.
Each other. That's all. That's as long as they understand each other.
It's just
that's
like
all that is.
Just like providing sound effects for his Nibiru smash.
No, it's honestly right. It's literally like how homeboys do it.
Yeah.
Homeboys, they do the exact same thing. That's what they say. And I was like, oh, okay. As long as they understand each other, right?
Yeah. It's not words anymore. It's onomatopoeias. It's
onomatopoeia. And it's constantly nice brain.
Yeah,
But a lot of brown brain.
Correct, but if you notice, right, at the first part of the whole game, they were a little bit low.
A bit low, yeah.
They know that the morale is a little bit low, but when they start winning, right, they start to pick up the kills, they start to pick up the objectives. That's when they start to snowball even harder, the confidence coming in.
Yeah.
And this is going to be very important because we need to take a look at game number 4 where they'll be going into a bit more momentum going into the game, but we should be going to break very soon.
It's going to be a very, very tough match against this team. I mean, from day one in the regular season, RSG, they've proven themselves again and again that they worked on their chemistry.
Yep.
But we will be taking a break because the players need time to reset. We're going to go for a 5 minutes break.
Oh wait,
So
there's no
let's go.
break. Fake news.
Oh,
fake news, sorry. We're not
Psych.
going to a break. Psych. We're going to go straight into game number 4. Remember, momentum is going to be vital. They need to keep on going. RSG will need to shove as much fuel, as much coal into that furnace. Bleed, on the other hand, they need to try to find a way to slice and dice to make them bleed.
Wow, and we should be going into the draft really, really soon right now, but I do not know what could they possibly bring out right now.
No, I think there's a trend, right?
Yeah.
Always first pick, you pick up the heavy team fight composition, be
Yeah.
it a Fredrin or a Faramis, and then we'll play.
You play around it.
If you're second pick, you go for the high ground. You go for the
you go for the high
defensive
ground.
composition. I don't know if that's working out for the second pick team, for the high ground team, because it kind of seems like you're very reactive in
I
that
think a
kind of
hybrid would
situation.
be nice, right? A little bit of a hybrid would be nice. Maybe go back to the old school, go according to your books, go according to your gut. Don't go something off meta to the point where, you just go a little bit, you might just throw the game.
Yeah.
Not saying anyone will, but yeah, I think the draft, like you said, it will dictate, right? The second pick, usually they'll go for the high ground because you have a double pick. So you have a counter pick and a blind pick. That's usually how they do it. And you could really dictate how a team will be playing, right? So it's either up in your face team fight composition, or I will have the high ground and I will punish you.
I think RSG has been very strong in those big team fights, right?
Yeah.
And that's also the reason why the first 2 games for the side of Bleed, they went for this pick composition. They picked RSG apart, and that's where they crumbled. In game number 3 instead, Bleed went for this team fight composition, and then RSG Slate is like, okay, you know what? You're going for the team fight composition. I'm going to use a pick composition instead.
Yeah.
And Bleed was the one that suffers. So
Yeah, exactly.
you mentioned about not changing the rulebook just a little bit.
Yeah.
I would feel like, Bleed has a lot of success in pick compositions. Why don't Bleed go back to the pick composition instead?
I mean, they were really, really great with the pick composition, especially in game 1 and 2 with the Kaja and the Faramis.
Yep.
The Faramis wasn't banned out. So why leave that Faramis out?
I think the thought process was deny. Like, what do you want to pick up that you don't want to deal with for the side of RSG? If I'm Bleed, I pick up the Eve because I don't want to deal with Roy's Eve anymore. Because it did create a little bit of pressure, especially when I don't have Faramis in my possession.
Yeah.
Remember the last 2 games, it was the Faramis and the Fredrin in my possession, because I need someone to soak up the damage, soak up the utility. Enough time for my marksman to come in and sweep the rest of you guys out.
Yep.
Exactly.
First 2 games, it was Fredrin, Kaja, Faramis. That's the main stage for game number 1 and game number 2, right?
Correct.
And the Kaja as well, right?
Actually, Kaja 100% win rate in this entire series.
In this particular series, correct. But that's because, both these 2 teams are identified. Yes, you have a Kaja that can drag people in, but we've seen some other teams that are unable to burst him down. Then, all of a sudden, this Kaja just pulling blanks. And you saw what happened to the Fatal Links as well from the side of for JPL.
yeah.
He is technically like a Kaja as well. He's playing it like a Kaja. He wants to pick somebody, but if your members get busted down before he can actually walk to the front line, that's where the Fatal Links will just go to waste. And that's all because Roy with that Farsa. Now I see why he did not go for the Faramis instead.
Yeah, I mean, a very nice pick with the Farsa. And it acts as a very good zoning technique or a sniper.
I heard that.
Oh.
I heard that. I feel like the drop's
So
coming up.
lightning is
Lightning.
striking.
So Eudora is gonna be pit now. No pun intended, but
the
Eudora's
skin is actually good. Yeah.
the skin is amazing.
I think it has like sound effects as well. It's like when you use the different
Yeah,
skills.
yeah. Well, I think it's called some sound
of
soundproof
silence.
something. I don't know. And then
Atomic Pop Eudora. There we go.
Atomic Pop Eudora.
Yep, of course. But with that said, we should be going to the draft very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. It's all about how they draft this. Initially, I thought it's all about execution in game 1 and 2 and 3. 1 and 2 and 3.
Yeah.
But when game number 3 came in, it's more about the draft already.
Actually, these 2 teams, they kind of look like twins to me. Like their hero comfortability, their hero picks are pretty much the same all across the board. Diablo and Gear, they pretty much play the same heroes. JPL, Lucian QD, they pretty much play the same same type of heroes.
Yep.
Bray and Deg, I don't need to say much about them. They're both very, very strong in their own types of heroes. They're both assassin players. They're both fighter tank players. So their playstyle, their hero picks, their hero pools, it's very, very same across the board.
Exactly.
I mean, it's the Singaporean MPL SG meta, right? These two teams are the leading teams in Singapore. Of course, they'll be playing almost a similar play style, but also it's all boils down to the mechanics and the discipline right here. I feel like Bleed has always been disciplined. They've always been very strong in terms of the macro, but then in game number 3, it started to crack just a little bit.
Yeah, but this time, RSG Slate, they're going to be banning away the Faramis 1-1 and the Glue.
I'm not too sure because we're not seeing on the screen right here, so we're just gonna give it some time.
Oh, the production did told us that we just refer it to the back of the screen because the draft is ongoing right now.
Oh,
Game
it's
number
ongoing
4
right now.
Yeah.
So this is the actual draft.
This is the actual draft. Game number 4, guys.
Oh.
Okay. Game number 4 is going on.
That's right.
We should be going in right now.
Actually, yeah, we're jumping in right now already.
There we go.
Your team is picking.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so Melissa, Farsa, Arlot banned by Bleed. They don't want to deal with that. RSG, they banned out the Glue, 1-1 Faramis. They don't want to deal with the Faramis anymore. But Lucian QD, he solidifies himself with the Kaja. Oh, wow. Okay, this is very, very fast. Deck straight up with that Fanny. JPL on the Kufa, it's basically a counter to that Fanny.
That's the hard counter right there. But not to forget, you have that Valentina and that Kaja. Very hard lockdowns onto that Fanny as well.
Yeah, I mean, but you think about a Valentina, what can you steal? You can't steal
You can take
the
away the
Rhythm
Tyrant's
of Joy.
Rage.
You can't
take
steal
the Tyrant's Ravage.
But you need to be able to aim that really, really effectively.
Exactly, and that's why you have the double dash and a flicker coming out from Roy. It all boils down to you using that, Tyrant's Ravage.
I want to see a Min Sitar. No, it's not going to be a Min Sitar. It's going to be a Khalid, but I think the Min Sitar might work pretty well considering that you're facing up against a Joy, something that is very, very early game centric, something that is that really, really mitigates your jungle farm, especially since both sides jungles are not picked yet. Melissa off the tables right now, 1-1 off the table. Second phase, they might be looking to ban out more marksmen. What do you want to ban? What do you think is going to be banned out right here?
Moskov. Moskov would be, if I were on the side of Bleed, I would ban away Moskov. I mean, Jace, what do you think of the marksman ban right now?
I think Moskov in this particular meta has fallen off just a little bit.
All right.
But yeah, Moskov
to counter the Fanny.
Yeah, correct. In this particular case, maybe it's a good choice.
Yeah.
But looking at RSG, they've had a lot of toolkits, right? They've also got
so much.
They've also got the Divine Judgment coming out using QT. If that comes in at the wrong angle, gets Divine gets punished.
Yeah, that's true.
it. That's going to be a dead Fanny right there.
I mean, that Fanny is going to be very, very hard to be caught up. But not to forget, you have the Raging Sandstorm, Divine Judgment, and it's just too insane. I do not know where this is going to go. So the Yves ban would be really, really good right now. And RSG Slate did ban out the Yves. So now Bleed. Honestly, I think the Moskov would hard counter that Fanny and the Kufra.
I don't know. I got a very strong hunch that Sayla might go Kagura here.
Yeah, the Arkai ban is great, right?
Yeah, I agree with both of you, right? Arkai ban is great because of the Fanny. Yes, I feel like Sayla will go into Kagura for this one.
Yeah. I really think so because Roy picking up the Valentina, you need to be very wary about the type of ultimates you bring in, the type of heroes with very useful or viable ultimates that you bring in. I feel like Kagura is able to melt a Valentina down very effectively, especially once you get your power spikes in the Lightning Truncheon. And your main target is Oki because the rest of the heroes of RSG are rest of players like Diablo playing on their Khalid, the Kaja. It's not really much of a threat. It's just a crowd control.
Time and tide wait.
So Beatrix getting banned out.
I mean, the Beatrix was shredding a lot in the previous game.
Beatrix banned out. I kind of feel like they might just mitigate the Brody or... Yeah, I think a Brody might go off right here. Or Claude, because Claude is definitely not picked yet. And since RSG is having first pick, whatever marksman they ban out for the side of Bleed, RSG is definitely going to pick up. So it's either Claude or Brody right here. It's definitely one of them.
I think it's going to be a trade, right? Like,
yeah, it's a trade.
I feel like Oki has been very strong in the Claude, so I think Bleed may have to pay a bit of attention. But I think Martis is also wide open, right, for Bleed to ban away because Bray.
That's true.
There we
Definitely
go, the Martis.
will snowball out of control if they allow if Bleed allows that that Martis to go into Bray. Now Bray needs to look for something else for now, but he has some time to buy. Instead, you can pick the Claude right here or the Brody right now.
Yeah, you can pick up the Claude. I think a Claude would be a very good choice. But it would be the Fredrin, so...
Wow.
Okay, Oki wants to go for a counter pick against FMM because Sayla right now hasn't picked anything yet. He doesn't have the artillery mages to counteract the Valentina right now, so he might go back to basics, pick up a Kagura or even a Kadita to try to, to try to melt down Oki. I think Oki will be the main damage dealer for the side of RSG. The rest of the members of RSG, they are just soakers.
I think Kadita is going to be a little bit tough, Juros, because
Kagura
I think Kagura is more viable. I feel like the Kadita, it's like, you need to make sure that RSG is stationary, but looking at RSG, right, especially Roy can be very versatile. Yes, I know you got the Petrify, but you need to land it perfectly. I think Sayla, this is the time when you bring out your signature Kagura, right?
Oh, they're going to go with Lilia and going for that Brody instead. So FMM, they Bleed is definitely going for a very, very high protect comp, and you have two very super mobile heroes. You have Deck, who played yesterday, solidifying a Maniac and wiping out SMG, sending them down to the lower bracket. So Deck's Fanny is going to be one to look out for. Lucian Cutie needs to be able to suppress this Fanny out of the way. And Moskov, like you said, Vertigo, I mean, you can see into the future. Moskov is going to get picked up here because Bleed is going to be playing in a line. I don't know. Okay, so Moskov is going to get picked up because of Fanny.
Yeah, it was picked up because of the Fanny and because of the Joy. They want to deny any sort of in-your-face kind of heroes so that Moskov would play really, really good. And he can take down turrets really, really quickly along with objectives. But the Kufra is a very nice counter as well to the Moskov.
I actually do like the fact that that Moskov was picked up to counteract Fanny. But ladies and gentlemen, let's jump into the game.
That said, roster, the heroes have been lock and loaded for both these two teams, right? Both these two teams bringing out things that could counter each other. I feel like, Churros, the most important thing is we have to see what's going to happen in game number 4. Will RSG reverse sweep Bleed Esports, or Bleed Esports will win this game and send RSG down to the lower brackets?
To be honest, I kind of feel like the composition coming in from RSG is a lot more what I think would be a very good all-round, well-rounded composition. Take a look at how they're moving right now. Lucian Cutie and Diablo cutting the waves, proxying that waves, and going straight for the purple buff. And Deck on that Fanny is not even going for that purple buff first because he knows he's going to get invaded. And Bray, on the other hand, takes out that purple buff because he wants to mitigate all the initiations coming in. First Blood easily goes to Diablo, though.
Aggressive play coming off of RSG already. That's the momentum you're looking for. Yes, they go in, they don't see the purple being taken, so they go for the mid lane instead, and now they're hard invading instead. JBL just jumping around, bouncing around. Diablo picking up another kill. He's healing up and flickers right out. Fanny, Deck will get taken down.
Oh, that was so smart. Bray coming in. He does have the retribution. Takes down the purple buff. That is going to be one level ahead of Deck.
That's not good news for Bleed, right? Your Fanny doesn't have the purple buff, plus he's not even level 4 yet, and you got hard invaded. RSG knows how to counter Deck's Fanny.
I think that was really smart. Like Diablo, he saved his flicker until the bouncing ball ended from JPL so that he doesn't get knocked up. So I think that was a very good little early game skirmish, but whether or not RSG is able to control this momentum and just ride on this momentum is yet to be seen. But Bray on the top side, though.
Riding on the momentum. Here's a Appraisal Rock coming in. Gear with the Vengeance Wiz tries the Desperate Heal. Gear will be able to walk away, but Roy coming in for the flank instead. The cleanup is here.
Oh, for the flank. The alley-oop over to Roy, and Roy almost level 4. Now, this is just options right here. What can Roy pick up? The only thing that they can pick up, okay, if you want to go defensive, is maybe the Black Shoes. If you want to go offensive, you want to go setup, you go for the Tyrant's Revenge. So right now, level 4, he wants to be able to go straight in for the ultimate, but that purple buff,
Bray
though.
taking the turtle instead. Now Bray, oh no, it's not even Bray. Deck doesn't even take the purple buff away, and now he's gonna get punished, and now it's gonna be RSG punishing JBL instead. The bouncing ball, not good enough. Roy will be there.
It kind of feels like RSG's played this game thousands and thousands of times. They know where deck is going to be. They know where deck is going to move. And, oh man.
Oh man, Lucian and Diablo, you cannot keep doing this against deck. Give this man a purple buff, but they're not going to allow it. Diablo and Roy will get zoned out by Celia for now. They're looking for some way to enter, but it's going to be JBL charging up. JBL charging up. He catches Kaja and said Lucian can do bouncing ball. Bray will come in just in the frame for now.
Oh, he does take it.
It's not for, it's Bray taking the purple buff.
Bray taking the purple buff.
Oh my god, that's so bad. Coming outside of Bleed and RSG, they're in a row right here. This early game is going so well.
Oh man,
so
Bray.
unorthodox, Churros.
Bray's Retribution was just on point. He just popped that Retribution at the last second. He took that purple buff, and right now, deck is just scrambling. He's level 4. Bray 2 levels ahead, and that is why usually Martis is a more decent choice facing up against a Freddy, right? You have a little bit more sustain going through. You have decent wave clear, but Fanny, very, very purple buff reliant, especially when you want to just throw your cables all willy-nilly.
Level 7 versus a level 5 jungler. That's not a very good sign for Bleed. Don't forget, the Master Assassin on deck. You need to be able to kill. Moskov on the other hand, okay, is about hold on second gear. Oh, slice and dies down. Yes, you get the joy, but Diablo will be there with Khalid.
Oh, this looks very, very personal right now. Diablo is not here to play, he's here to win. He just wants to take them down, proxying the waves, and continuing to starve Bleed out of any farm whatsoever.
Yeah.
Right now, 2,500 gold lead, favoring the side of RSG. Blade of Hephaestus is already built up for Diablo. Roy already has the Clock of Destiny. This is still 4 minutes into the game. Second turtle of the game.
FMN,
coming back up with Lucian Cutie.
Right into the heart of RSG. Roy, he's a roll right here.
Oh, Bray taking down the orange buff yet again. It does look like Deck really, really far behind. Bray is 3 levels ahead of Deck. Oh!
Deck, he can't even handle Diablo at all. He's now just flying around without any aim at all. His purple buff is constantly getting taken away for 4 minutes.
Oh, and Oki actually takes down that bottom lane turret.
It's RSG in the dominant role right here in the early game. And now it's going to be how Bleed is going to have to try to recover from this. RSG, his dominant lead, because of your jungle gap, is starting to widen. Just take a look, 3 level ahead in the favor of Bray.
Oh man, this is not looking good for Bleed, but RSG is looking very, very good. As long as they continue to ride on this momentum, they have that late game. Remember, RSG actually has a very, very strong late game insurance in terms of the Moskov and the Fredrin.
Correct. Bleed is trying to play towards a mid-game power spike, right? But now, Bleed is stuck in the early game, and there's never gonna get out. Deck will never see his purple buff.
Oh man, Deck, he just bursted. He was bursted down. He just deleted himself from the game. But
it's tough. It's tough for Bleed. Right now, RSG on the dominant role right here. They're posed to take even more resources away from Bleed. Now, you do have, I don't know whether Brody is a good late game hero, in my opinion. Strong mid game, but you are facing against a Moskov. You're facing against a snowballing Roy. You're also facing against Diablo, just slice everybody down. Bleed, what can they do?
It looks like a standard RSG, but take a look at Diablo on that purple buff though. He forced to use that flicker out of the way. He was trying to zone out of that purple buff. Even the purple buff right now is an objective for RSG. Bleed desperately trying to defend that mid lane tier 1 turret, because once that is gone, it opens up so many pathways over to that purple buff.
Yeah, they need to, I think Bleed is forfeiting that away right now. How RSG is playing this game, this purple buff is like a turtle. Right?
It is. It's even better than a turtle.
Bleed loses every single purple buff already, and RSG is just going to walk away, you know, smiling from year to year. And now Deck, unfortunately, reduced down to a split push minion.
Oh, will he be able to take him down? This was just 1 hit. Deck! Deck, level 6. Bray, level 11. That is 5 levels ahead, and the lead is continuing.
The gap is very big. It's a Grand Canyon right here. Bleed need to figure something out, but what can they do? JBL just gets melted down by RSG.
Oh, the third turtle of the game going to the side of RSG, and right now Bleed, they're just scrambling, struggling to stay afloat. They're just paddling on to shore. It's RSG chowing down on every single thing that they have. Look at how well RSG is zoning the rest of Bleed out of the way, out of all the objectives, out of any farm whatsoever. That goes in half health, and he needs to go back.
He needs to go back, spending all the energy just to get back. No purple buff, no nothing. He's basically walking into lane right here. Bleed on the RSG on the other hand, They're on stonks right here. 8k gold lead. They have everything they need. And they're on the late game composition.
Take a look at the atomizations. The half builds, the brute force leggings, or the steel plate leggings is built for Khalid and the Moskov. But taking a look at the core power spike items, Moskov does have the golden staff and the corrosion scythe. So the damage is going to show through. Fanny, though, however, only has the blade of Heptases. No defense items whatsoever. It's going to be a very squishy Fanny. But, man, it's not looking good for Bleed right now.
That can't even kill off the Oki at this rate, right? The Blade of Heptases doesn't really have any damage as well. You're so far behind the levels. I think Bleed is just conceding this particular game right here. RSG is taking everything away. Look at RSG. All the turrets are fully healthy.
RSG continuing to pummel down that purple buff. I don't think Deck ever got his purple buff in this game just yet.
He's
not yet.
It's only taken once in the first few minutes, I think. No, he didn't. Bray was the one that walked in to stow it off.
Even the first buff as well. Like, not even close. Like, even from the first minute, the first second, not at all. Take a look at the damage dealt. FMM at the lowest of the charts. Diablo is just dealing so much damage. He's making a statement right now. They want to go to a game number 5.
It's a big statement, ladies and gents. I'm not gonna sugarcoat this. RSG is dominating Bleed right here, and Bleed cannot find any form of formula to crack this because RSG is so far ahead. The only way they can do something is looking at Gear with a vengeance, right? With the mystery shop, maybe he could start to do some split pushing, but Diablo slice and dices a joy very quickly, especially when you're so far ahead.
That's right. I think Bleed, their best play is to play around Gear. Like, Gear goes straight to that back line. JPL immediately follows up and layers in. They need to give up this Lord right now because they know that they can't contest it because of the economy gap. 8,000 gold lead means RSG is basically 3 core items up ahead in against Bleed.
Yep, the only thing that Bleed has is a lot of wave here, right? Sailor can clear the wave very quickly, but well, technically FMM with ultimate can also clear the waves very quickly, but apart from that, Bleed has nothing to do but just to stay home. Basically, RSG is locking Bleed up in their own base.
RSG just buying time, slowing the tempo down, waiting for the Lord to come in, crashing in with 2 minion turrets, taking a look at how...
Deck.
Oh, Deck!
Oh, Deck, that's not a good place we want to be! Diablo deletes Deck off the map, and now Bleed going up against RSG. It's a 4v6 with the Lord as well.
Diablo knew that Deck was going to clear the lanes.
QT jumps over the wall. JBL gets melted all the way down. 3 members left from the side of Bleed. Bleed needs to try to punish. Gear will not be able to, but Gear! Oh, he fights Oki all the way in the back line. He will be able to walk away. Roy does have the ultimate from Sailor. Sailor a little bit low, but will not be able to delete him off. And now RSG has already cracked the mid lane open. Deck trying to find a way. Assassination. Gear is making Bleed staying alive, but Diablo coming in with the ultimate. Deck will not be able to do anything off. He's just cabling around, trying to wave clear as much as he can, but Bleed has tried to hold.
Oh, Deck coming in again for round 2. Diablo is trying to take down the turret. The mem almost taken down, but Roy comes back out of the way. Taunt goes over. Bray gets taken down as well. The fight still ensues, and right now RSG finds it in themselves, taking down 2 tier 3 turrets and got out of the way. Their lead still up way ahead. 11 minutes into the game. Next turtle, guys, is going to be 12 minutes, Lord.
Gear was making everything work, right? Finding the backline, deleting off Oki, but that's all you can do. Deck is just using the cables just to wave clear, and that's not a very good sign. Now, I think, obviously, Bray overextended right here, but Gear this time around, the hero of Bleed has been slain.
Oh, Diablo is just on the aggressive right now. JPL
is going to be next. He has to run away right here. The slow coming in from Lucian QT. And
but Roy is able to
can't even do anything at all. Roy is just hanging around, looking for the burst. JBL busted down in his own base.
I knew that was going to happen. Roy had that black shoes. He was going to go jump in all the way in just to take JPL down, because JPL, once he's out of the way, there's no setup for Bleed. There is no crowd control at all. JPL, they're all relying on JPL. So RSG, their draft is very, very strong right now. Moving into the late game. This is the biggest lead we've seen in the 4 games we played, but the suppression comes in.
deck. He's gonna get deleted once again. Bagia will be jumping on the back line. Okay, oh, that's a lot of damage. That's the main damage unit for the side. RG go down. And now BS will try to punish instead. FMM will try to do the damage, but Diablo is already all the way in the back line. Splitting the front line of Bleed and the back line away. Diablo wrecking havoc. JBL just the only member from the side of Bleed. Just dragging RG away. Sayla is still alive though. Maybe he can wave clear, but against 4, I'm not too sure, Churros.
It looks like the end, though. They might not be able to go up in time. They're coming up, but it's all over.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Deck can't even do anything at all. RSG equalizes the series.
We are going to a Game 5, my friends.
Wow, Game 5, guys. I mean, I don't want to say it, but is this expected?
I told you right from the start, right from the get-go, this is going to be a very, very tough game. I told Jay off of camera, off stream, we talked about this outside. It's definitely a Game 5.
Wow.
It's super, super tough for both teams.
So you curse the Game 5. No, I'm just kidding. But
I curse the
what
Game 5.
an amazing game. They snowball. Like you said, Jace, the moment they steamroll, they will steamroll.
That's the brand of RSG, right? They get the lead, they go the mile, heck, they can even go to the moon if they want to. Bleed, on the other hand, back to the drawing board. The past 2 games is not ideal. They need to be more disciplined going to game number 5.
Take a look at the faces of the players, though. They're just all very focused. No happy, no smiles. They're here, they want to make a statement.
All business.
All business, all business.
All business right there. And take a look in the rooms of RSG Slate, looking happy. And right now, Bleed, okay, you know, the Potato is there, you know, to give themselves a raise, try to boost the morale as well. You know, come on, guys, game number 5, BO1.
Actually, it does look like a repeat of like Season 4.
It is.
Like this, basically what happened in Season 4 with like Slate versus RSG, right?
So is it going one way or the other?
It's always going one or the other, but let's come back to this. Vertigo, you're watching the entire match.
Yeah.
What went so wrong for
the purple buff?
Bleed?
The purple
buff, right? I mean, the moment, like it's common sense, right? Even to us as normal pub rank players or regular casual players as well.
It started from the purple buff.
As long as you can lock down on Fanny's purple buff, there's nothing you have to be afraid of.
There's nothing that the Fanny can do.
Yeah.
It's basically a 4v5 throughout the whole show, and Deck can't even split push at all.
Yeah, so it's
Deck tries to split push, Diablo's there waiting for him.
Exactly, it's a 5v4. In the end, it's the 5v4 already. Yes, you have a Fanny, yes, you have cables, yes, you can rotate, yes, you can create space, but without your blue, you're nothing.
Let's take a look at randomization, see how far behind Deck was. He needed to buy these 2-plate leggings, but only way ahead, way behind time. This was a 12-minute game, the fastest out of the 4 games we've seen so far, but every single time the purple buff was taken down, that is where RSG actually set the tempo.
And I really love the way RSG was rotating, right? Like, Fusion QT and Diablo, right, cut the way because they know Joy doesn't really have the power spike to fight a Khalid in level 1. Then immediately walk over to the buff, sees the deck is not there, and then immediately just kills out the mid lane, then go back to the purple buff. Like, how open book you want this to be?
They literally opened the book.
Yes.
How open you want it to be? Yes. Just as open as possible, constantly walking into the jungle when walking in. Well, take a look at Diablo there. 833 gold per minute with 52,000 damage dealt. Yes, the Khalid is strong because of that first skill. You get 3 slashes right there. And take a look at the damage dealt by RSG. Wow.
Diablo, man. That's the stats of a gold laner.
Yep.
You're not supposed to do this as an XP laner.
He's in the wrong role, right? He's supposed to be a Khalid gold lane.
Oh man,
Khalid MM.
But this is the strategy that we've seen so well. But Diablo definitely the MVP. What do you guys think?
Definitely Diablo MVP. He's been shutting down gear all the way since the game number 1, and then after that rotates. But no, it's gonna be given over to Roy. Production loves to throw us.
Yeah, it's not 505, but it's 606 here for Roy. No, look, it's 606 on his KDA and 685 gold per minute right now with the Clockwork of Destiny, Lightning Trunkian, with the Holy Crystal and Enchanted Talisman as well, and going with the tough boots, just a little bit of a defense, a little bit of a physical defense right there, and 57 kill participation, along with the Mystery Shop.
Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is he played out of his mind as well. Every single one stragglers of Bleed Esports
he will be there.
He will be there. He's over there
from gear, right?
Yeah, it started from the gear, and then it just snowballed all the way through. And they knew that after every minute, the purple buff respawns, and that is where his next target is going to be.
Yeah, constantly walking up to that purple buff, it's like it's like what Jay said, right? Like if you, how open do you want Bleed jungle to be? Yes.
And basically that purple buff was a turtle.
It
was as important as a turtle for the side of RSG, right?
It's not even more important as from the turtle because you give Fanny the amount of energy needed to just spam the cables around. I think they made a very good move. It was a very good game from RSG.
They do know how to counter Bleed, but with that said, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the mic check from RSG Slate SG.
Yeah. Two front missing, guys.
Nice try.
Go Roy. I know you can.
Nice, bro. Get it. Oh, enggak.
Letting it.
Finish my one item, ah.
Yeah.
Nice, double. Nice, double.
What?
Go bottom.
Commit.
Hey, nice, double.
Nice lah. It's okay. Still can fix.
Hey, Brody. Hey, no, nice, double. Nice. Can.
Selate.
Nice, double.
Wow, I mean...
The Sharingan from Diablo, man.
Yeah.
Sayla dead before Sayla actually goes down.
Yeah, he already confirms it, right? He knows his capability of the Khalid. And of course, Oki with the signature catchphrase of his own Mampo Scout Day, you know, it's nice to hear it finally.
I forgot that. I remember Bray was saying that he's actually in part Indonesian, I remember.
Yeah, Bray's Indonesian as well. Part Indonesian.
No, but actually, this mic check really feels like a Diablo hunting down deck.
Every
kind of
single
montage.
body.
Like
every single person.
It's like Diablo on deck, and then nice, and then the next scene,
Diablo on gear.
Nice.
Nice, Diablo,
Rinse and
nice.
repeat. So basically, it's just, right now, Bleed needs to go back to the drawing board, right? The time between game number 2 and game number 3 was so crucial for RSG. They climbed all the way back out, and they unlocked the code for the side deck. Now, deck, the last time that the Fanny was put out in the last season, Bray was the victim instead, remember?
Exactly.
That particular moment where Bray's Fanny was just like shut down all the way. Deck is finally living Bray's particular nightmare right now. With that said, both these two teams need a short break. Don't go away, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back. best of 5 boiled down to this.
Whoa.
A scrappy fight in the mud. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be RSG Slate SG going up against Bleed Esports. 2-2 is the score, but RSG is Slate SG gaining the momentum. Right here, my name is Jay, joining me is Churros as well as Vertigo.
Wow, is it? Are we gonna see a touchwood and not cursing or anything? Are we gonna see a reverse sweep or a reverse sweep denial?
Either way, the narrative is actually kind of interesting.
Right. I mean, both are actually nice. I mean, Bleed, they did this in the previous season as well, but they faltered just one game away. They even played all the way to game 5, but this time, could the tables turn, or is it gonna be a repeat of history yet again?
Oh man, I think I just want to enjoy and watch the match because the energy, the atmosphere in Suntec City Mall is just electrifying. The way that these teams they ramp up and raise their morale before electrifying.
Electrifying, yeah.
Is that a pun?
I mean, there was lightning. I mean, it's kind of raining. It's pouring down right now. But when it rained, it paused. Just like how RSG is steamrolling game number 3 and game number 4. And what do you think, Bleed has to do right now, Jace?
I think go back to basics. Game number 1 and 2, they have been going so well with this pick composition, but I feel like RSG, they know and they adapted very quickly, and that's the mark of a very strong team. This is also the reason why they were Season 4 and Season 3 champions for MPL Singapore.
Wow.
And Bleed, on the other hand, there's so much more to prove.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I would compare them to chameleons. In a way, chameleons, they can adapt.
Okay.
Yeah. They can
I
adapt.
thought you said comedians.
No, chameleons.
Okay,
chameleons. Yeah, chameleons. Like, they can adapt themselves, change their color to blend in with the surroundings, just like what RSG Slate is doing.
But Vertigo, it's the mark of a pro team. Like
that's the mark of a pro
is a
team.
very
This is the top 2 teams of MPL Singapore, right?
You can adapt to the situations,
Correct.
but there's a trend. Every single first pick advantage wins. It's 100% win rate for all the first
Bleed
picks.
was second pick in game number 2.
Oh.
Bleed was second pick in game number 2.
Exactly, yeah. Bleed was the second pick.
Yep. But they won because of the Kaja.
Yeah, and the Faramis as well.
Yep. It's actually, if you want to you want to find a scapegoat, blame it on Kaja.
I do like the Faramis though, but this time they're gonna ban out that Valentina. That Valentina was too much to handle in game number 4, and honestly, it's a worthwhile ban.
I think it's worthwhile too. I don't know about you guys, but I think RSG, they still need to ban out the 1-1. They need to be able to ban out the glue as well, because glue was banned all games. Like, no one wants to deal with a glue from either side. Diablo
either side.
plays
Glue
a
is
mean
too strong.
glue, Gear plays a mean glue, but both of them, they don't want to deal with this monstrosity. So, that being off that table, Bleed, they might be looking into, okay, they have first pick advantage. Let's solidify the Faramis. I want to take out the Farsa. Let's go back to basics. Let's do what we did in game 1 and 2.
I think the Farsa will be highly contested right now, but just back to the glue again. I mean, we saw how Evo used the glue to their advantage, and the glue was just too much to handle. It's so thick. You're able to, tether onto somebody and just jump on them with the split and kind of deny them of any sort of CC lockdown onto you.
I think right here, right, the theory crafting is here, but okay. Speaking about theory crafting, I theory craft myself. I was expecting a Kaja to come in, but no, Bleed is just taking out the equation. So both of them is going to go back into something of a different territory. Both these two teams haven't played a game in this particular series that is without a Kaja.
And this time, the whole level of playing is going to be changed by bringing out and taking out that Kaja. And this time, Slate, RSG Slate finally recognized that Faramis and taking it out of the equation yet again.
I like the fact that RSG, they don't want to deal with the Faramis anymore because they found success with Bleed not playing with the Faramis. So it's sort of like Phoveus in Season 4.
Yeah.
They once Sayla shows up with the Faramis, with the Phoveus, they ban it out all the way, and RSG on the other on this season itself, they are taking away Faramis. That is out of the equation for all games, so they don't want to deal with that anymore. But Bleed, on the other hand, do they want to trade? So right now, Valentina and Yves is still open up for both sides. Do they want to take this down? They can open up the... Yeah, Farsa is going to get banned out.
Oh, okay. Farsa banned away. RSG do have can go back to the Eve as well. A lot of target bans from the side of Bleed onto Roy. Roy has been a pain. No pun intended because of Feather Airstrike, right? Against Bleed. RSG right here you know, I think they take away the Melissa because both these two teams hasn't banned it away yet.
Correct.
I mean, they could snatch
or
it
the
up on
1-1.
themselves.
Or the 1-1. I think RSG should ban out the 1-1.
Look at this. If you ban
FMM.
out the Fasa, right, the Melissa is very nicely open for itself.
That's
so
true.
RSG Slate has to ban the Melissa away, but instead they're going to ban away the 1-1.
Okay.
Wow.
1-1 is definitely going to get banned because the first game when FMM shows up with the 1-1, he really shows up with the 1-1. So
yeah,
there's no way,
show up.
there's no way that RSG is able to take FMM's 1-1 down. So something that FMM is so comfortable with, one of his signature picks right off from day number 1 in the regular season. This is entirely off the tables. Albeit a small nerf on the 1-1, sort of like the area of effect of the crossbow Tang is a little bit smaller. FMM still plays it very, very effectively.
It's actually very small. I played a 1-1 religiously for during the last meta because this was a very easy pick. But no,
wow, yet again the Joy.
Went back for Joy instead.
Yeah, so they're going to be going with the Joy yet again. And I really like the Joy. And gear on the Joy is really, really strong, I would say. Didn't make much of an impact in the previous game.
No, it was. He made a big impact.
He made a big impact by going into the backline. Yeah, but it wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough.
Exactly.
He was able to delete off the main damage dealer from the side of RSG, which is Oki, right?
Yeah, Oki.
But the main damage dealer from RSG in that particular game was, in fact, Diablo.
Yeah, I mean, on that Khalid, he was so strong. He was winning in lane, especially against Gia.
What I say, shifting win conditions. But from the side of RSG, though, knowing that you're up against a Joy, they want to pick something very, very tanky. So I think a Fredrin, they might go back to a Fredrin yet again, or maybe even a Grok.
No, they need some lockdown.
Yeah,
That's where the Franco go in, and the Taunt coming in from the side on the Fredrin as well.
Oh, the Franco and the Fredrin. Wow, double S right there. And I think Kin Dofu, our fellow caster, is jumping in his seat because he finally gets to see the Franco.
It's always nice having a Franco right here.
Always nice.
I think it's one of Lucian Cutie's one of his most comfortable heroes that he plays in MDL. I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I think he's very, very comfortable with that. There's two ways to play a Franco as well. So either a suppression, you flicker in suppress, or you land a hook. You
and then go for the daily hunt.
And go for the bloody hunt.
I mean, usually in this type of composition and level of playing, right? Usually it would be the flicker to the deadly hunt and then the iron hook.
Yeah. So JPL going back to basics, going for that Atlas again. FMM on the Claude right now. Bleed really needs to look for high octane damage heroes.
Yeah, still on the Atlas.
Something that pairs well with the Atlas. I think the idea of playing the Atlas in game number 3 was very well coordinated for Bleed, but the fact of the matter is there was no follow-up damage. There was no burst. So it's up to Sayla right now to pick something with high amounts of damage. So right here, RSG, you can see Khalid and Franco being picked up at the same time. They might be going straight for let's disrupt deck again.
Oh, I just realized a Julian mid would be nice.
Nah, I think late.
It's hard. It's very hard.
Lilia would be good.
Lilia
would be good
great
for
now?
the side of Bleed. Yeah.
Yeah.
You fade the lanes right into everything and then AoE damage. So Bleed is going for pure AoE damage. RG on the other hand, I think they're going back to Comforts. Bray on the Fredrin as well. Still, I think it's just a mainstay. It's like a vanilla ice cream, right? It will work very well with everything, inclusive of root beer. Diablo on the other hand went for a very strong EXP lane. Now RSG may be looking to play at his lane instead, like what they did in game number 4.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. They're gonna be proxying the waves on their side, and then once the EXP has a level above the opponent's EXP, they're gonna be hunkering down onto the jungle of the opponent's side. So Bleed really needs to be able to find a jungle that can sustain itself. An assassin jungler won't work unless it's a tank slot.
Maris. He has to go to Maris.
Oh, why would they ban out the carry? So carry
they might go into a tank slot.
Oh, fair.
Yeah,
so
they
they have
Maris or a tank slot, either one of them, a carry could instantly shred them out. And very props to Bleed Esports for banning it out. And just like that, RSG Slay, they're going to ban away the Maris.
Yeah, so RSG is very smart here. They don't want to give any of the fighter tank junglers over to Bleed. So Bleed, their only choice right now is maybe the tank slot that works very well in Deck's favor. He played this very beautifully in game number 1. It found a lot of success in game number 1. So Deck might be able to pick that up again. But then again, it lacks damage. So you do have high DPS for FMM, but it's not a closer.
I mean,
you need a closer in Sayla.
Yeah, I mean, a tank slot would be great, no? You can rush right into the backline along with Joy as well. And look at this. Bleed composition is very dive heavy. You have the Claude, you have the Atlas, and you have the Joy.
Correct.
Honestly, yeah, it could
I
work.
agree.
It could
AOE,
work, right?
And then we dive with
Yeah.
AOE. I was thinking on the Melissa though, it was going to be leaked over the side of RSG.
Oh, wait, the Eve?
But
the Eve is open though.
Yeah, Eve is definitely open. No, instead they're going to go for the Kadita as well. Bleed, on the other hand, I think there's a lot of AoE, right? I mentioned about the Lilia. I've also mentioned about the fact that Alice could also go in as well. So that's a very dive-heavy comp, and then AoE damage spread all across the board. RSG, on the other hand, I think they identified it though. That's why the Kadita comes into play.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, the Lilia would be really, really nice right now. I mean, thinking of Lilia, I can only think of one person, and that's Joe from Team Flash. I mean, he loves to play the Lilia, and he does it to a T, honestly. He does it to a T, but can Celia pull off this Lilia with this current composition right now?
I think it's a viable pick. You have a very heavy crowd control ability from JPL. The Fatal Links is definitely going to be a huge disruptor. But the Kagura finally comes up, but the deck on the high loss
I was
though.
about to say the Kagura, but then I was like, the Lilia sounds good though.
Yeah, I knew like
so
one of these games, Sayla is definitely gonna play Kagura. I knew it in my heart. In my heart, Kagura is definitely gonna come out. So it's his trump card. It's one of his most comfortable heroes, if not the most comfortable hero for Sayla.
And
but deck on the high lows though. What is your thoughts on that?
100% win rate. So do you think
because it's not really picked up much?
Yeah,
he played it.
He played
He's the only one who played it.
Exactly, and that's why there's the 100% win rate and the 1.2% pick rate right there. But right now, RSG, they need a marksman to solidify and put the cherry on top of the Sunday, which is tomorrow, Sunday.
It kind of explains why Bleed went and banned away the carry, banned away the Leslie, right? These two marksmen will shred. Leslie does a lot of damage, especially true damage, right? So you'll be able to just shred through the drop from the side of Bleed. Now, RSG, instead of going for the Melissa, they went for the Beatrix instead to match the AoE damage.
Yeah, the reason why the Melissa wasn't picked up here is because Claude is a soft lane counter for the Melissa. It's very, very difficult to fight against a Claude if you're a Melissa.
And the high loss as well.
You need to be able to pop your models. And definitely the high loss because the attack speed, once you buy the Dominance Ice, you're going to be attacking in like frames by frames.
Your attack speed is reduced by 75%.
Exactly that.
75% too. 75%. But apart from that, the Law and Order stun can also reach Melissa in the bubble, and that's the reason why they decided to drop the Melissa. But ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 5 of the upper bracket finals. Ladies and gentlemen, one of these teams will stay in the upper bracket. The other one has to go the scenic route to the grand finals. Give it up for RSG and Bleed Esports.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
You know, the energy in this building is just electrifying. And JPL, they know that Diablo and Roy is definitely going to be cutting down the waves right here. So, okay, this is interesting. So Roy is actually on the EXP lane with Diablo. So I don't know why, because this is the mid lane, sort of like, Did you want to give level 2 over to Roy first, and then you disrupt the purple buff?
I think Roy hit level 2 already.
Because he's in the EXP lane.
Yeah, correct. And Kagura is actually slow instead. So yeah, you pointed out. They want to play on the strongest side of the map, which is their EXP lane. Now Gear has to play it safer instead. Right now, I think Bleed, they need to try to alleviate that stress on Gear. They can go ahead and try to match in terms of team fight on the EXP lane, or they go for the bottom lane instead.
Right now, JPL hunkering down on Oki. They don't want to get Oki fed into this game, but right off the bat though, RSG really applying a lot of pressure onto that northern side of that jungle. So Bleed, all of their jungle creeps, they're just taken out of the picture. And Gear only level 2s, because every single one of the creeps...
Franco, I saw a flicker. That's the first blood going over the side of Bleed.
It was very, very well played. Out of nowhere, Kagura just takes down Lucian Cutie. But on the top side, Diablo having a tougher time, taking Gear down and fighting him mano a mano. But the next turtle of the game is being brought up right now.
Okay, right now Bleed, right? They're just going to hunker around EXP lane because that's where the turtle will spawn. I think RSG may overstay that will come right here. Gear doesn't have level 4, so he's not able to activate the ultimate. Right here, it's going to be Bleed using the umbrella to scout it out. They do have the turtle already up. They have full vision of it, and they're putting it to their side.
Sayla needs to desperately get that level 4, so that's why he's farming in the EXP lane, because he gets the EXP buff. So right now he has the ultimate. They can fight in that turtle. You're just waiting for the right time. Lucian Cutie needs to be able to pick off one person. But all of Bleed is level 4. Gear starting in the initiation.
Yep, Gear jumping in all the way back line. Roy's around there. That's the ultimate going to be activated. Petrify, go in! Gear will need to run away, but the Praise Around catches him, clipping him. That's another kill going over the side RG. Federlings will be able to drag to him over the side RG, over the side of Bleed. But Bleed, where's the follow-up? No, Diablo is just slicing Bleed down.
Oh, that was a very, very well-placed Raging Sandstorm from Diablo. He just waited until JPL ramps up his Fatal Links and then jumps in with the Raging Sandstorm, so he knows he needs to take down JPL.
Yeah, Churros, once again, it's JPL dragging Fatal Links into his own teammates, but his teammates is a little bit slow to follow up. The main damage dealer from the side of Bleed, the one that's doing the most DPS, is busy at the bottom lane. They have a lot of burst damage up top with Gear and also Sailor, and Sailor is nowhere to be seen in that particular team fight because RG, especially Diablo, is keeping members of Bleed very busy.
He had his ultimate. He would have been able to take down Gear, but like I think he's just trying to push him back a little bit more, not giving him a fast pass back to the base. But let's take a look at the emblems.
On top, that's a bloody hunt as well. JPL will be deleted by the side of RSG. They will pick up that one and they will go.
Oh, that was a very, very quick little kill onto JPL, the bloody hunt onto JPL. But take a look at the emblems really, really quickly.
Yep.
RSG, they invested a lot in movement speed, especially with the roaming trio. And right now, roaming trio also includes the EXP lane and the Khalid. But FMM...
Oh, the Renaissance will clip. That's the Petrify going in. Okay, we'll pick up the kill as well. JPL will try to go into Fatal Links, but will not be able to connect for now because he's a little bit too slow. But Dak is facing a little bit of a problem. Diablo will be there. Next level at him. And Gear coming in with ultimate. Diablo sustaining, but will not be able to sustain now because Sailor will be there to bust him down.
The execute was really, really handy right there. JPL almost got taken down in that bottom side as well, but RSG, if that wasn't a drive-through, I don't know what that was. They were in and out. FMM was just gone. That is the reason why Roy was picked up here. So getting in that power spike on level 4, it's just making sure that Roy gets all of that core items that he needs. So Clock of Destiny needs to get built up fast, the Lightning Truncheon needs to get built up fast, and that's the damage coming through. Oh, the hook, almost.
So close. That would have been that meat right there. But right now, Bleed, I don't know who's actually leading. Yes, there's a goalie in the favor of RSG, right? But Bleed, I think they do have the late game. But don't forget, that Beatrix in the late game with the Weapon Master is going to do a lot of damage and AoE damage. It's all about how Gear plays into this. But oh my goodness, that's another hook for Lucian QT. That will get dragged down and become horse meat.
Oh, Diablo is left to his own devices. He's hugging the turret as much as he can. There's 3 men on him, trying to collapse onto Diablo himself. They know that he's there. Fatal Links!
Oh, Fatal Links! Even with the damage dealer from the side of Bleed, it's not enough. Diablo is just stalling.
The outplay from Diablo waited for the right time that he knew JPL was going to get greedy underneath that turret, uses the Raging Sandstorm to mitigate the crowd control ability, the crowd control from that Fatal Links, and outplay him underneath his turret. That was really, really well done from Diablo.
Oh, Bleed, this is not the time where you'll be doing wake-up calls. You've got so many wake-up calls in the regular season. RSG, man, they woke up in the middle of the fight, in the middle of a series, and they're doing a clean sweep against Bleed. Bleed was so close for 2 games, and they're letting it slip away.
This is really interesting. Like RSG, they're rotating and playing around Diablo. They're just leaving Oki alone. It's no longer the protect comp that we are so used to seeing right now. It's just RSG letting Oki just do Oki things and farming up, and then they're just hunkering down and playing around Diablo because Diablo's the one that gets the kills. And like I just said, Oki just immediately takes down JPL. JPL not having a good time, 0-4-1.
Bleed right here, getting picked apart by RSG here. That's the Lucian QT, the Franco that we know. Bleed is not able to keep up on the tempo. Sailor blown to pieces. RSG, they're just dissecting Bleed one by one.
Oh, that was a very, very fast hands from Roy. He knew that he needs to take Sailor down because Sailor is the only threat that Oki has to face. That is the one in the mid stages of this game. And Oki, slowly but surely, getting his item spikes up and ready.
There's nothing to be done right here for Bleed. They need more time. 5K goal lead in the favor of RSG. That's another top side turret already down. Bleed is slowly losing territory. JPL, he may got caught off guard. Perfect match going out. JPL, I don't think this is your base though. Your base is all the other way.
Oh, I think he's taking a scenic route around the jungle, but Roy almost getting caught out by Gear, but here comes Diablo.
Oh, he's hunting, he's looking for Gear. That's the ultimate Raging Sandstorm.
with the flicker.
With the flicker as well. Sailor comes in with a burst. Diablo cannot be busted down. RSG, this lead is immense.
Oh, that was a very, very good play right there. And as we were speaking, they actually did take down JPL.
Another one. That's another one. Sailor gets dragged right underneath. The Law and Order coming in. It's now being decked, absorbing most of the damage. And RSG, they picked up the turtle once again. Now Bleed is just getting caught off guard over and over again by Lucian QT.
So RSG, this is pretty much the same type of game that we've seen in Game 4. Very high octane, very high tempo, very high aggression coming in from RSG, playing to Diablo's strengths. They know that they can take the early game, and once they got the early game, they're riding on that momentum, just as this Khalid is riding on that little sandstorm right there.
Yeah, the root sandstorm, like what Vertigo likes to say, 7.3k gold lead. RSG is just pushing their lead further and further. Bleed needs to try to play catch up, but they can't because they're getting picked apart one by one. Once again, they're going in one by one like a sushi on a conveyor belt.
Oh, that was a very nice alley-oop from Diablo, though. Oki, he popped the Renner's Rage onto Deck, and Deck, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't run out Lucian QT. All he needs to do is just use his hook as an intimidation factor, and I like to say this is
JPL cutting the wave?
Oh, he actually is. What is he doing?
This is the first time I see an Atlas cutting the wave.
Oh, okay, he's gonna get shut down. Oh, he's pulling them away from the base.
Bleed is basically cutting two waves at the same time. Gear on the top, JPL on the bottom. Diablo just rotates very quickly, and he's gonna find Oki right here. Okay, Gear managed to get out of the way, but don't forget, Kadita is lingering around. Bleed just buying time for them to scale.
Oki, highest in player go. Roy just sussing out information in the jungle of Bleed, but they're just waiting for the purple buff to come back online. This is where their tempo starts, because as long as Deck doesn't get his purple buff, they're going in straight for JPL, but JPL finally gets this way out. He's just buying a lot of time for Bleed, but
have you seen
RSG's not having it?
No, RSG, I think they're getting split apart, and not only just that, that's gonna be FMM pushing down bottom side, Gear pushing top. Bleed is just trying to out macro RSG right now. They know they're not in the fight. They're not good in the fight. So why don't I out macro?
He did buy the movement speed Greaves, so like he does move a little bit faster. His job is just to push the wave out of their own base. They're just creating space for RSG to respond into themselves, because they want to waste RSG's time basically. But RSG, they did take down that Lord though.
Yeah, this is a game of whack-a-mole, right? Bleed is basically the moles. RSG needs to use a hammer and whack, but there's only two. You can only use two hands, right? And Bleed is just popping up everywhere, and RSG couldn't find them at all. Look at where JPL is. Look at where Gear is. They're pulling RSG on both sides of the map.
I think this is very, very interesting because of the way Roy is positioned, but one-on-one, Diablo against Gear, might be able to get out of it. Diablo. Okay. It's another fight for another day then.
That's Diablo spread all the way. That's the strong EXP in the mid lane. It's gonna be Sailor getting suppressed. Oki will be able to burn him all the way down. Bleed may have bitten more than it could chew. FMM, a little bit of help, needs to run away. Gear on the other hand, runs the other way instead. Diablo chasing down like Tom and Jerry.
Oh, it's just another Tom and Jerry match, but finally Gear gets taken down. Diablo is Tom and Gear is Jerry. But again, Bray takes down that purple buff. JPL just buying a lot of time, pulling them away from Bleed's base, because all they need is to buy a lot of time for FMM. But FMM, he needs a lot more time. RSG now 9,000, almost 10,000 gold ahead of Bleed. This means approximately around 4 core items.
It's tough to watch this, man.
Oh, man.
It's tough to watch this. Lucian goes fishing. That's Deck going in, half HP. Glorious Pathway already being used at the same time. FMM just use Art of Thievery. Nothing to do right there from the side of Bleed. RSG is just pushing the waves against them so that, Bleed doesn't cut the waves like that.
RSG, now they're in the lead, and Roy is just basically like a double roam. They're just they're just funneling all resources over to Oki. They're just pulling anyone in and just taking them out. It's pickup. They're just playing fishing on the base. There's nothing much that JPL can do outside of his own base. And Diablo, just a little bit of a disrespect right here, but they're so far ahead that they might not even let Bleed have the chance to come back. This second Lord is 12-minute Lord, Jay, so it's going to be tough for Bleed to defend this. They don't have the high ground.
Yep, they don't have high ground. Both of these two teams going for the bursty mages instead. Bleed, on the other hand, only saving grace was just now JPL was just, you know, split pushing like a mad lad. Gear was also split pushing like a mad lad. But if you notice, RSG switching up a little bit, sending Fredrin on top, Diablo at the bottom side.
Tempo is being slowed down by RSG here. They want to pull Bleed out of their base.
Yeah.
And the way they do it is using that purple buff as bait, but Bleed is not buying it. The consume play onto Diablo.
Consume play sneaks here. Dashes around. They know RSG is all the way up, setting up for the Lord instead. That's why Bleed steps all the way up forward. Will not be able to catch. Diablo, Spider Sense Singling will be able to walk away.
Even if you do take down Diablo, he's so sustainable. Like, he does have the Oracle. He just bought that Oracle just now. Roy has the Divine Glaive, so the damage coming through from this Kadita alone. And if you take a look at it, Roy isn't doing much this game. He's just waiting and AFKing in the bushes.
There's nothing to do because Bleach is not going to leave their base, right? And RSG is sending Diablo to just split push on the side lane instead because he has the Master Assassin anyways. He's going to do a lot of damage and he can out-sustain Bleed, right? But now Bleed back against the wall. There's another Lord marching down top, and now it's going to be RSG. Need to pull the trigger right here. But RSG needs to be careful though. With the Fatal Links, you can turn the game around.
Like you said, Jace, I 100% agree with a well-timed, well-placed Fatal Links. You have to pair it up with the Glorious Pathway from Deck. It's just, it gives you a little bit of sustain, but you have to push and play around that Lord that's marching down. And you need to not get hooked.
Fishing.
That's the main point of it.
Lucian goes fishing. Looking for anybody, someone, anybody. RSG, okay, Diablo will not be able to spin, but that's a mid lane crack open right here. The Lord's already marching all the way in. Bray, that's a taunt going on as well. It's going to be Sailor looking for something right here, but it's going to be FMM getting Dragon. Lucian killed it. Nowhere to be seen. Okay, coming in the baddest range. It's too much for Bleed, and no one bleeding out. RSG, they're stomping on Bleed, and they're looking to stay at the upper bracket instead. Bleed goes down to the lower brackets.
Smiles all around. RSG is your first team in the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, finally, RSG Slate SG securing their spot in the grand finals and pulling off a reverse sweep.
Not an easy feat.
Not an easy feat at all. A full-on reverse sweep in the hot, sweltering weather. Well, now is a raining and pouring weather. I think RSG might have summon something, right? Did they summon something?
Yeah, they were just
what the reverse sweep!
Dude, he was just super. They were just all super focused. After game 2, like you can see Diablo's face. He was just. I don't know. Call it anger. Call it like anxiousness. Call it nervousness. But like he was just like in the zone. He was basically being like JPL round 2.
Man, like I see what it's not RSG, but like Bleed is trying to do, right?
Yeah.
But RSG Slate, they're unfazed.
Yeah.
You see JPL starting to cut the waves, man.
Yeah, I mean, that just shows that they're desperate, right?
Yeah.
Gear can't cut the waves, so JPL has to.
JPL actually helped Gear
It's very
cut
desperate.
the waves.
Yeah,
so
it's
like,
so desperate. It's a very desperate move. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's a really good thing. But they have their back against the walls. They don't have a choice.
Yeah, and this time they don't have the high ground. They don't have artillery mages. They only have burst mages for both these two teams instead. But I have to tell you this: Bleed goes down to the lower brackets. They need to go the scenic routes again.
Yeah, yet again, it's a repeat of the previous season as well. And as you can see on the camera right now, RSG Slate SG.
All smiles around.
All smiles around, and fist bumping, and everyone smiling and enjoying themselves. And we here on the custom desk, we are enjoying ourselves. What a series!
By the way, ladies and gents, remember in game number 1 where it's like the 3 bleed thing?
3 bleed thing.
I think we're the problem right here. SMG, the Caster's Curse strikes again.
It's all on you, man. It's all on you. You're the original Bleed fan.
I am, but you guys are following me. Why?
Because of math. I'm a logical mathematician.
Speaking about math, run us through the items.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at the item right now. Deck, of course, going for the Molten Essence as well, with Sky Guardian helmet and the Dom Eyes. Probably going to go into a Athena shield because of Roy, and I have to give props to Roy. Take a look at Roy with the amount of damage. 3-0 and 9 with 7,000 gold. He's almost the lowest goal in RSG Slate SG, but he's still so painful, he's still so strong. And take a look at Diablo.
Yeah,
Demon Wings.
A 13k gold ahead as a team allows you to finish up all your builds. So Lucian QD, one item away, 2 items away from getting a full build. Bray having a full build right now, only lacking the Dom Ice and the Cursed Helmet.
Yeah.
Diablo already in full build. Roy almost full build. Oki full build. On the other hand, Bleed is very, very far behind.
Yeah, so far behind.
They only have like 2 core items.
2 core
That's
items,
not
yeah.
enough. They need to buy defensive items in order to survive from the skirmish that RSG gives them.
There's nothing to be done right here. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This is
very one-sided.
It's very one-sided for the side of Bleed. Bleed needs to relook at that particular series again. They had the momentum, they had the lead. They gave RSG the momentum, and that's the last thing you want to do, especially for a team like RSG Slate SG.
Even as a desperate last call, like Sela also bought the dire hit.
Yeah.
Roam boots onto himself because he knows that he needs to take at least Oki down. But let's take a look at the post-game statistics.
Oh, FMM with the 0% kill participation right here just shows how much FMM has been locked down over and over again. Take a look at the damage from RSG Slate. 159,000, and take a look at this. RSG Slate all around with JPL with the highest damage taken. Of course, I mean, on that Atlas, he didn't provide much. I wouldn't say that he was useless, but he didn't show up enough.
I think
because of RSG snowballing.
They had a plan, but it wasn't well executed. JPL and Gear, they were trying to cut the waves, trying to go for a split push so that
they had the East Coast plan, but it didn't work.
Yeah, but the East Coast plan going down onto the offside.
But of course, you know, like looking at this, it's really tough to watch, right? Like
it's tough to watch.
Gear on the other hand, I think they got blindsided. I think RSG realized that, hey, you know, right, we don't need to ban the Joy anymore. And then all of a sudden, Gear is forced to pick up the Joy, and that's not something that maybe he's not as comfortable on this Joy as compared to Bray. But with that said, let's take a look at MVP from the side of RSG. Diablo, definitely.
I think it's
Everyone
Roy.
played so well, but Diablo will be the MVP.
Thank you, production.
Wow.
That was
finally.
I mean, he played out of his mind. It was just personal. Like, he knew that in the early game, JPL was trying to deny him of proxying the waves. And then he was like, no, I'm still going to proxy the wave. I'm going to do what I need to do.
Yeah.
You're not going to stand in my way. And Diablo really, he turned into a demon.
Diablo is just
El Diablo, the devil.
On the other side, right? Like, proxying, go back and defense. He does have the bonus movement speed, riding on the sands as well. He has a sustain. Everything that a healthy Diablo needs, right? On the side lane.
Proxy lanes
just cutting
every day.
waves and just assassinating, finding your backline, flanking, everything, right? No bias right here, of course.
Yeah, no bias, of course. And honestly, RG Slate played out of their minds today, and they will show up tomorrow yet again along with Bleed Esports as well. But I'm dying to dig like this. I just want to know what's inside or what's that communication coming out from RSG Slate.
We don't have to wait too long.
Yeah, we don't have to wait too long, ladies and gentlemen, because Vertigo will get his mic check and you will be able to hear it as well. With that said, let's turn it over to the mic check.
Yeah, can take mid, guys. Click. I can bid. Purify. Wrong go. Ah, 20. Kena. Nice. Already, bro. Langsung dead. Gear top. Ada Joy. Nice, bro. Hey, this one is out. Hello. Nice, guys.
Tower. Personal defense what? Tower, memang. Bottom need to push. Ayo, come.
Yeah. Hello.
Tag low.
Sela. Nice. Bottom, guys. FMM, come. I stun JPL. You cannot.
I know.
Copy, guys. Let's go. Nice. Let's go. Nice one, Ron.
Gentlemen, yes, what an exciting mic check that was, and a full series of best of 5. And for this match itself, we see RSG Slate SG sitting very comfortably, looking down on everyone who is looking to come on up the lower brackets to challenge them at the grand finals. And right now, I have Longzy right beside me. So we're very excited. Okay, Longzy, come nearer. Yeah. So we're very excited to have you here. Haven't gotten the chance to interview you. So the first question being, in Game 1 and Game 2, those were games that Bleed Esports took. And with that, what was let out was a Faramis. We also have a 1-1 and a Kaja. Was this intentional?
I mean, for the first 2 games, right, we kind of, that's the draft lah. I mean, we knew that it was a best of 5, so we wanted to see like what would they do, and we adapted to the situations lah in the last 3 games. So I mean, we came back 3-2 reverse sweep, make it more exciting for all the viewers.
Right, so very excited. And with that being said, you guys have played on an international level. We have seen you guys in M4 as well. And if you guys took these championships, what is going to be your approach when you guys head on over to the MSC 2023?
Definitely because of the 2 imports, we can go so-called full-time lah. So definitely we have more experiences and we have more scrims. So they are more, I would say, conditioned to fight the other teams like from Indonesia and Philippines. So we can see, we can truly see like how Singapore can perform lah, you know, as a full-time team. So yeah.
Right, so just to maybe start apart a little bit, a lot of people online has been saying that, oh, you know, the Singaporean scene is very predictable. But with the new addition of Oki as well as Lucian QD, what do you have to say to all those people who say that, you know, MPL SG scene is predictable lah?
I mean, honestly, you see like the Malaysia scene, every scene needs a bit of imports to keep spice thing up lah. So if you guys think that Singapore is a very predictable region, we'll see at SEA Games or MSC lah. You know? I mean, last year we placed 3rd also, so at SEA Games, so it's not that bad. Yeah, and you know, maybe we just ran unlucky at M4. Unfortunately, I'm part of the team, so maybe now you see, now got new tank already, so maybe might can perform better. Yeah.
Right. So yes. Okay. So a question just came in. So the question for you, Lozzie, are you confident getting into MSC 2023?
Definitely lah. I think you mean it shows a lot of mental condition for the team to reverse sweep, and I mean the team that gets sweep right will kind of get mental lah. So I mean we won the mental battle today, but tomorrow is a whole new journey and a whole new like race lah, I would say. If we bring it to a best of 7 again, hopefully my team will stand up and be the 4-3 winners lah if we are down. And I'm just confident in them lah because even though we are 0-2 down and you know, honestly my tank isn't feeling the best today. He's fever, but they still kept their spirit up. So what we just needed was a momentum boost which came from the 3rd game. And yeah, you can see lah, 4th and 5th game, it was quite a good sweep ball. Yeah.
Right, so just for the viewers' context, Lucian QD was having a fever earlier on. And it's crazy because I'm not sure if you remember last year in Season 4, it was Gear that had that patch on the head, and it seems like a bunkai little patch that you guys got. And Lucian QD went fishing and landed almost every single hook right there. Crucial plays. So right now, Lucian QD is taking your role as a roamer. So, you know, how are you feeling now that you have been promoted, in a sense, to an Alanus position?
I think, okay lah, just now that Franco, not bad lah, but lose me a bit, but I think he still need to up his game lah. I mean, for me, differently, because I have played with the teams for so long, so, you know, they know lah, the Franco, he cannot take my title one lah, he just sit down. Okay, but then for other heroes, he can play more with the team and get more chemistry lah. That will definitely strengthen the team. We can't blame them for having hiccups and all because that ultimately, firstly, he's sick, and secondly, he's not even. This is his very first season. Yeah, so definitely, you know, give them some time lah to integrate into our team as well. Yeah, you know, definitely there are imports, and you know, sometimes we like you see most of our mic check. If you guys hear a lot of Barca, yeah.
Yeah, what I asked Alonzi earlier was, what is kaka kaka kaka? Really wanted to know, but he said it doesn't have any meaning, it's just a sound. So, I think a lot of people should know, especially for online viewers out there. Seeing a lot of comments is very easy, but the fact is, esports is very much like any physical sports itself because it's very much a mental game, right? So when Bleed Esports started off the entire match with a 2-0, what did you guys do to recalibrate and be like, we want this, we want to be in that comfortable position, waiting for the lower brackets to grind up and meet us at the grand finals?
First, we definitely had to, as analyst and coach, firstly we had to win them the draft number one, obviously, and we have to lift up their moods Definitely, we will come down 0-2, one more game and you're down to the lower brackets. We have to reset their mental, give them confident picks. Boost their ego a bit, try to get back some momentum, and every time we get the momentum and all, everything just flows well lah. Yeah. I believe that every sport is also like that. Like even in soccer, you get the momentum 1-0, 2-0. Okay, just make sure you don't get comeback. Yeah, if not you'll end up on the losing end lah. So definitely that's what we did. Bought some sweets. Yeah, shout out to my manager. Yeah, and yeah. Definitely, that's what does the trick lah. Yeah. So for the Eva and Flash, you all know lah the secret lah for a long match. Someone now, what time are we? 8. Yeah.
Right, so thereafter, final question for you. Once again, there's been a promotion. We don't see Lousy in the land of Dawn. Right here at MPL SG, you'll be seeing him elsewhere. That you can follow the RSGSG Instagram page. But of course, other than that, you have been promoted as an analyst. But over on the other side, we have Potato as the analyst for Bleed Esports. Is there anything that you would love to say to the analyst counterpart over at Bleed?
I mean, I've always looked up to him because from the very first season I played, right, like, he won the championship from me lah. I was second place, so he was always someone that I looked up to. So I mean, he has a lot of knowledge as well, so and I'm definitely the more junior one lah. So luckily with my coach assistance, then we could step up lah. We could work and solve the problems out together. So for Potato and Yang Yin, I think Yang Yin need to give me my fist bump back. Just now never fist bumping, I'm a bit sad. Maybe he doesn't recognize me. No, but jokes aside, I'm definitely looking forward to see them at the grand final again, BO7, make it exciting again, the El Clasico, best of 7. Viewership will be higher, right? I think today not so full house, maybe tomorrow lah. Yeah.
So yes, thank you so much, Lousy, for that really very insightful sharing. And we're really happy to see that you have also progressed to, a different role right here, but still contributing to, RSG Slate SG. Thank you so much for taking the time to have this interview. Thank you. Awesome. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was Lousy. Definitely for a lot of you guys who are watching right now, even as a live audience, it really kind of tugs some heartstrings, right? But of course, it's really good to see a familiar face once again, but now in a different position as an analyst, which really shows progression right here at esports, doesn't it? So yes, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes Match 3's full series of best of 5s. Absolutely electric. Now that game was very crucial because who have emerged victorious? That was RSG Slate SG, and that puts them in a guaranteed spot in the grand finals itself. And right now, they're just waiting and waiting comfortably while they're gonna watch who grinds through the lower brackets and meet them at the final game of the grand final. So they will have plenty of time to do all of the draft work once again, going back to the drawing board to come up with the perfect draft to put on a good show for us. Whereas on the other hand, very unfortunately, even though a valiant effort over at the land of Dawn, we see Bleed Esports earlier on in match 3. However, the loss in match 3 would mean that Bleed Esports would drop on over to the lower brackets, and they would have to grind up to meet RSG Slate SG if they would want to fix that vendetta they have. So next up, It's match 4. Now this is also a match that you don't want to miss, ladies and gentlemen. Your community heroes. We have Team Evil and of course Team Flash. We'll be meeting them head-to-head later on in match 4 in a few moments' time. This is a elimination round that you don't want to miss as we find out who and which teams will be the top 3 right here at MPL SG Season 5 Playoffs. Stick around and we'll see you at match 4.
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Meet your end. Legendary.
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime. No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Osim.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Garnier Man Acno 5. This is Team Hawk's secret for acne-free skin.
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
Enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
I am Optimus Prime. No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Osim.
Defeated due to oily and acne skin? Take 5, bro. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Man Acno 5. Fights 99.9% acne caused bacteria in just 10 seconds. Become Champion Extra GG with Garnier Man Acno 5. This is Team Hub's secret for acne-free skin.